telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality. It's actually tiny in reality. And so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens. Not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah. With a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the Black Swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's Black Swan? I know what a Black Swan is, but what is Black Swan experiment?
A Black Swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken. A snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black Swan. Excellently well said, Grace. Go ahead.
So it's basically just a proof, a contradiction.
Yeah, we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can go check it yourself. You don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles, 10 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up as faults. Right? Now we've been presented with the Black Swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the Black Swan. In the Black Swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs. Right? Mm-hmm. The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively. Between the other one and the other one, there's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curve water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right? Mm-hmm. So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see, doing the maths. 25 times 8, 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25, then 8 inches per mile, times it by 8?
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it be 5?
If you're doing it your way, it'd be a slope,
times...
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. Right, so 5 times... What is it again? What is it? 5 times 8?
It's 20.
40.
No, 25. 25 times 25 times 8 inches.
Right, so
that'll give you inches.
Sure.
5,000.
That's going to give you. Right, that's going to give you the drop.
16 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop. Right.
That doesn't seem very believable to me. I'm gonna be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like.
I mean, that's the math of the ball.
Significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very significant. I mean? So we have something that's 400 feet, right? 400
I
feet.
can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well,
That's
too bad,
like,
because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
Okay, so
So
I'm going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
It's kind of laser be refracted and stuff though.
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey. Shh. Calm down.
Oh
Okay.
no.
We're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay. So I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right? Between the drop.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yeah,
we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing is supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something. Right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept in concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor, right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable?
No,
it isn't, is it? In fact, 1 order of magnitude is not acceptable. So for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4 and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah.
That is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
God, whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable. Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this Earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits, then the double digits, right? The tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and
that
behold,
would be a slip.
Lo and behold, this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The Miller-Rad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. With a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And they're supposed to be 400 feet. So if the Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat.
Oh.
Now, what say you should be, oh, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything.
Oh,
one of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, oh, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many. Hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies. All demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait a minute, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space Force is going to be angry about that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
Makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat, stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat, stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience.
Yep.
And based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
All right, I'm just interested, right? Why would they like? So now you're gonna have a really good answer. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right, but you're an
Yeah,
intelligent person, right? You'd lied before, and you've been lied to before, so you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
the government doesn't gain anything from anything
So
like
says
that
you.
from that, though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
so
It
if I
doesn't
can
gain
post you,
power.
okay, cool story. Cool
Doesn't
story.
gain prestige. It doesn't.
You sure about
gain
that? You sure about that?
money. It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So, okay, so let me ask you this question. Why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the US forces? Why did the
Make
United
them
States
seem
government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be
Right.
better
So
for them to just
you're
not make that
now
claim in the first
fair.
place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and have been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the Earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable. The elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
But
think
let's be
about
clear,
it.
we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction, because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Grace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just think about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
Well, where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. So what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on and within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy-nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
What? You can sail wherever you want, as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What are you talking
Right?
about, dude?
You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back.
Because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government. So it's not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter of the day. So you're just to be fair, no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Guilt. Was it the 7 stages, right? Yeah, but
yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? Like, he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though. Perfectly.
Can I just say this, though, real quick? Like, have you been living under a rock for the last, 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's goofy that people have this idea that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. It's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay, and
I don't think it'd be possible, even if everyone was on board with it.
Go to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
So you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing. Is that
It's
your
like
claim?
saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's gonna catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar anymore or anything like
Come
that. They don't track ships now.
If you were on Antarctica, no. What?
It's like saying, like, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? Information that was acquired at land, because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. Like, there's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing. Illegally, as you're saying. And, going there. Like...
Dude, you know what,
You
dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store. And all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But why would she lie? There's no way she.
And you may die. You may die without her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here. Great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor, or anything like that? No?
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by, this is going to sound strange, by a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now. So,
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord. And it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me?
It wasn't a robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit out of me, but that's okay. I've fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my headphones off, Sonny. Was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to talk when you're here.
You sound like you're on some headphones.
You listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. Let's continue with the conversation. Forget about it.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day, she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
There's also, worst part is, we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us, sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? That it can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably
Right.
didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this, so then therefore she did not. Glober logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel.
Right, that's false.
Logic.
Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say for example that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say for example that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like at one time she said there's weapons of mass destruction in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. And another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that point.
So what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist, and masochistic.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes. Like,
it's okay to lie
as long
as it brings joy.
Yeah. For example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow.
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted. Tiny cactus.
Shout out to JBP. But sorry, Drace, we were just talking a little bit of gas pressure in the VC check-in, so we just wanted to pick up where we left off. Homie was asking what we
Great
believe.
point, Creation Bear.
Thank you, Tucker. But listen, Tiny, we don't have beliefs to offer you, but what we can offer you is like things that we can know, right? Like the second law of thermodynamics. So let me finish before you go. So as I was explaining, right, high pressure moves to low pressure. You need a container for gas pressure, period. So a dome is something very specific in shape. That's a very specific thing. So I don't know about that, but I do know that you have to have a container for gas pressure. It's an antecedent relationship. And the same way that if I plop down a nice filet mignon on your steak, no fakeness, no tofu, it's real beef. I don't have to show you the cow. I don't have to tell you how many spots it had. I don't need to tell you what farm it came from. You know automatically that came from a cow. It's an antecedent relationship. You don't get beef unless it came from a cow. Another example would be say like a banana. Like if I rolled up to a picnic, I got a bunch of slices of banana. I don't have to show you the peel. You already know it came from one. So this is the same. That's kind of what we're talking about. We don't know about the makeup of this quote container, but you can know that there has to be one based off of this antecedent relationship.
So okay, let me ask you a question then, buddy. So can we, by the way, I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm assuming we're both grown adults. If, as an adult, when you have a conversation, the way in your tone is very belittling, okay? I'm just saying.
Earlier. Listen, if I say 1 + 1 is 2 or 1 + 1 is fucking 2, the information is the same. Don't worry about my tone or how I say it. It's the information that's the important part. So don't be feminine and be like, well, I didn't like the way you said.
No, I'm not. That's what I mean. In your tone, it's not. You can say fucking. I don't care about that. But the way
my tone shouldn't even matter. It's about
okay, sure, buddy,
sure. You about an antecedent relationship and
sure,
the second law of thermodynamics. So,
sure, buddy, sure. I got that.
What you're doing is called tone policing. You're focusing on an emotion or resulting from a message.
Yeah, that's not what I did.
Emotion resulting from the message instead of the message itself, which is a discrediting tactic and it's not appreciated.
No, I'm okay. Whatever. No.
Dude, so do you have a rebuttal for the antecedent relationship type thing?
He's saying I'm not gonna. I don't have a rebuttal because I've not been bothered doing research on that topic. That's not something I have on hand. I don't have a paper.
Take your time.
He's saying even if I found something, you'd most likely have done more research on that specific topic than I have. So therefore, probably I'm not gonna come. I don't think I'm gonna outwit you on that one. I can't. I'm not gonna argue from something I don't know about.
Tiny, it's not for me, brother. It's for you. Like if you're in a court case, right? If me and you were in court, I'm the plaintiff, you're the defendant. I'm not here to convince you. In fact, convincing you has nothing to do with anything. My job is to make my case for the jury and the judge, and your job is to do the exact same. You're not here for me. So don't worry about me. I'm not here to convince you or any of those things.
I'm not here for that either. I'm just saying I can't come with a rebuttal for something I don't have on hand. I can't read a whole paper right now. I don't have the resources to that.
Well, we can just rip the Band-Aid off and just tell you then, if you don't feel like going to look for what we're asking you, we can just tell you point blank that there is no paper, there is no demonstration, there is no evidence of the claim that you can have gas pressure without a container, period.
Okay.
And if you don't want to hear it from me, I've got George. Who is this guy's name?
Your word is fine. Your word. I don't need to hear from an AI or whatever.
It's not AI, brother. I'm an actual scientist.
Okay, buddy. Buddy, I'm gonna just take your word for it. Okay, I'm gonna take your word for it.
Okay.
So you know that there is something keeping around the quote-unquote Earth, correct?
Well, just like when I give you a steak, you know that came from a cow. So yes,
So,
it's an
so
antecedent relationship.
you know, okay. So let me just ask you: stars, for example, are they outside or inside this?
Before I even became or learned any of this stuff, back when I used to believe what you believe right now, there was a quote I heard that said, "The greatest mysteries known to man are the sun, the moon, and the stars." So I didn't know what the stars are then, and I don't know what they are now. I don't know.
So
You don't
don't
know
believe that a
either.
star is.
No. Hold on. I know the story just like you do. I know what we're all told. Okay, we all see the same thing, but the thing is, when your team globe, they attach a bunch of stories to the things that we see. So I look up at the star, I look up in the sky and see stars, and the story that's attached to them is they're certain millions and trillions of miles away. They're big balls of burning something. Yeah, I know the story.
So you don't believe that, correct? Is that something you don't believe?
Hell
Or
no, I
I'm
don't
sorry.
believe that. Why? Because again, the claim is that they're a bunch of gas, right?
And
when you need a container for that. So yeah, that's a big problem.
I think you're okay. I'm not gonna say with certainty, but I'm pretty sure there's a difference between a gigantic mass of nuclear fission going on and you taking fart spray that you bought or fart gas that you bought from your local convenience. I don't think it's the same. That's not. But there's difference. I don't think the gravitational pull of that is going to keep it. Also, I don't think it's going to float away. I'm not going to say with certainty, but from my basic understanding of physics, I don't think the gas is the same way that works everywhere. It's not. Space is one big fucking vacuum almost. So I don't.
Well, you also need a container for a vacuum as well. So there's a lot of problems with the claim. The further you get out into outer space, you don't have to address the finer details. You can know that the whole claim of outer space is cap anyway, because you need a container for gas pressure.
Okay. So in a container, can things go out and not come in? Or if the opposite, can things come inside the container and not come, and things can't? So when you have and you know that there's a container, right?
Well, let me ask you this.
No, I'm asking a question, buddy, here first.
You already asked it. I'm trying to answer.
No. Do you know that there's a container? Yes or no?
You already covered that. So let me just answer your question. You asked if things can go in and out. I would ask you this. We talked about earlier about the leaving out of outer space or leaving the universe. Can things go out of the universe?
I'm not sure. Maybe.
Right. Well, where would they go to? Is there like an outside place outside of the universe?
I don't know. There might be. There might not be. It's not. I'm not a. This thing. There's nothing wrong with the answer not knowing. You shouldn't know everything. Not knowing is perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's good. It's a good answer as well.
Sure, nothing wrong with that. I'd rather not know than make shit up. So sure.
Exactly.
But,
yeah.
From my understanding, there's no outside of the universe.
Yeah.
So how would things leave? That's kind of what I'm trying to point to you. Is like, you're asking, well, if things leave and come back, well, probably in your worldview, that's not possible. So I would say it's probably the same for my worldview. If it's contained and there's no leaving, there's nowhere to go.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. So hypothetically, in your worldview, things like
hypothetically,
I just like saying that. I prefer. I know it's wrong. I just enjoy saying it. It just rolls off the tongue.
Okay. You made me laugh.
Things like asteroids. I don't have to prove the existence of an asteroid to you, know, right? They have entered the Earth. You've seen a fucking.
Whoa.
No, I mean, let me finish my sentence.
What do you mean you don't have to prove it?
Have you not seen a shooting star in your life before?
That's not what you just said. That you said meteorites fall hit the ground or whatever. Asteroids. So what do you're like? Well, there's asteroids. I don't have to prove it. What do you mean you don't have to?
No. But can we? So, do you not believe in the existence of a meteorite?
Have you seen one?
Have I seen a shooting star?
That's not the same thing.
Have I seen a meteorite inside a museum? Yes.
That's not the same thing, bro.
Have I seen one fall, then picked it up on my hands? No. Have you?
Yeah, me neither, bro. So that's so why are you saying like I don't have to prove it? Like you've never even seen one.
I've seen one. I've seen one physically in a museum.
Okay, that doesn't exactly mean that what you saw in the museum fell from the freaking sky, bro. Like
also, Tiny. Yeah, I mean, I'm from London. You know, if you go to the Natural History Museum, you'll see a giant T-Rex there. Probably one of the first things you'll see, unless it's moved off somewhere else. Did you know that none of those bones are real? They're all prosthetic.
Swear down.
It's not a real T-Rex.
So
none of those bones you see on display are real.
Even if listen. Even if you were to believe, well,
it's proof. You can just look it up. Stupid, simple proof.
Tiny, regardless of what you believe,
they're not hiding it.
They admit that they keep the quote real bones somewhere else.
Okay,
so
that doesn't matter to me. That's not what I'm talking about.
What Jim is saying is actually true. Is that just because it's in a museum doesn't mean it is what they're saying it is. They're showing you a big T-Rex with bones. They didn't dig those bones up from the ground. They even admit that the real ones are over here somewhere. So, and also, you know, they claim they got moon rocks, and those are also in museum. Well, there's some people that tested those quote rocks, and guess what they turned out to be? Wood.
So it's petrified wood.
Yeah.
So which rock did they test? They went into the museum and they just said, "I'm going to take a piece of that meteorite."
The point is, just because you saw it in a museum doesn't mean it is what they're saying it is. You're like, well, I saw.
Okay.
I don't have to prove meteorites because they're in a museum.
Okay, so what do you think a shooting star is, for example? Then?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay, so it's just
how would you know?
How would I know?
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. I acknowledge sometimes there are people who are smarter than me and do the research.
Who? What research? Let's not be vague.
Wait. I assume that an astrophysicist.
That's what people do. Like, well, there's a bunch of big brain guys that figured out the answers. That's
listen,
having imaginary friends.
I like to believe that an astrophysicist spent his time in university not going to act.
Who?
Let's get hypothetical. I'm just gonna hypothetical.
You're hypothetically saying there's answers.
My cousin Mikey, he's an astrophysicist.
Okay, well that person doesn't exist. So that's what I'm trying to tell you.
How can you prove that though?
Well, this is your claim, so it'd be on you to prove it. The fuck?
I have a picture of my cousin Mikey on my phone.
It doesn't verify what you're saying about him.
But let me talk. So. My cousin Mikey.
The point is, listen, this is what people do. They say, well, I trust all the scientists. Well,
I said I trust my cousin Mikey.
Okay, well, you made that up after I pressed you for.
No, I didn't. I just gave you an example. I didn't think I needed an example beforehand.
Okay. Well, anyway, regardless, this is what people do. They say, well, I trust all the scientists. Well, if this was a court case, I'd be calling one of your witnesses to the stand. So let's call Mikey to the stand. What does Mikey got for us?
Mikey? Should I call him on the phone right now?
A picture of him isn't really cutting it.
So you want to call Mikey? No, because Mikey lives in a different time zone and he's asleep right now. I don't want to wake him up in the middle of the night.
Okay, well, this is...
Stop the cap!
Yeah, I mean, you're not really making a case, bro. Like,
okay, let me ask you a question.
This guy that I just made up, that he has the...
Bro, it's my cousin Mikey. Why did I make up my cousin?
Just chill out.
I'm chill. I'm perfectly calm.
What about this, Tiny? What about this? Neil deGrasse Tyson, one of the most famous... astrophysicist, I think he's called, right? He claims multiple times. It's a funny video that I watched. You know, he claims the Earth is spherical. He claims the Earth is now, 10 years later. He's like, well, the Earth is more like a pear shape. What? What do you mean pear? What do you mean a pear? What do you think about that, Tiny? Scientists like claiming this one and that one.
Now, what about this? Let me ask you a question, buddy. These sciences, right? Do they go to acting school?
Let's get an answer for the question first.
For my cousin Mikey?
No.
No. About the Neil deGrasse Tyson claiming the Earth looks like a sphere. When he claimed also it looks it's more of like a globe, spherical shape.
What the answer is? I don't know. He's a fucking moron. I don't know.
Maybe.
Why are they giving him a microphone to quote educate people? He's the quote scientist that you believe in. So why is he a moron all of a sudden now that we've called him to the stand?
I'm not saying he's a moron. That's his knowledge.
I'm saying what you just said.
Yeah, you just said he was a moron.
He might know things here and there, but when you do talking in front of a fucking microphone 24/7, that's what you paid to do. You say, I'm gonna assume he said to say a lot of shit.
He mistakenly said it. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not. I haven't said that. I'm not. I can't read his fucking mind. Can I?
Bro,
when I read his mind, I don't have a fucking brain riser. Look, I'm gonna ask you, buddy. Let me ask you a question.
people go globe whisperer real quick. They're like, "Oh, well, actually, what he meant was not what he said."
I don't know what the fuck he meant. I'm not. I don't care. I can't read his mind.
Okay, well, he's the quote scientist, like Mike.
He said what he meant.
Sure, I don't. It doesn't really matter. I don't.
What do you trust? You said you trust the scientist, bro.
No. I trust my cousin Mikey. I don't trust Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Why don't you trust Neil deGrasse Tyson? They give him a microphone. No one's ever heard of Mikey.
You don't know Mikey?
Who's Mikey?
I know Mikey. I know Mikey.
Who the fuck is that guy?
He's your cousin.
Exactly.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Now, can I ask a question? Did Mikey go through 6 years of university, or did he go through acting?
Doesn't even exist.
No. Okay. Let's assume Mikey doesn't exist. Right?
Let's not even worry about it. Let's stick to the topic at hand.
Let me ask you a question.
Let's move on from your cousin Mikey.
Okay, let me ask you a question. So these scientists, right? What are they? Let's just put them in a group. Let's just say scientists, right? I'm not giving a specific name. No.
I already explained. You guys do this all the time. Well, there's
you guys. Is just because I'm black?
Yeah. Listen. This is getting old real quick, Tiny. You gotta reel it in a little bit. All right. The acting's getting pretty rough. But people do this all the time. Oh, I believe all the scientists. There's this vague entity, this shadowy group. Okay, well, who? Why do you believe in these imaginary people?
I didn't say I believe in him. I just have I finished my current sentence? I might have said. I said that.
You can barely even get a sentence out, my brother.
Because you keep interrupting me halfway. But sir, do you know that in order to have a big ball of gas, you have to have a container?
Unless you can show otherwise.
Yeah, but he's saying if I can finish a sentence, I might be able to get a bit more out. Okay. Now I speak really. So he's saying these. Let's just. So the quote unquote people they put in front of a microphone, do they go to? Yeah, just say these. Let's put them in a group. The people.
Why are you this? Look, listen. This is.
Let me finish my fucking sentence. Jesus Christ!
I know what you're trying to say.
What? Finish my sentence. Read my mind.
You guys act like you're about to get a Nobel Prize for repeating this.
I didn't say that. What did I say?
Repeat it here. Listen.
And go ahead, say it.
No one cares about so you think they're all actors? No, like, dude, we're trying to address the actual evidence on the table, the claims on the table.
But I'm asking, what do they get paid to do?
Why does that matter?
Because if they're on the government payroll to do nothingness and just lie,
that has nothing to do with anything. Let's actually address the claims on the table. The claims being one of them that you can have gas pressure without a container. It doesn't matter what any man says. It's about what can be demonstrated. So forget your scientists or whatever. That cannot be demonstrated. Period. It's a violation of
I want to maybe talk about that actually. What do you think the sun is, Creation Bear?
Again, no. I already said this. No one knows. You don't know. Tiny doesn't know. No one in this panel knows. Nobody knows. Mikey doesn't know. Mikey doesn't exist.
But what if it is a gas? A bunch of gases in nuclear fusion.
That's not just automatically true because they say it. So how would...
Right. So then the conversation kind of ends there. Really?
Yeah,
if none of us know.
We try to get people to come back down to the ground because you know what you can do is test things here on the Earth. You can actually test the surface of the Earth. You can't go up to a shooting star and test that.
No, yeah, good point. We also can't, we also can't really create a star for testing. Like that would kind of ruin the whole solar system model.
No one knows what those things are. Okay, so that's why it's come back down to the ground, Tiny, Jim, and we can actually test things on the surface of the Earth here. That's what this is all about. Listen, this topic doesn't mean answers to all of life's mysteries. It's simply, what is the surface of the Earth doing? So Tiny, you gotta reel it in, bro. You're
reel it. No, but I'm just saying.
Let me just have you do this, Tiny. Why don't you take 30 seconds, look around you, right? All the surfaces nearby. Are you inside right now or outside?
I'm actually currently in the woods, walking around the forest.
Yeah, so you're not gonna be not gonna be here very long. You can keep up the acting, but
I'm inside.
Regardless of where you are, look around you and let me know if you. So the surface is around you, right? I'm proposing that there's only two options here. I'll give you some examples. The mouse here in front of me is curved, right? It's got curvature to it. It's rounded. Right, the screen of my computer is flat. The back of it rounded. The table that this is on is flat. Okay, the cup here next to me is rounded. So I'm challenging you is there a third option here? Or would you agree that that is a true dichotomy?
I don't know.
Look around you. Take 30 seconds if you need it. Look around and see all the surfaces here. I've got surfaces that are flat and surfaces that are rounded or not flat. So do you see a third option?
Shit, a square?
That's a shape, bird brain. I'm talking about surfaces. Look, sure you can figure this out. Let's just rip the Band-Aid off, because I don't think this guy's really here in good faith. There's only two options for surface description. It's either something can either be curved or it isn't. Period. There's no third option. So what we're saying is that the surface of the Earth can only be doing one of those two things. That's what the subject boils down to. The answer is newsflash. It's not curved.
What's not curved? The Earth?
The Earth.
And you saw that from what exactly?
Again, I'm trying to point. You didn't even take 30 seconds to look around your own surroundings.
I took.
Hold on. You didn't even look around you to understand that there is a dichotomy here. I don't have to, quote, see the whole thing to understand that the surface can only be doing one of two things.
And that is?
Again, we just covered this. It's either rounded or curved, or it's not. Okay. So what you can do is go out to the field in reality and test the surface of the Earth to see which one of those two it's doing. Let me give you an example. Say, let's take a hood of a car. I imagine most hoods have curvature to them, right? Unless you drive like an old Cadillac or something.
Shit, I drive a 98 Mustang. Don't know the curve on that one.
Pretty sure it does. Actually, I'll get a picture. Fox body? Is that a Fox body?
I don't know what the fuck the English word is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
98. Let me get a 98 Mustang.
No, not sedan. No, I missed it. 68.
Hold you accountable.
Let's 60. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I thought you.
90, 60. Jesus Christ, I'm at 90.
Yeah, but
60.
Hey, you're a bad actor, bro. Let's just.
Bro, I said 60. I didn't my fucking look. English is not my first language, buddy.
Yeah, sure. You're a horrible actor. But anyway, we'll start with the 98 Mustang. If you look at the hood there, you see how it's got curvature to it?
Yeah.
I don't mean the 98, I mean the 60.
Okay, regardless.
Yeah.
You see the hood?
Sure. Is that even a fucking Mustang?
Even the 68 Mustang's got some curvature to it.
A little bit around the back, yeah.
Yeah, just a wee bit. All right, so let me just get a screenshot of the 68. Either way, you're being difficult. I don't know why you're being difficult, Tiny, but you can see that the hood has curvature. Yes.
There's a bit of curvature.
Okay,
slightly.
Great. Sure, of course. So let's take that hood, and let's blow it up to the size of a state or a country. Quite big, right? So if you wanted to test that surface to find out if it's curving, what we could do, well. Say you had something like a laser, and you shine this laser over the surface of the hood. If there's any deviation whatsoever away from that laser, you automatically know it's curving, period. So that's what you can do in the field. You can look for this, quote, deviation of the Earth away from your straight edge. The point is, it can only be doing one of two things, right? It's either curved or it's not. So what we're telling you is that it's not curved, bro. And you can go into the field and conduct these tests on your own. I spent a month in San Diego doing long distance observations. People have done laser tests.
That sounds interesting. Now, when you went out,
there's no curvature, bro.
When you went out to can I ask you about a question? When you went out to do those tests, did you go out to prove that the Earth was flat, or just you didn't know? Which one was it? Did you want a genuine answer? Just want confirmation in what you already knew?
Hold on. We just went over how there's a dichotomy here.
I just asked you, but that has nothing to do with the fuck we just went over.
It absolutely does. So if you can focus and pay attention.
What was your motivation? What was your motivation going down there?
This isn't a psychoanalysis here.
I'm not doing a psychoanalysis. I'm asking.
What does it matter what the intentions were?
I just want. Yeah. I'm curious.
Tiny. Chill out.
Chill out.
This isn't a psychoanalysis. Oh, how do you think and what are your motivations? It's about what the surface of the Earth is doing. You only have two options, bro. That is what it is about. You can go into the field yourself and find out what it's doing. Not about my motivation or what I believe or what my favorite color is or any of those things. It's what is the surface of the Earth doing, this or that. It's only two options. Just like the hood of a car, it can only either be rounded or it's not. Period.
Buddy.
So that's what we're trying to tell you. It doesn't matter what I think. It's about what the surface is doing.
Buddy, I think I'm not here to prove to you that the Earth is wrong.
We know you're in bad faith.
I'm not in bad faith. I'm here for shit. No, I'm not even in bad faith.
We're using you as content, so
go ahead. Bro, I'm just asking.
You are in bad faith.
Sure, you read my mind.
You were complaining about my tone earlier, and you're like, buddy. You're not here in good faith, so just chill out. We're just going to use you as an example at this point.
Ooh, God forbid. Bro, you can have a conversation like a normal grown adult, can't you?
Yeah, it's kind of what I've been doing.
No, it's not. The way you can just speak like you don't got to do all this, the whole bit or just speak like a normal fucking man. See, that's not how a grown adult acts, is it?
So, just reel it in a bit, dog. Like, we've been doing this, all right? We don't need you to lead the dance here.
I'm not saying lead the dance. I'm asking. You don't have to fucking wiggle around.
So just.
I don't. I'm sure you have people coming.
We're trying to point you to the. Listen, that's why I'm trying to give you an example. The surface of the Earth. Pay attention, bird brain. There's only two options here.
Swear down.
So that's it. You don't have to listen to what I say. Go into the field. Conduct your own tests.
We both know I'm not going to do that.
No, I did do that. It's up to you. You're on your own journey.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Well, you can remain in your whatever you're at now, but sure. I don't know why you wouldn't do that.
Because that'd be a waste of my time.
Why is that?
What the fuck would I gain from
it? Not being
the truth.
Yeah.
Proving your arguments.
And the truth from it.
I'm not, what argument did I make? I just asked a couple of questions. I didn't say the other. I just asked questions.
No, you already said your buddy Jim already threw you under the bus. Said you're a globetard, bro. So we already know what your position is.
You know my position, but what claim have I made?
You don't have to make the claim. It's already made for you. This isn't BYOB where you bring your own claims. The claims are.
I didn't say but I just had.
So when I'm
not here.
You don't have to make the claim. It's already on the table. We've been addressing it the whole time. One, we talked about gas pressure. The claim is that you can have an open gas pressure with no container. We already discussed that. You didn't have to make that claim. It's already there for us to address. Same thing with water and the Earth is claimed to be curving, and we're telling you that that's a dichotomy. It's either curving or it's not, and you can go into the field and test for that, and it's not there. So this isn't. You don't need to make the claim like. We're not waiting around for you to claim it's a globe. We already know what the claim is. So, what's up, Mickey? You wanted to chime in?
Yeah, I just want to see if the guy knows if the Earth is a globe or not. And that's a most interesting point right there. Do you know if it's a globe or not for the gentleman?
Buddy, here's what I'm going to say. Okay. If I can get a full sentence out there.
Can I get a yes or no? Can I get a yes or no on that? I don't know. You just told the guy.
I'm not going to give you a yes or no. I'm not going to give you a yes or no. You guys don't give me a yes or no. I'm not going to give you a yes or no.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You just finished telling the guy, can we just talk like men? That's what I want to do. I want to talk to you like a man. I don't want to talk to you like some child or some rhetoric. I'm asking you a question. If you can give me a yes or no like a man would, that would be great. Can you do that?
I'll give you a yes or no, but you're going to argue like your buddy over here going on fucking tangents?
I'm not even talking about what he's saying. I'm asking you a question, bro.
But if I come in here, right, and I ask a question, I don't get a yes or no. Why the fuck?
Why do we gotta talk? Why do we gotta go into like? Why can't you answer a question? Like people just want to know things. Yeah. Would you claim that you know that the Earth is a globe or not?
I'll give you a yes. I will say yes. Sure. There we go.
Okay.
I give you a yes or no.
All right. So the answer.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, I don't know. But the answer that precedes would be, if it's a yes, then how do you know it's a globe? Like, that would be... People want to ask questions, right? I mean, like, obviously...
But let me ask you a question, though, right? What do you...
Why are you not answering mine, bro?
What's your question? I didn't hear it.
All right, so the question was, if you know that it's a globe, how do you know it's a globe?
How do I know it's a globe? Okay.
Yeah, if you know it is, like, how do you know it's a globe?
Sir, will you start with the fucking Who Wants to Be a Millionaire noises?
Feelings, bro. It's okay. You don't have to get triggered. So just answer the question.
Bro, Jesus Christ.
What was the question? How do you know it's a globe?
How do I know it's a globe? Look, I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say, well, have you done your own research? I'm gonna say no. So she skipped that whole part.
No, I'm asking. I'm not talking. We're not talking about me, brother. We're talking about how do you know it's a globe?
How do I know it's an Earth? That you should have been taught in school. You know that fucking that's what I'm gonna say.
I know. Okay, that's what you've been taught at school. That's the generic answer. But like specifically, how do you know it's a globe?
How do I know?
Yeah, like if somebody was to question you on the street, be like, dude, how do you know it's a globe? What would you tell them? That's what I was taught in school, or I mean, like specifically how? How do you know?
I'll probably call them a weirdo and walk away.
Well, that's an easy out for anyone not using their own mind. Like the thing, check this out, man. The thing we're trying to ask people, like everyone who comes in here, is how do they know, like that they know that it's exactly what you've been told.
Sure.
So we're asking this question because a lot of people take it for granted, the information that. So that's all I'm doing right now. I'm just asking you, like, if somebody was to question you on the specifics, how could you then demonstrate to someone that you know it's a globe? Like, what would you point it to? You know, like, it's easy to just call somebody an idiot and walk away. That's the easy out, man. Anyone can do that.
Yeah, but okay, can I ask you a question then? Because your buddy really doesn't want to do fucking yes or no question.
You
answer
a question before you just move on randomly.
I'm not talking to you, buddy.
Well, I'm talking to you, and again, you don't lead the dance here. You're not.
I'm not gonna say I lead the dance.
So
there's a conversation. Your conversation.
You'll do what you're told, basically.
I'll do what I'm told, bro. It's a conversation. I don't think. Do you understand how basic social interactions work?
You don't clearly.
Clearly, I don't. Yeah. It says the guy with high functioning autism.
Yeah, bro. You can do what you're told.
All right. So like, just right back to. Yeah, back to listen, man. Like, yeah, thanks for the additives, guys. But like, I just want to get the guy to tell me how specifically, if he was asked on the street how he knows it's a globe without telling the person they're an idiot, specify to me how you know it's a globe specifically.
How would I don't think I'll be able to on the spot.
So you don't know, right? Would that be the answer? You don't know?
I wouldn't say that's a no, don't know. I just said I wouldn't be able to give a fucking answer.
Well, then that would be I don't know, right?
Sure, let's go for I don't know.
Okay, well then the answer would be I don't know, and then the guy would be like, okay, well I thought you said you knew. Because in the very first instance when I asked you the question, do you know it's a globe? You said yes. So now the next question is how do you know it's a globe? And you said I don't know. So do you see what I'm trying to get you to see here is that most people, not just you, sir, most people will answer the same way. They'll answer it because they think that they already have in their mind that it's already a globe because everybody believes it is. It's kind of like a blind faith belief. You don't know that it's a blind faith because you've been taught, like in school, how to believe. So basically, the answer right now should have been preceded by something very simple. Like, I mean, if it's a ball, there should be some geometry to it, right? Like you'll be able to measure it and all kinds of stuff with it. But like right now, it seems like people struggle with, not just you, but everybody that I asked this question to, they struggle with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
I just want you to identify that, man. It's not just you; it's everyone that asked this question, because the school systems are not designed to like give people ways how to answer this. They just tell you like blindly say like, yeah, just you should like make fun of somebody that asked you that question instead of being like, oh, you know what?
This is a really good one. Get this question. This is a really good question to place to somebody. How do you know that?
Would you let Jermaine over here finish? This is the first time somebody here.
Relax, you're a guest here, so just chill out.
I don't know who's chiming in right now, like the other guy, but yeah, I just want the guy to know, like, it seems like when people come into the server, and I know what it feels like, okay, because a lot of people come in here and it feels like, you know, you got to be like on a defense stuff. It's not that, man. Trust me. A lot of people that come in here, they get put this way, but it's everybody, man. Everybody gets asked this question, and a lot of people, they really don't know, and that's all right. Like I wouldn't call anybody idiot or stupid or because they don't know. What I would say is you're being honest. Like if you're being genuine, like you're like, shit, I don't know, like obviously, but yeah, it's just.
I can vouch for him, Mayhem. He's being genuine. He's here in good faith. He's not trying to.
Jim, just
Jim. He's not. So
okay.
Jim, just. Oh, he's like, buddy. I appreciate, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I appreciate your fucking tone. I like the way you talk. I want to. Yeah, bro, not gonna lie, bro. You seem like 100% a cool fucking dude. Your buddy over here, not that much. But like, here's the thing. See, that's what I mean. It's kind of weird. You know what I mean? Like, that's just kind of weird.
All right, so like, what would you think would be wrong with that? Like, if I ask anybody else, because honestly, I want you to stick around. Because if you stick around, then you'll hear me ask the question to other people, and then you'll hear how they respond.
Bro, here's the thing. The thing is, right? You guys, I'm gonna assume you've done a shit ton of research on this topic, right?
You could say that, yeah.
We're here.
Yeah. Bro, is your name Mayhem?
Again, you're a guest here. This is an open panel. People can speak. So
sure. No, but here's the thing. A lot of people, including me, don't do research on this because it's not something most people think. Okay, this is something I need to do research on because it's like do you do research? Like in most people's mind, that's a very basic thing that doesn't need more research that is already done. You follow?
Yeah.
Or it's not yeah.
So would you say that other people have figured this out? Like, let's say an astrophysicist or a scientist, somebody that you could probably say that has answers that you don't have. Would you say that?
I would say probably, yeah. If an astrophysicist came and said some shit, I would not argue with them. The same way if a historian came along.
You just did. Hold on. You just did. Your friend Jim presented you an astrophysicist saying the Earth was a pear.
Yeah.
He's a moron.
Buddy, I'm gonna lie. I'm trying to have a serious conversation with. I didn't really have it. That
you're saying doesn't match what you just said.
Yeah, I was kind of bullshitting with you.
Contradicting yourself.
Yeah, I was kind of bullshitting with you. I'm trying to have a serious conversation with Mayhem where he sounds like a genuine human being for once.
I'm being as genuine as I possibly can.
You seem very.
I don't know, 10 minutes in a genuine way. So you just now said that you would listen to the astrophysicist. Jim presented you what the astrophysicist said, and you called him a moron and said he was wrong.
I said I don't know. He might be a fucking moron. I don't know.
So which is it then?
I don't, buddy. Can I talk to Mayhem for a second?
No, this is an open panel. I'm going to say what I want to say.
Yeah, you can say, but I would prefer to talk to Mayhem if that's okay with you. Aww. Can I talk to Mayhem?
No. You can
I can't? So are you better than Mayhem?
Has nothing to do with it. You claim that you trust the astrophysicists if they said something, but earlier you said you.
I would have more trust. I have more trust. I said look, when Neil deGrasse Tyson said some shit, buddy, stop the fucking sound effect. What the fuck is he doing sound effects? Jesus Christ.
Triggered, bro. Relax.
It's just fucking weird. No, buddy.
I just caught you in a contradiction. That's all. So
shit, swear down. Okay, you got me. My whole shit is done.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, can we move on from that?
Yeah. What I was going to say is sorry. Come on.
Man, what the fuck? Man, where the fuck did you? What was you saying, man?
Yeah, I'm talking about like the people that come in here. They usually say that they know, and then when they're pointed out that they don't know, they usually defer to like a scientist or an astrophysicist or somebody that is more educated, right? Yeah. But then I would proceed to say that if we were to show you people that actually would claim that they are an astrophysicist that come in here, and I ask them the same questions, and then they would say, like, in my experience, there isn't any answer to that question, or there's no way that we could directly know that. Like, they would say something like in the way of it's a whole bunch of little pieces of information that you put together like a puzzle piece that makes up what the Earth is as a globe. Like those kind of answers, like if I was to tell you that's what they respond, wouldn't you think that's a bit suspicious? Instead of them saying like, no, there's some way we can just go out and test for this, and this is how. I think to me, if somebody was to rely on like let's say an astrophysicist or someone like in the education field, I think that they should be able to have those answers provided, like to you and to me and to everybody. At least they owe us that much, right? If we rely on them for that information, if we say, you know what, well, I'm not going to spend my time looking at every single little piece of information. At least somebody knows what they're talking about. But if we were to bring those guys who supposedly know what they're supposed to be talking about in this server, and they don't have that answer, I think that's a bit suspicious, don't you think? Like, but you wouldn't question like, well, shit. I mean, I was deferring to this guy.
Do you mind if I interject real quick?
Okay, go ahead.
Hell no.
Well, hell no. Well, thank you for letting me interject. You said people that know what they're talking about, right? Would you agree that like pilots know what they're talking about?
Depends.
I mean, they're in the sky all day, right?
Yeah, but what is the context?
My point I'm trying to make is, if you go to a lot of pilots and ask them, do you think the Earth is flat or round? And they said, from my perspective, I see the Earth is flat. They're not claiming the Earth is flat. They're not claiming the Earth is a globe. But from their perspective, it's clearly flat. And they fly around maybe 50 hours a week. They have more knowledge of the globe than we do, right?
Okay, so you're telling me like there's people with experience of flying over the Earth or getting on a boat and navigating across the surface of the water. Anybody doing that would have some type of knowledge of the Earth, whatever the Earth is. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
And
I'm not arguing you. I was agreeing with you. You know, in terms of.
I'm asking you some follow-up questions. And would you then say that because they're traveling over the surface of the Earth, then they would have some knowledge that the Earth is whatever, if it's a shape or if it's not a shape, they would be able to tell
you. Exactly, Mayhem. What I actually say is they never dip. They never dip to curvature ever. They just go in. They fly in a straight line.
My question to you would be, why do they have more knowledge of the globe than us? Because they fly in the sky?
No. That's not my claim. I said that at the beginning. It's perspective. They won't claim whether it's flat or round, the whole Earth. But from their perspective of their job, they only say we perceive the Earth as flat. That's the way they claim it.
I heard you say
that. So
I'm going to address something else. You said.
What
did I say? Because I'm pretty sure what I said was through perspective.
Hang on. Let me look at it this way, right? Let's say we have a court case here, and these guys have evidence because they're pilots and they're sailors and all that. They come into court and we're like, okay, so we need some evidence that the Earth is a globe, and then you hear the testimony. They're like, oh, check this out. I've been flying for American Airlines for over 20 years, and from my perspective, the Earth is a globe. Do you think that but just check this out. Do you think that what they say would carry any weight in a courtroom because they just said, okay, well, because I've been a pilot for 20 years, that when I say that the Earth I'm flying over a globe, that you're going to have to take my testimony as evidence?
Mayhem, I said the complete opposite.
I understand that, but what I'm asking you is, I heard what you said, but what I'm telling you is that if somebody.
Greetings all. Good morning. All right. Speculation Sunday. I do believe that pertains to any topic, not just flat Earth. Hey, question. Speculation Sunday, is it supposed to be flat Earth or related directly to flat Earth? I mean, I guess I could make mine fit flat Earth. I don't know. What's up? What's up?
What's good, everybody?
Hi. What you been doing?
Walking these streets of New York, looking for curve.
Good luck, man.
Except none of it is part Earth.
You know what? If you ever see a surveyor, you should stop by and say hello to them.
You know what? I have seen surveyors before I even knew about the dimensions of the globe and the flat Earth. I used to see surveyors all the time setting up their equipment, and I would speak to them. Matter of fact, I know a surveyor, and it didn't dawn on me till you just said it. I used to play chess with the guy, but surveying. We all know that it can only be done on a flat surface.
I know, but when they're trained for their trade, there's got to be at some point discussion. surveying, or you mean?
I think you might be roboting a little bit.
Distance? Maybe not. There's no, correction for the curvature, like a universal, like to make the math work type of thing. A constant. There's no constant add.
Mathematics.
Well, I guess it depends on the type of surveying, right? Whether it's plane surveying or geodesic or whatever. So, but with plane surveying, I don't believe that there's any drop added in. I don't know. I don't know enough about it to really speak on that.
I guess it would only pertain to, engineers that build bridges and whatnot, design bridges. Or, what about individuals that, put down train tracks? I don't know all the technical jargon for that, but
pretty sure.
Well, the reason why I'm kind of bringing it up is because flat earthers always want to. Their bucket list wish, to talk to a pilot. There's a couple videos on YouTube, but it'd be way different to speak to somebody in person. But so that would be pretty cool. When was the last time anybody built a railroad? That would be an interesting Google thing.
Pretty sure the tracks are relatively
What's your
level.
favorite?
That train would flip over if it wasn't.
Yeah, I don't know if it was you or somebody else yesterday was kind of touching on that. There's only so much angle you could have in order for the train to move forward.
Yeah.
Or maintain speed.
Which it wasn't me talking about it, but that's a good point because of that. Like the weight and the way it moves, it has to be done a certain way. And including like if they have to factor in curvature, then that should be something that's obvious and well known. And if they don't, then it's pretty freaking obvious that they're not. You go look at tracks. I'm just saying they look pretty freaking straight and flat.
Well, how we always
I can't think of any trains that go.
Like over the years, we go ahead, man.
I know you into it. Go on.
Hey, go ahead, man. I was just gonna be silly. It just reminds me of what I brought up yesterday. The Gap Band, the party train. We could say, "All aboard the Flat Earth party, the Flat Earth train."
Keeping it level.
We could come up with something. Yeah, something. But yeah, I don't know. It just seems like everywhere you turn, there's some bullshit. I just remember from decades ago looking at the Reader's Digest that my granny would have, and I thought the best part of the whole thing was the section that was titled "Laughter is the Best Medicine." There needs to be more comedy and conspiracy, man. Seriously,
There are no
we need to be less
curves on the
serious.
railroad track, right? There aren't any humps on railroad tracks as far as I know. And I live in New York, and I've taken that subway. So they might make a curve going left to right, but they don't have any curves going north to south, up and down. All of the tracks in New York goes flat.
Yeah. That's why they have to build up the tracks when they're going across the road and you got that big mount. The tracks have to be absolutely level and go straight.
Right.
All aboard.
Even if there are no humps, no curves at all in any tracks.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
And that's what I'm saying. There might be like little subtle ones, but there's no, the way the tracks are, how would it have grip to pull up on things? Like it has to be flat in order to keep going straight. It's not like it has tires or anything to go, at an angle like the little engine that could. Like, I don't see tracks like that. They usually make a tunnel.
I need to ask CB. No, you're good. Sorry, man. I was thinking CB needs to add to his little collection of sound bites. What is it? Owen Wilson. You know how he goes, wow. Man, that dude's got a unique voice. Sorry, I'm being way off base today, so I apologize if I'm taken away from what you guys are talking about. But anyway, hey, from what you guys can remember, Speculation Sunday's a little bit new, but it's been going on for a while. I mean, is that any and all topics? I believe it is, but do you guys remember anything?
Only topics of service. Only topics of service. And then if you're talking about anything else, it has to be coded, because we are live. So,
Well, yeah, that goes without saying. I'm not saying that.
Yeah. Well, I'm
Yeah,
sitting
that's
here
not what I
talking. I'm
mean. With
muted.
those
Damn.
exceptions.
I think it's as long as we abide by the server rules and keep it Well, yeah, because you can go beyond the ice wall into outer ponder stuff, whatever, as long as it's centered or still around this. Well, like I said, doesn't that make sense? It's just like anything you can speculate on a flat Earth is already on a flat Earth. So you're
all over the
speculating.
world.
Okay, I got
join hands.
I got a picture to share. Ooh.
Awesome.
Hey, look at what I just posted. Oh wait, it's still sending. Damn it. Okay, there it is. So what started this search here, pay attention to the tabs as well. Somebody was talking about, well, I think it was talking smack about Doja Cat and her new song, and I don't know if you've ever seen the video, but ooh-wee, it's like, I could talk for a half hour on it easy just by the video. But anyway, so I think there's a double entendre going on with this song. The origin of Paint the Town Red is not go out on the town and have a good time and entertain yourself. It has another meaning to it. And surprise, surprise, you say one thing and it means two different things. That's not a surprise to you guys, right? So the metaphor applied to bonfires, painting the sky, or scenery red. Okay. And so I looked up if you look down by the picture of Doja Cat, the official release date is August 4th. And then if you look at the next tab that I have, the date for that is 3 days later, August 7th, I do believe. So I just think it's like super, super freaking a coincidence. It's quite the coincidence. Don't you think that's odd? And so I looked up the song on Wikipedia, and it said that it topped the charts and made history across 13 countries. Isn't that even more weird? You guys, can you help me? Am I crazy? Does it sound like I'm becoming schizophrenic or something?
I mean, for real. Schizophrenic would be the term, but I would confirm that you're crazy.
You're going to confirm that I'm crazy? You're going to confirm that I'm... Okay, no, that's okay. If you can help me and elaborate a little bit more, I'd be really interested.
I'm teasing, Janae. It's a little bit
because this is
humor.
fucked up. This is fucked up because I haven't heard anybody go off about this on Twitter.
I'm not familiar with Doja Cat or the song.
Okay, I'll tell you a little. I'll tell you what I know, okay? So, I don't know if you're familiar with the makeup community on YouTube. You're probably not, but one of the most significant persons within that community for quite some time is actually made history. James Charles was the first cover boy, like cover girl. but he's the cover boy. So definitely a significant pawn on the world stage, right? Okay,
Wasn't Will
so all the
wasn't Will
time.
Smith's kid a cover boy too, or whatever? Will
What's that?
Smith's kid wasn't Will Smith's kid one of these cover
Oh
girl
yeah,
boys too?
he has kind of crossed over to like I think he's non-binary, I think is what he says. I could be stand corrected, but okay, so James Charles has a huge audience and following, and so all the time he quote unquote introduces people to his audience, quote unquote introduces. And so Doja Cat was one of those individuals. And so it just seems odd to me that that song onto 13 different countries and hit all the charts and made history. And then 3 days later, what do you know? What do you know? What happened? Everybody fucking manifested it without knowing what they were doing.
Jenny,
Like,
do you want me to? Do you want me to show you something that's
my
gonna?
idea.
Do you want me to show you something that's gonna maybe freak you out a little bit more? I don't know how much you know about Doja Cat herself, but
You can try. You can freak me out.
yeah.
You can go ahead.
Give me 2 seconds. Let me just find this for you. Okay,
I watched her latest video and I'm like, what the motherfuck is this fucking trash?
Yeah, so
It was crazy. It beat Miley Cyrus. It beat Miley Cyrus, if you ask me. Probably a lot of others.
Doja Cat's birthday was a couple of weeks ago. I think this was shortly before. Yeah, before the video was released.
Oh yeah, she is a major pawn. She is the queen of the pawns on the world stage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think.
So just some of the lyrics on that song, it's like, what the motherfuck? Like what? It's like this is why I don't listen to the radio, man. Because fucking demons are writing the shit. I feel like my granny. It's gonna rot your brain. You're like, oh man. Oh
All
yeah.
of these
So
artists of
yeah,
today remind me of summertime, right? Hold on. All of these artists of today remind me of the summertime. No class.
Yeah.
This was also her outfit. I don't know if you guys know Eyes Wide Shut.
Yeah.
But she must have really liked it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd hate to imagine what really went on that evening. Shit. Good Lord. No, that doesn't scare me. That's what I would expect to hear about. Actually, I mean,
And also with the whole Illuminati and Freemason stuff, it tells you your first Saturn return, which occurs between ages 27 and 30, is an initiation into adulthood. It all adds up, and there's no direct evidence. So obviously, we are assuming there's no documentation or anything like that. If there was, it would be amazing. But this is all we have.
So it's like a debutante ball for the dark side.
Yeah, it's like a.
Funny, not funny. Funny.
This is just a, can look into it, but yeah, that's what I guess really put me off of Doja Cat. I mean, I don't really listen to her music anyway, but like some of her stuff is on my Spotify. Was on my Spotify.
Yeah. It's interesting. Some of these quote unquote influencers, it's just kind of like a preview of what's to come, So it's almost like they're, not mainstream, like national type of thing. Well, I guess they would be. But so they'd be like, what do you call them for the mainstream news? What do they call the top reporter on the for the news, the ones that sit at the desk and report
I mean, they're just
to
news reporters.
the
I know that's just what they're called.
screen. No, there's a different word.
Not that I'm familiar with. Maybe there is.
Yeah, it's of no consequence. That's okay. So then, but yeah, these people that have millions of followers on social media, to me, that's an indication that these people, it's like they have production companies behind them and who knows what. I don't know. I know James Charles has a team of people. I mean, there's only so many hours in the day. It takes a lot of time to produce a video, a high quality one. I don't know if you've ever looked it up before, the very first YouTube video. Somebody acting a fool. I forget how it went, but, you know, just literally looks like somebody pointing their camera at something versus people producing a YouTube video. But anyway, so what do you think about my little discussion topic?
I mean, honestly, I think it's okay. It would make good for Speculation Sunday, of course. This is the sort of stuff that would be expected to discuss.
I don't understand what we're speculating about Doja Cat. Is she a witch? I mean, I'm not really
She
sure
could
what
be a
paint the
witch.
town
She could
red.
be.
I'm just trying to figure it out.
No. What I'm saying is, to me, this is an example of music manifesting certain things, events, and people unknowingly participating.
Enchantments
Music is a part of
exist.
magic, and people don't understand that a lot of times and don't think about how music is used as magic as well. And
Exactly.
I hear a lot of people talking about magic all the time in here, and casting spells and things like that. But I don't think people truly understand it. They speak of it in the occult a lot, but music is a form of magic.
Well, what really raised the hairs on the back of my neck is how widespread they put this song out on its release date and how successful it was. So that's like, whoa.
Music will have people performing incantations, enchantments, and everything else without their knowledge. They'll be participating in a great chant and won't even realize it,
Right. So
and those are... Go on.
Does a double entendre, that doesn't necessarily need a sexual connotation. So these people are saying this thinking they know what it means. I mean, sure, you have your intention behind the words that come out of your mouth, but also it didn't come from you. You're repeating what someone else said. So it's almost like you're copying their intention, right? Does that make sense? Or because because it comes from their vibration. It comes from the vibration of the song.
And
so
you
that
also
would be
need
the
the
intention, the
greater
vibration.
vibration sometimes, right? You need the human element. You need the consciousness, the spirit, to connect to the other levels, right? So you need human participation as well as the vibrational levels sometimes, right? Spells are consisting of different factors. It's not just one thing in a spell. It's multiple things that create a strong spell.
Oh yeah, and people can do that with singing different notes together. You can create an entirely new note that is not possible with one individual. So yeah, I get what you're saying.
So it's vibrational, like
Man.
you're saying as well. So yeah, and like I said, people don't realize that the music is a huge part of the magic that's going on today. And does anybody other than me think that they're trying to turn this into Sodom and Gomorrah? That we're already living in a dystopic society, but now they're just trying to push it further, where everything is just this sort of perversion.
I mean, okay, so this stuff that's coming out, like the picture that was posted with the cake and all that. I mean, that is not something new. That's been going on for a long time. It's just now they're blatantly obvious about it. They're not going out of their way to hide it. You know, I think they probably relish in the fact that they are not, they call themselves not a secret society, but a society with secrets. And they probably don't even say, I don't know. I would say they only refer to that if backed into a corner about something, but it's like, you know, they're just trying to normalize it. So, I mean, I don't want to, how are you supposed to stop all this? I mean, you just have to, hopefully enough people wake up before who knows what could happen. You know, anything's possible. I just don't think everybody's going to jive with this. I guess if that would happen, it would be a while from now. That would be my guess. But I don't know if aliens land, quote unquote, land on planet Earth, then, you know, Ronald Reagan would get his wish and we'd really be controllable then, right? So, do you think the world's going to be
Happen if
fooled by
aliens come.
aliens? Huh?
Right, right. That's what I was saying. What do you think is going to happen if they say aliens landed, or do you think aliens could land? First of all,
Well, absolutely. Yeah, no. So, but my greater question would be, do you think the majority of people are going to be fooled?
yes.
I think a good percentage of people are going to be fooled, but the majority, I don't think so.
I think they've been primed.
I think there's too much.
I think when you prime it, right, when you do all of this stuff that you do to prepare people for this idea, then I think you can sell the idea a little easier. And I think that people are really concerned with themselves right now and not thinking too much outside of themselves. So I think it would be something that the majority of people would fall prey to. We just saw them, you know, all fall in line for something else not that long ago.
Well, there's a lot of people that go along to get along, so you got to consider that factor. I mean like fooled, like really believing that they're aliens from another planet out in the universe. I guess that would count for all the globies, but you know, I guess it would take it, you know, how much somebody wants to listen to their instinct. I don't know.
How many other people believe that there are planets that you can exist on, right? There are a lot of people that believe that there are planets in space that you can fly to and other life exists out there. So I think the majority of people, you know, the same way they believe in the curvature, the same way that they believe that there's life on other planets and in, you know, other areas of the cosmology, you know, outside of our asteroid belt or whatever, Milky Way system, whatever. So
all right,
I think
so do
people
you
would
think that
believe
there's
it.
people, do you think that there are globies out there that for whatever reason don't believe in aliens? I mean, I don't like to make generalizations, but I'm going to do this to make my point. Do you think all globies would by default believe in aliens?
We have to make generalizations when we're talking in broad terms. And I think that most people do believe in aliens, even your Christians, unfortunately. You know, I believe most people
Oh,
believe in
God, that
aliens
makes it
based on the
worse.
society. But I'm in a metropolitan area, so I can't speak for rural folk, right? But I do know that in the 50s, I believe it was, Orson Welles went on the radio, not television, not anything you can see, the radio, and he did a program called The War of the Worlds. And the next day after that program, people reported to their police stations. There were accidents in the street. There were shootings reported and everything of that nature. There was bedlam in the streets over a story he told on the radio because people believed that they were Martian. You can look this up. It's documented. There's newspaper reports
Oh,
and everything
I'm
else.
familiar. Yeah.
Yeah. So if they can buy something like that on the radio without having images, without having all the images burnt in your head for the last 50, 60, 70 years,
I
then
get
yeah, I
your
think that
point,
most people.
but would you think it's a fair statement during that time period people were a lot more naive?
No.
I would say most definitely they were more naive and more trusting of their government and society and organizations. There was a lot more respect and whatnot. Appealing to authority, like with every breath. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean.
Authority wasn't as
I think that's
corrupted
what I
as it
don't
is
know.
now, right? Authority wasn't as
But
corrupted as it is now. Well,
as far as you know,
I mean, I
things
kind
take
of do know.
decades. Things take decades to plan and to execute effectively under the radar. I mean, we can't pretend like we know how it all works, but that would be what I'd say.
Right, and I'm just pushing back on that idea. I would say people were not more naive. Did technology make advancements? Yes, but I don't think that creates naivety.
Well, I mean, I think purely because of the fact that we had less, less technology there meant less communication. We can all say that. The technology that we have today allows us, literally right now what we're doing, talking from different countries, right? Different states, different parts of the world.
There was more societal pressure to go along to get along then. That's mine. Sorry to interrupt, but that's how I feel.
No worries. Yeah, that's and I mean that's sort of how it is. We didn't really have the technology back then to communicate with one another. Hey, did you see this? Did you check this out? That's the reason we, I guess, as a society, again back then, agreed a lot more with what we heard and what we said, because this is the government's word, and these people created this technology for this, that, and the other, so that they can communicate with us, and it all leads back. So I think they were more deceiving back then because of our lack of technology.
Oh wow. Okay, so I'm going to have to push back on that as well. The deceptions are definitely more prevalent today, right? There are much more deception in the world today than there was 50 years ago, 100%, right? Today, you're deceiving people as to what they are. That's how far the deceptions have gone, that they can convince you to believe that you are something that you're not. Right?
Correct. Yeah.
They can normalize things that are not normal. Right? So as far as back then, yeah, you didn't have the information, so you had a whole lot less stress going on. You had a whole lot of people not being influenced by things that were going on, and you had a whole lot of people being closer to their communities as opposed to trying to be globalists, right? And they were trying to build up their communities, right? They wasn't worried about the world. They were trying to take care of home, right? And you had a lot more people who didn't go to school that were a whole lot smarter than people who graduated college today, right? You look at the Carnegies and all of these guys, they didn't go to school. But yet and still, guys go to school for 20 years and can't build anything. Have very little contributions to the world. So as far as naivety means lack of judgment. I don't think there was any less lack of judgment back then. There may have been a lack of information about certain things, but not the things that was necessary.
Well, if you have a lack of information, then that means you have a lack of judgment. How can you have an opinion on something that you don't have the information for?
Well, when I say lack of information, I mean globally, right? I mean information that doesn't mean anything to you, right? Information that you can't use, right? But now it takes up time because you're thinking about information that you really can't do anything with whatsoever, and it doesn't impact you on any major scales, right? So now you have an overload of information. You have people who are desensitized, right? Because they think they know everything because they've seen some things virtually. or because they read some information that doesn't impact them directly, right? But what's going on in your own community? See, back then communities were stronger, right? You had more bonding, you had more family units, right? You had more real information being passed down orally as opposed to what's being printed in the media, which is a bunch of lies that you got to parse through, right? So I would dispute, some of the perspectives that are out there today that because you have access to more information, that somehow you have some advancements over the previous generations because they didn't have that information available.
Well, I mean, whenever you were so early on, you were talking about how people were a lot smarter and they didn't go to college. Well, I think personally, in terms of advancements, see the technology that we have now. Let's compare 50 years ago to now. I would say the general population is a lot less intelligent than we were back then. However, there are more individuals today that are doing a lot greater and I guess more intelligent things than they were 50 years ago because of our technology advancements. You know what I mean?
Give me an example. Yeah, if you could give me an example, because the things that's being done today seems to be all devious, seems to be all how to control the population and things of that nature. So if you can show me a contribution that's positive that's being created, maybe I'm missing something. And I'm not saying that everybody in the world is bad. I'm just saying that we're misinformed a lot of the times because all of the information you're getting is not accurate and is not for your benefit.
Okay, well, let's talk about video games. So I think personally, for the happiness of children and teens and stuff like that, video games have come a massive way. If we look at the people that have created these companies, that not that I agree with
Everybody in the room ever play
one of their
Pong?
stances. Pong, I have, yeah, but it wasn't around in my age. I'm a lot younger. I'm 17 years old. But yeah.
But you've probably seen a lot of technology, and it has come a crazy long way. I mean, have you ever played those that you have to put like the things over your eyes? Sorry to sound so simple
What, the
about
VR?
it, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Like virtual reality. Yeah. Yeah. See, even that's a great example. You can literally step into a different world by putting
Do you ever?
goggles on.
Okay, you probably weren't born yet, but Stephen King wrote a book called The Lawnmower Man. Did you ever see the movie or read the book?
I have not. No. What is it about?
Okay, well, this was back in like 82 or some shit. Maybe it was before that. But they were trying to depict virtual reality that long ago. So, if you've ever played, like, that's why I was kind of asking you that, because that would be a good movie for you to watch. I mean, Stephen King, they were called The Lawnmower Man.
Okay. I'll make a note of it.
But yeah, so I don't know. Do you think the VR is does it seem like the Pong version of that type of technology?
Well, I mean, I don't think so. I think it sort of allows you to escape reality, and that's that's something huge. You know what I mean? That's definitely something larger than the creation of Pong. You know what I mean?
Well, when you say huge, that makes me think of it, and I know it could mean both ways, but it just sounds like it's good. And to me, I'm not. You think it's good? I don't think it's good.
Well, I think that it's not necessarily for, I guess, the development of children and people and stuff like that, but I think for entertainment purposes, it's definitely it's definitely something that is revolutionary.
Have you seen yet the type of technology? I wouldn't even begin to know what it's called, but it's where you touch a certain spot in the air where and then it would be acknowledged as like a check button. So it would be like the computer would the screen would not have a screen.
AR
It would just be a
technology.
hologram. It would be a hologram, I guess.
AR technology you're talking about.
Oh, okay. Augmented reality. Okay, got it.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I play Pokemon Go, so that augmented reality, I kind of don't do that part. That kind of freaks me out. I don't like it.
Yeah.
But since I
Okay.
played fucking Pong, I gotta play Pokemon Go so I can tell my grandchildren I played it, or my great-great-grandchildren, tell them I played it.
So you're speaking to the benefits of video games?
Yeah, for entertainment, not for growth or knowledge, but for entertainment purely.
How much entertainment do you need? Why do you need to escape reality?
Well, I mean, if I'm going to be honest with you, going outside isn't really cool anymore.
And so, okay,
for children of my age, yeah.
That's a problem. That's a problem right there. That's a problem. You don't go outside. Where's your social skills coming from?
Definitely, exactly. So my generation and my society doesn't really have many social skills. I can't tell you how many times that I've been to a party and everyone's just sitting in a corner. People have their groups and they stick to their groups for the rest of their school time.
And do they all look at their phones?
They're all on their phones. If they don't have a phone in their hands, they have an e-cigarette in their hands. They have a vape in their hands.
Dude, this is what you do. This is what you do. You have a party with your friends, and you call it a no phone party. And when everybody comes in the room, everybody puts their phone in a basket, and you put that shit in the closet, and you play a fucking board game or fucking cards.
Janae, you know what happens at those parties? Janae, you know what happens at that party?
What?
3 people show up.
No. Oh, okay. Then it would be a surprise thing. You'd have to surprise everybody.
They just leave. They wouldn't stick around. Trust me.
Wow.
People rely so heavily on their phones.
It's a part of them. It's a part of them.
It's like an attachment.
Can't you guys play Twister or something interactive?
What's Twister?
Like, oh god! Or what about
I'm kidding.
Okay. Or go outside, play badminton or volleyball. Jeez.
No, we don't play badminton or volleyball anymore, or football or anything like that, or soccer.
Okay, so do you just want to have computers attached inside your head and
to our faces? Yep.
Oh my god, no.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's just today's generation. I mean, obviously.
Can I say something? I gotta say something, and it's gonna sound really unkind, but
for sure.
Forgive me, but don't reproduce. Don't. Okay, that's horrible.
Oh, stop!
Horrible.
Don't say that, Janae. Don't say that.
I already
that.
apologize.
Don't say that.
No.
I already apologize. I already apologize.
Do you know why you shouldn't say that?
Don't. No. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry.
No, it's absolutely horrible. Because if we don't reproduce, it's gonna be game over. The world is gonna be it's gonna be over. You know,
but at least you understand that part.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's basically already over, guys.
Janae's loaded. Janae is ready.
It's inevitable.
Hey, we can get all the Gen X people to donate their eggs and sperm. How about we do that? That's a great idea.
What is that going to do?
That'll sustain and revive the gene pool for humanity. We just need Gen X.
That's how it works. No, society, like the technological advancements have come too far. We're not. Yeah, we're not fixing it.
I'm going to put that out on the TikTok verse that's what we need to do. I'm going to tell them all, and they're going to get bunged up about it.
All I can tell you guys is that you guys need to go outside. You need to get exercise. You need to work out. The body is made for that. It's not to be around and be sedentary all day and play video games, right? And I understand, your arguments for them, but you accept the world that you are born into. And this is why you fight so hard to keep it. And I totally understand. However, I didn't grow up with video games. I grew up with pinball machines. And the same argument said for that, right? That it creates eye-hand coordination. But you know what else creates eye-hand coordination? Throwing a ball against the wall, playing catch with your friends. running and playing freeze tag. All of that creates the same coordination and even better because it's an application. It's not just eye hand. You know what I'm saying? Swinging a bat at a ball, you know, shooting a ball into a hoop, trying to run around your friend, trying to jump over a fence, you know, playing hopscotch, playing double dutch. All of those things create the same things with better benefits. My God, it works the body. You got to work your body as well as your mind, man. It's not a one operation system.
For sure.
Major deja vu. Thank you for participating.
See, now if you were to say that exact same, I'm gonna call it speech. If you were to say the exact same words that you just said, to someone who is, let's see, 10 years old, right? They wouldn't understand half of what you said. They wouldn't understand any of the games that you've just said. You know, for example, I don't think hopscotch exists anymore. In my old school, there was a little hopscotch grid outside in the yard, but I don't think it exists anymore. To be honest, I don't remember the last time anyone said, "Hey, I played hopscotch with my friends today."
The video games, the VRs, the AR, all of that destroys the imagination, which is important to the person, which lends to creativity, right? So you guys have no imagination. You don't think for yourself. You don't imagine yourself doing anything. These machines and these things are doing it for you, destroying your imagination, man. Just the same way that they're destroying your memory, right? They're creating a consumer as opposed to a critical thinker, you know, and this is why, you know, I don't say that video games are bad, but when you don't do anything else, they are bad. You know, and that's what you find. Most people are living in these virtual worlds. Most young folk are living in these virtual worlds, and they're not enjoying the reality. They're not experiencing reality. They're not learning how to interface with their own kind other than through a virtual world. And that's a dangerous proposition. You know, people don't realize when they're in a dystopic reality. You're already living in a dystopic society. I don't mean to preach. I'm here for a debate. If you got points to present, I'm all ears, you know?
Okay.
Are you in debate mode today? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
I stay in debate mode. I'm a New Yorker. I'm walking here. Watch out.
Everybody was kung fu fighting.
Okay. Max Smart, have you watched Rent?
No, I haven't. I know a little bit about Rent. The play, the show, or what?
Yeah.
Which one?
Well, the original, screenplay, the musical theater.
The Broadway play. Yeah, no. Is that the one where everybody gets HIV?
Not everyone, but yeah. A few of the main characters and stuff like that. It's about their story, their battles, their, the fight for the fight for success. You know what I mean? Struggling artists growing up in New York with rent that they have to pay. It's them
being poor and barely making it.
Choice. Yep. And then, it's where they make the choice on whether they should be led by fear or by love. What they do in terms of, no, it's a lot. There's a lot to do. But yeah, Rent is.
It's kind of like, wouldn't it be like the Broadway version of like the Breakfast Club, like some sort of coming of age, like becoming a young adult sort of thing? Or I know it was much more than that, but
yeah, I mean, it's about, anything that you can think of. There's a lot of references, like with society, with the struggles of life, death, marriage, divorce. There's two of the main characters live completely different lives, and they're best friends, and they're just going through so much together in their life. Rent is genuinely one of the best musical theater pieces out there.
That's ever existed.
Jonathan Larson.
Is it a musical or is it a drama?
Yeah,
it's a musical. Yeah.
See, yeah, I don't do musicals, man. I can't follow.
Well, The Wizard of
That's really
Oz is
nice.
a musical.
I always fell asleep on that movie.
Aw.
I mean, I got through it eventually. It's been out for a very long time.
Well, they
Which one?
say there's quite a bit
The
of
Wizard of Oz.
esoteric meaning. There's a lot of esoteric meaning to The Wizard of Oz if it ever interests you in that fashion.
I mean, I know I've been in discussions with people who talked about the Wizard of Oz, but you
Yeah,
know,
there's not enough hours in the day. I get it.
Dorothy and the dog.
I'm like, okay.
So do
So
you
next
guys really think that they're
speculation,
going to try to
anybody?
pull over? Do you guys really think they're going to try to pull over the alien thing, like aliens from outer space, or you think they're going to just pull that one back, like it's not going to go over well?
I think they're gonna pull that one back. They got to do something else. There's too many people talk about it. The alien deception.
You know, because it's on mainstream news now. You know, and they have like all of these so-called important people in Congress talking about it, and it seems like they're really pushing it forward. But I don't think they're going to push it forward either. You know, um, they've changed the name from UFOs to something else.
Oh, UAP, unidentified aerial phenomena.
Right? They're writing things in Congress about things underwater. You know, unidentified items underwater, unidentified beings. So, you know, I don't know where they're going with it. I think they're going to pull it back as well. I still don't think that they could pull that one over, but they really are preparing you for it.
Yeah, they definitely want us to pay attention to it for some reason. It's like definitely suspicious.
It is. They're probably doing that because they're doing something else. You know, that's a distraction. That's just
Oh
a distraction. Look
yeah.
over here. Look over here. Watch over here. And we're going to pull this other magic trick off.
But yeah, but the only thing about that though is, the alien deception. If they did it, it would be like a short term thing or something like Project Bluebeam. Like how advanced is that really where it would fool a lot of people for a long period of time? That's what I would be curious about.
Well, we have to look at the conspiracy that we're under right now. That people are still being fooled about, which is still, putting the accelerator on from time to time. Right now, they're accelerating the thing right now in my city. So,
Oh yeah,
you know,
I've heard about that.
I don't know what
It's
they're
not the
going to do.
same. I heard it's not quite the same as it was before, so we got that. Right?
Well, and that's because a lot of people bought into it or have gone along. Like some people suggest, some people go along and get along. Some people have
Yeah.
done that, and some people have bought into it. Some people are
Well,
actually fearful, scared for their lives.
well, I think people kind of logically deduced about, the boosters, I think that I don't know. I know some people who are
Careful,
closed-minded and they didn't jive with everything, so that's interesting for me, that alone.
careful
You
with
know what I mean?
buzzwords. Yeah, we gotta be careful with buzzwords.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. I did think of that. I should have went on what I thought.
But yeah, so I don't know, because it seems like, with the advent of the media, media gives them control. People don't understand that because people believe what they see in the media. And if you persist to lie long enough, people will accept it as truth, And you see a lot of that going on. So they might be primed for a Martian invasion. Bring on the Martians. Let's see what happens.
I'm wondering why we aren't the Jetsons right now. I'm a little bit disappointed. You
You
know,
and me
so much
both.
for all that predictive programming. That didn't manifest nothing. What the fuck? I wouldn't
Look, I'm still
mind it
waiting for
being
the
like,
flying cars, the flying jetpacks. I'm still waiting
right,
on these things. Where's my jetpack?
exactly. Right. That sounds fun.
Let's get it. Oh, we could just do some fake water jet skis. Okay, let's do that then.
Well, I guess the police would probably get that type of thing presented to them first. Can you imagine?
Best we could do is drones. We ain't really flying nobody else around. Come on, man. You guys had me ready for jetpacks and for flying cars for a minute now,
Come
and you still
on, man.
you still put them in movies.
Well, I was thinking of the one with Tom Cruise, where he plays a policeman, the
Minority
precognitive
Report.
one. Yeah, Minority Report's so great. I mean, I think that's a good example of the computer screens that don't have a screen. It's just in the air and you press and stuff. So that's really coming to fruition. So that's like Star Trek using cell phones, and then we have cell phones decades later.
Wait to be beamed up. Beam me up, Scotty.
Well, pretty bizarre. Super bizarre.
Wow. Those technologies that they sold us on all those years ago just did not come to fruition. You know, the best we could do is a cell phone. And they sold us on so many other things that were going to be like, oh, this is going to be the joint. Everybody's going to have a flying car. Everybody's going to have a jetpack. You'll be able to just have a pill and food in pill form and put some water on it and poof.
No. Fuck that. They're crazy. They think we're gonna like eat bugs and shit. Fuck you.
If you're eating processed food, God knows what you're eating.
I try my hardest not to eat processed food, I swear.
Fortunately, I'm a city kid. Most of these kids grow up on hot dogs and hot pockets.
Shit. I grew up on macaroni and cheese and hot dogs. Hell yeah, I know what you're saying. I thought I was a shit because I could make macaroni and cheese when I was like, I don't know, before kindergarten or maybe first grade, and I didn't need the directions and shit. I thought I was a shit.
I got the whole
Little did
world
I
figured out.
know that ain't cheese. I thought it was cheese. It wasn't. There's enzymes and shit. Who knows? It's been a while since I looked at the back. But yeah, my favorite quote unquote cheese is the Frito-Lay cheese in a can, the jalapeno dip. Yeah.
I can't say I've had that. I do know I grew up on Hostess cupcakes.
Oh, okay, get this. You remember Ding Dongs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I don't know how long this product's been out because usually when I go to the gas station, I don't pay attention to the junk food, right? But I think it was actually, I was in Walgreens and it was a tall Hostess display thing. So I'm really tall. So I saw it. I did a double take. I'm like, whoa, what? Okay. So I look at it and at first glance, it kind of, looks like the outer of like the ding dong, you know what I'm saying? But it was like rectangular, like a long rectangle and kind of like, I don't know, like an inch or whatever. And then like 4 inches long. So it's called a Casbar. This is like a ding dong on steroids, bro. If you ever see it, you need to get it if you're a fan of chocolate. I
Oh
mean,
no.
I still love a ding dong, but this thing is like on steroids. Oh God. It was like, what's going on in my mouth?
I had to give up on the Hostess. And I will definitely not be partaking in any phallic-shaped hostess.
But if you still gotta live, bro. And if you ever need that fix, that's what you should go for. Just trying to help you out.
Oh
Another funny
man.
story. I used to work at a grocery store, right? And so I was subjected to, working with some youngsters. And so this one young kid, first job, worked as a, bagger and, go get carts or whatever. And really, really genuinely nice kid. And so one day he's sitting on this bench that's by the customer service area, and it just, in my mind, it just looks like he's sitting there waiting for the principal or something. Because he's got this bag of Pop-Tart bites. Okay. They're in a convenient little Ziploc bag, you know how they do now. And he's just going to town on the shit. He's just pouring it into his mouth and chomping on it, right? Obviously, it's his breakfast. And so I forgot what I said to him, but I asked him if I could try one, and I did. And I swear to God, they put Pop Rocks in it. It was that much fucking sugar in it. It was unbelievable. Because, I mean,
Wait a minute.
it was like it
Renee.
was a sugar orgasm going on in my mouth when I ate just one of these things. I mean, I try not to eat high fructose corn syrup. I don't drink soda like I used to, so I don't have that palate for, like my drug tolerance isn't that high where I need that anymore. So this kid was just like going crazy on all this crazy sugar like it was nothing. And I'm like, wow. I mean, like, it's just insane. I don't think an individual needs that much. I mean, it's just candy and it's put out like Pop-Tarts. When you think Pop-Tarts, you think breakfast, and then you think, oh, it's okay for me to eat as whatever I want. I don't know what people think now.
That's the bag they got us in when they tell us that processed foods is what we should be eating first of all, right? We should not be eating too many processed foods, if any at all, right?
It started with
And
like TV dinners.
and that is all sugar, on top of that, and we don't know what else they're adding into it. It's something I don't even think about trying any longer. Like I said, when I was a kid, I grew up on that stuff. I don't even know how Pop Rock popped in your mouth. I never even looked that up, right? But when I was a kid, I know I tried them.
You know what really gets me is the ingredient, quote, other natural flavor. It's like, what?
When I found out that was beaver butt, I was blown away. It's like, no, that's beaver butt? How did you
It's
know
like,
that
this
beaver
can't
butt
be
tasted
real.
like raspberry?
Yeah, it's like, this can't be real, man. This can't be real. What's happening? It's like natural flavor. Like, okay, yeah, and I mean, if you look that up, you probably have. I mean, it can mean any number of different things, actually. So that's, when I see that, that's an indication for me to seriously reevaluate whether or not I'm going to ingest that into my body. It's like, do I really?
Try to buy foods where I don't have to read ingredients.
Exactly.
That's what concerns me with today's society and the youth of today and the young folk, where they think that, that they can consume all of these things and that they can stay in the house and, that it's okay to be inoculated and not have any adversity in life, right? It's like we're raising these children and we're coddling them way too much and they're not prepared for adversity. We don't allow them to face adversity when they're children and let them figure out how to handle adverse situations. They don't get told no enough. They're not given enough chores. They're not having to deal with their school issues. We're going to move them out to school. We're going to start a petition. We're going to let these kids go through some adversity while they're kids. they heal a lot faster and a lot stronger when they're kids. If your 7-year-old get punched in the face, he's okay. If your 17-year-old get punched in the face, it's a different story. Let them deal with adversity when they're children. Only got one left, bro. Yeah. So, I think that we're coddling them too much. We're rewarding them for nothing, and you can't do that and expect them to not expect life to treat them like that when they're adults. And when they get out there and they find out that life doesn't treat them like that, then all of these other mental psychoses begin for them. They become incels. They don't leave their home. They're scared of everything. They shoot up schools. All sorts of psychoses because your children haven't faced enough adversity when they were children to learn how to deal with it, to allow their characters to build. Right? So that's what I'm concerned with more than anything. I'm not speaking as to what your hobbies are and anything like that. It's just we are rearing these children in a way that it's not good for them. And we're seeing the outcomes of it. And we need to let these children face adversity. We need to let them know not everybody's a winner. Sometimes you got to try harder. Don't just quit at something, try harder. If you don't like something, try something else sometimes, but now we think it's okay to just pull them out to school and chastise the teachers and to tell other parents that they're bad because their kids are a little bit bullyish. It's like, wait a minute, these things are going to persist whether you write petitions, whether you speak to other parents. This is how we bond. This is how we weed out who's strong in our communities as children. We discriminate as children. As we get older, the discrimination, we release that. But when we do so as children, it's for our protection, it's for our group, it's for our social structure. It's so that we can learn our pecking order and how to achieve our pecking orders in groups. And we're taking that away from children now. And that doesn't seem right to me. Every kid ain't going, like getting bullied at school, and they're going to have to find out a way to deal with it.
Yeah, I get it. They need the opportunity to realize that problems are opportunities.
Yes.
Yeah, so it sounds like you're kind of a little bit like what I've heard is like, people get caught up in the victimness, what people like to put out there. Putting labels on what they think you are or how you behave, or if you have a disorder and you need medication.
Got to let these kids sort it out. Right. And they are doing things to, induce certain behaviors in children now. This is true. And that part I can't figure out, or, because that's bigger than what I'm speaking of, right? When we're talking about those things that have changed the way children behave and why we have the need for medications for 5 and 6-year-olds all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's
right?
disgusting.
I don't remember growing up like that when I was a kid, that, other children in the class were having to take medication. No, I don't remember growing up in kindergarten and first grade and stuff like that. But these kids do now. And so
Yeah, it's
that
normalized
is a
now.
different struggle. It's a different struggle. When we were kids, it was spare the rod, spoil the child. If a kid didn't sit down and behave, the teacher had some authority to, collar the kid up, and place him back in the chair, or, break out the ruler like it was about to go down. They had
Actually,
that sort of authority when I was a child.
when I was in kindergarten, I remember corporal punishment still being a thing. Like you could get sent to the principal's office and get your butt whooped. I don't think that happened to me. I think I'd remember that, but maybe not.
When I was a kid, parents used to come to school and whip your butt in school.
Oh shit! Oh man!
They would take you to the bathroom, take you in the hallway, give you a couple of quick whack, 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 whacks. And yeah. I mean, when we saw a parent come to the school door, it was like, din, din, din,
You know what? I think it's I forget which dude it is, but does little skits and stuff. And he did one. It said when black moms come to school. Oh man, it was good. It was good. It's like, boy, you got me messed up. Yeah.
It was going down.
So yeah, they didn't play.
Nowadays, you need to schedule an appointment to come to your child's school.
That's bullshit.
Don't just show up at the school thinking you're going to get in nowadays. And certainly don't think you'll be allowed to go to the classroom. They'll call a kid down to the principal's office to meet their parents. It's a different situation. When I grew up, parents were able to come to the classroom and peek in, see what their kid was doing, because they were receiving reports that their kid was misbehaving and they want to see for themselves. And so they would be able to go to the window and look and see their kid cutting up. Oh, it was going down if that happened. Door opens up.
And see, that only worked when the mom was able to be at home, right? Is that what you're kind of referring to? I mean, because...
Well, there were a lot more parents at home. And then if you grow up in a poor community, there's more parents at home. So, yeah.
Because it's like really difficult to leave a, entry level paying job because your kid is acting a fool at school, So parent involvement is so crucial, but how the fuck does anybody want to do that if they got to spend 8-10 hours with their job every day? It's horrible.
All I know is I would try spanking my kid before I put them on, another method to deal with their emotional issues. We would try some hard discipline, some tough love. But nowadays, I think that's an assault nowadays.
Yeah, that's not looked upon the same way no more. You're right.
Oh man, what? Everybody had a belt. Your babysitter had a belt. Everybody had a strap waiting for you.
We had what was called a jacari paddle. It was for badminton, and I think it would drill holes in it and shit. I remember. That's all I needed. Like, it's some fucked up shit.
Nowadays, you can't yell at your kids, huh? Crazy.
Ooh, I remember one time my child, when she was younger, preteen or something, and I didn't ever spank her, like maybe 3 times or something, right? Her whole life. But so I was like going to discipline her, and she didn't like what I had to say. I forgot how it went, but what I do remember is her saying that she was going to tell on me. I'm like, you just go right ahead and do that, because you know what's going to happen to you? You're going to become a ward of the state. And you know where they're going to put you? They're going to put you in an adolescent prison. And other kids are going to not like you, and they're going to want to beat you up. So you just go ahead and do that. It's up to you. So it turns out she didn't. It turns out she didn't do that. Isn't that weird? So yeah. Like, you just go ahead and do that. Ooh, I wouldn't want to. I'd rather take a whoop and get it over with.
Listen, that was it.
But
there was no calling the cops when we were kids. The cops would come over and be like, "What you do? What did you do? Oh, I'm beating you too."
The one time she got a serious spanking, my daughter, was when she seriously snuck out of her bedroom window. I mean, what the fuck am I supposed to do? I mean, I didn't do it out of anger. I told her, you're going to do this, and then I'm going to, you're going to get a spanking. So, yeah, it's rough, man. Kids get an idea. They get in with wrong kids, and, whew, yeah, you know how that goes.
Well, I don't spank my children.
Well, sneaking out of your room, sneaking out of your bedroom at night, that's what makes little girls pregnant. So that's why I had to do something drastic. I didn't want to, but daddy ain't in the picture.
Gonna nail these windows shut. What we gonna do? You ain't gonna open it. You
Turns
ain't gonna never
out,
get another summer breeze.
I was a single mom, and my daughter ended up graduating high school, not getting pregnant.
Beautiful. Beautiful. That's a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't like. Who wants to do something like that? I mean, if the me now would be in that place, then it would probably go different. But I don't know. But yeah,
Father,
I think there's better things to do than to spank right off the bat.
as a father, I didn't think it was my job to administer discipline corporally. You know, I left that to the moms. You know, my voice and my appearance is enough to settle down my children.
See? Exactly. And I didn't have that, so I had to be a little bit drastic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't want to, but
I have to have a couple of discussions because we disagreed. But you know, you don't win every discussion, and so sometimes the kid gets beaten. When I was a kid, I'd rather get the spanking than have to stay in the house all day.
yeah, being grounded to your room, it's a lot different then than it is now. Because all you had in your room was a radio player with a tape. You could play tapes. You didn't have no computer, cell phone. Shit, we had to wait all day to tape one song onto it, and run over and hurry up and press record.
On
So
the radio,
funny. Yes.
you had to wait for the DJ to stop talking. Come on,
Yep.
shut up.
Yep, you had to be on standby over those two buttons. Mm-hmm. I'd rather go back. I'd rather go back to the 80s. Well, maybe a little bit before the 80s would be cool.
Just trying to adjust to this new world and look at the errors that our generation made, and well, not necessarily, but my generation made in rearing and not doing the appropriate things. We were so busy worried about trying to give you everything that we didn't have, that we didn't instill certain values sometimes, and we
Oh,
didn't
for
realize
sure.
what taking off the guardrails would do, and swathing you up and coddling you your whole life is not a good idea. But that's what, somehow or another we create a society that does that. In my opinion, school system sucks. It's not teaching the kids a good foundation. They're not made to master, arithmetic and basic English with punctuations,
Well,
and
yeah,
penmanship.
they didn't give the teachings to where you apply it to real life. It was just rote memorization and
Not even good memorization. These kids don't know their times tables by heart. You can't ask a kid what's 8 times 7 without them having to think about it. When we got out of school, we knew the times tables up to 12 by 12 by heart and had to do so, So it's a little bit different, because if you're not getting a good foundation, I don't know how you can have a good structure. But we're sending these kids out of school without having a very good foundation. We're rushing them through the basics, and we shouldn't rush them through the basics. The basics should be mastered, because that's where
ooh,
the
did
building
you know?
comes from.
Did you know that they're no longer requiring a test for the United States Constitution any longer to graduate?
Stop that, I believe. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think that's a state thing. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, I would go with that, sure. But for one state to be doing it is bad.
Agreed. Agreed. They don't teach the kids civics, right? They don't understand how politics happen at the lower level first, right? You get the things you need in your community from your congressmen, your sheriffs, and things like that before you get up to your mayor.
So what's your favorite speculation subject, by the way?
Speculate on a lot of things, but I try to refrain from too much of it and as reality because I know it's not real. But Antarctica is my my huge speculation now. And while we can't travel past the 60th parallel without permissions, right? So,
Because we ain't free, that's why.
well, I've been through that, but you know, it's like we're not free to explore, right? We'll have no more explorers. There'll be no more Dagamas. There'll be no Hudsons. There'll be nobody to allow to explore any longer, unless you're part of the government institutions connected through a high-level university of some sort. You know, other than that, you don't even have the right to explore where you live, and that to me is disturbing. And I'm wondering why nobody's up in arms about how your child can't be an explorer, but they're allowed to be an astronaut. You know, give me a break.
Yeah, that's really, really interesting for sure, because there's a lot of highly protected lands, federal lands, that are, you just can't do whatever you want. I mean, like if you wanted to live off the grid, you couldn't just go on federal land and just pick you out a little spot. That is just not allowed. You got to ask permission and be willing to accept the word no. Or expect the word no. But yeah, freely explore. So I want to hear your speculations about Antarctica. Like specifically.
Give me a second. I'm making an exchange right now.
Okay. Anybody else like to speculate about Antarctica? All right, we need a lot more people in here. What is going on?
Maybe people sleeping in on Sundays. I don't know.
Yes.
But as far as Antarctica, I think that there's land beyond that. I think that Antarctica, that they have warm lands. Everything is not just ice. You know, I think maybe the front of it is.
Do you think it's
What's
a
beyond
ring?
that?
I would
You
be
know
willing
what?
to
I
say
think
it's
there's
not a ring.
mostly a ring. I think it's mostly a ring, like it's ring-like parts, but I believe that there are areas that you can pass through. I think
I'm
that,
with you on that.
right. I think they have pass-throughs. I think there is something beyond it, right? That's my speculation. That there is something beyond it, which is why they limit you from even going to the 60th parallel to prevent you from using any optical devices to be able to see
Right.
anything.
Right.
You know, that's why they drew it at the 60th parallel. So, you know, that's my speculation. And I speculate,
So,
you know, if we're going to really speculate, let's go all the way out there, right? I
yeah.
speculate that's where our technology might have come from, right? Because we've made such huge advances in our technology over the last 60 years, over the last 100 years. You know, if you believe that, you know, the creation story of the Big Bang, or whether you believe the creation story of the Bible, it's 6,000 years or a couple of billion, right? So you're telling me that we just sat around for 5,000 years, 5,800 years before we started doing anything? Is that what's going on?
Well, I get what you're
Well,
saying, but I'd be willing to amend the time frame. I think the technology is bounds and leaps in the last couple decades. Like tremendous.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, but I would say it started really like the late 1800s with the automobiles and the planes,
Oh
right?
yeah, for mechanical
Right, right,
devices. Yeah.
right. You
Mhm.
know, I mean, we're just talking mechanics, right? And so we would figure that out somewhere within that 5,000 years. You know, but what, we were just satisfied with the wheel for 5,800 years? We're good. You know, let's just hook some horses up. We're good. You know, that's what we're supposed to believe?
I think there's definitely lost technology. I mean, if you look at how the Egyptian pyramids are cut, the stones that are cut, I mean, we can't even do that now. So there's lost technology for sure. And if you look at stories of Atlantis and there's so much we don't know about history.
All right, keep on speculating about Antarctica. I'm loving this.
I certainly agree with the last statement that there's so much more technology, right? Because they can't tell us how the pyramids were done. You know, they
There's
like to
no good or
speculate.
exactly.
And well, there's been several events where they burned all the historical libraries, you know, to make it so
Oh,
that we don't know
The
what's going
libraries of
on. Right.
Alexandria.
So
It's
so what we're left to
well,
speculate
wait.
here. But why would that be? Right? Because they want to keep
Well,
it apart. I don't
so,
think that the advances, quote unquote, that we've made is anything that hasn't already come to pass. But we don't know, of course, right?
well, wasn't it that Notre Dame Cathedral or whatever that was burned a couple of years ago? Or I can't remember exactly.
Yep.
I'm sure there was some important books in that building. That's just all I wanted to say. I mean, it's in recent times that what you said has actually occurred, not just in Roman, like Alexandria or whatever. I mean, it is speculation Sunday, so that's why I'm putting that out there.
Well, we're speculating that far beyond because of the technology that may have been destroyed that make us think that today's technologies is the most advanced that we've been. Right? It's speculated that there was other technologies out there that created the pyramids, that created Easter Island, and all of these other things that they can't explain, and that somehow or another those technologies became destroyed. They became buried. They became hidden, taken away. And maybe these are just old technologies that they're reintroducing from prior, right?
Well,
That could
it's
also
a
be something as well.
it's a painful process to build it back again. That's what it is.
Yeah, well, that's really speculative right there.
Oh. All right, so there
All
was
right.
somebody else talking. I think they cut them off. I just want to touch base and make sure there wasn't anything else that you meant to add. Who else was that? Oh man, I hope I didn't tick anybody off. Who was that was talking with us a moment ago? I don't know everybody's voice.
It was either me or speculate, but I'm just enjoying listening. I do think it's interesting that this is Valve. I do think it's interesting. No, there's no modern answer for how the pyramids were built. I mean, there's no. It's so interesting that we just kind of hand wave it away as thousands of slaves chipping away at stones, and you can't even do that. You can't do that with stone tools. You can't do it with bronze tools. You cannot cut the stones in the way they were cut with bronze tools. It's not possible. So it's not even about carrying the stones up slopes. It's really about how they were cut, and they're cut in such precise ways. And we think of Egyptians as like barbaric and a low education. Like, these stones were cut. I don't even know that the Egyptians did it themselves, because if you look at, and I don't have the exact sources for the for what I'm saying now, but the way the Egyptians, these pyramids are dated, there's more evidence that they're older than when the Egyptians even existed. So it's bizarre to me that we just can assume that we haven't lost technology. Like we there's more evidence that we have lost so much that we can't do now. It's really interesting to think about. So
For sure. What I find curious is that I've lived pretty much my whole life in the state of Illinois. You know, I went to public school in Illinois, somewhat near Chicago. outside of the suburbs, but near. And for some reason, and maybe it's just I can't recall, but I think I would remember. I don't know if you guys are familiar with there are like, isn't there pyramids in Mexico?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
but anyway,
There's pyramids
but
all
in
over.
Illinois,
Yeah.
Yes.
in Illinois, in
There's pyramids in the U.S.
the mounds, Cahokia, Illinois, there are mounds, large mounds there, and they're covered nicely with grass. It's seemingly. I never did a tour there, and I'm kind of mad I never did, but I don't remember that ever being something that was taught in school. I mean, that's in our own state. I'm just really confused that I grew up not knowing that that existed. We should have went on a fucking field trip there and shit. I don't know. Maybe
But
I'm thinking of it
I mean
wrong.
that gets us into a conversation about our our quote unquote education system, right? And which is not designed to inform us, educate us, make us,
Yeah, I
higher
kind of
thinkers.
forgot.
That's not what our education system does. I've been teaching for the last, 12 years or so, and it's just a sort of conveyor belt, if you will. It doesn't seek to inform our children about anything. History doesn't teach history. It's an indoctrination camp. It's quite unfortunate. That's why I've set out to homeschool all of my children, every last one of them. I will not send them to public school.
That's good though. That's really good that how you want to handle it yourself. I want to know what really is gonna be in your house and stuff. That's very good.
I mean, like, information is easy for kids to acquire, and
Yep.
and when you put them in public school, they put them in a box and tell them that, hey, all you can learn is this, what we tell you, and all you can think is what we tell you to think. We don't want you going outside of that. So as far as pyramids go all around the world, you will not never know anything about them, anything, because that's not what our system does. It does not inform us about what
Yeah.
actually happened.
I
And if you look,
actually,
go ahead.
sorry, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I have like a question for that. Because do you think it's system all over the world, or is it like just
No,
U.S. system?
I believe it is the U.S. system, but it's
Yeah.
not just the U.S. I believe it's the Western system. But I believe
Yeah.
all governments, for the most part, indoctrinate their citizens because it's easier to control people that don't think. Right? It's easier to
Absolutely.
control those people. So I believe the U.S. is most egregious, of course, but Europe does the same thing in some regard, and so does a lot of other Western nations like Canada. There's nothing
All
different
over the
there.
world. All over the
Yeah,
world.
right.
All over the world. You go to public school in whatever country, you're indoctrinated by that country. Period.
Yeah,
Exactly.
people are people are
Yes.
indoctrinated by everything around them. That's how indoctrination works, right?
Right. But with
Intentional
education,
indoctrination.
Oh yeah,
for
like
sure, for sure. It's just that like when you when you stamp it with education, it's like, oh no, I'm investing in my own human capital somehow, and it's like that's not actually what's going on at all. It's we're not investing in our own human capital. We are just becoming workers of the system, and that's what people like Rockefeller, who have the greatest influence on our education in the U.S.
Yeah.
Have done, and that's what they actually said verbatim. They don't
Yeah.
want people of free thinkers. They want people that are going to come out of school and become workers. That's all they want. Because why? Because you'll be working for their companies and you'll be making them richer, right? But if you come out
Yep.
challenging what's going on around you, then chances are you're not going to be a good worker. They don't want you in their company. You know what I mean?
Yep. Like that's so funny because in my country I studied everything about the pyramids, like that there are pyramids everywhere around the world. And then I come across people who don't know that, who were never
Yes.
taught that.
You
It's
will
so
find that
weird.
a lot in the U.S. for sure.
Yeah.
What
Crazy.
country? What country did you get educated in?
Oh, I'm Polish. I live in Poland.
Nice.
Yeah, but yeah. No,
Nice.
it's
Yeah, I like Poland too.
yeah. I wouldn't say it's every country, right? But I would say it's more so the Western world,
Yeah, like the
where you
Western
find this sort of
society type
thing.
of, yeah.
Yeah, no, I would say that's definitely the case. You know,
Oh, also, by the way, I'm so sorry
because
to interrupt you again, but I have to tell something important because I joined here. I was watching the live and I noticed you guys talking about something super interesting, so that I decided to join. I hope that's all right.
of course.
Yeah,
I mean, I
yeah.
just joined. No.
Because
Oh,
Falf, I don't know if I pronounce your name well. I'm sorry if I butcher it. So you said that we don't know how pyramids were made. Is that what you meant?
The modern, and I may be misunderstanding the modern understanding of how pyramids are made. There's
Yeah, what is that?
there's no way to reproduce how they were made and how the stones were cut.
The Great Pyramid of Giza.
Especially the larger ones, the ones with precise cuts, where there's such precision on the stones, on the stone cuts, that you
don't
can't
think that you can be precise with cutting the stone?
not when you're talking about stones that weigh tons with the precision that they so the claim is that they have bronze tools or they have chisels cutting away at stones. You can't do that with such hard stones.
But water can carve a stone.
Sure.
Exactly. So it doesn't matter what material it was used. If you do it long enough, if you do it precise enough, you can do whatever with the stone.
Water can cut stones to high
can,
precision. Yeah. But they'll claim that there's no evidence that there was. Did they have water?
They didn't use water.
Tools?
No, they didn't use water. I'm just giving you an example that
right.
You can that the fact that they were made out of bronze or whatever they were made out of, it doesn't mean the cut can't be precise. Of course it can. If you do something like slowly enough, you definitely can get it precise.
So we were taught, and you probably had a similar kind of education.
Yeah,
we're taught that there was just thousands of slaves chipping away at stones with bronze tools, bronze chisels.
Mm-hmm.
This is what we were all taught, and you can't. No one can do that with stones that weigh tons.
But weight doesn't have anything to do with it, does it? It just lays there, doesn't it?
So okay, I'm maybe.
I would like what weight does it have to do with it?
For me to convey what I'm trying to communicate. For the precision of these stones, and I don't necessarily even care about moving the stones. That's another good question. Yeah. These stones weigh tons, but for you to cut them at such, and they weren't all cut at right angles, but for them to be perfectly cut, tens of thousands of stones that all weigh tons, to cut them all perfectly so that they are perfectly aligned, there's just no, we can't do that ourselves. We can't do that.
Hold on a second. I think
right?
To support the claim is that, where's the equipment they used to make these precise cuts that are, the precision cannot be duplicated is what the ultimate overarching thing is. And if they can be, where's the equipment?
If somebody does something in a specific way and it's precise, then of course it can be repeated.
So how did they do it? How did they do it in the way that you're talking
chisels.
About?
They didn't do it with bronze chisels.
The stonework, like that art in itself is like, it's done for generations, and it's not that hard.
Well, actually, there's people talking about how the pyramids in Egypt are comprised of a natural geopolymer, and there's actually an organization. It's called the Geopolymer Institute, I think. And well, anyway, a group of people went out and they replicated constructing the natural stone, the geopolymer. And I don't recall all the details, but for those that are interested in it, I think it's pretty fascinating. They, documented it and everything. So, that changes the whole story from what the narrative was. And I think that's mainly what we like to speculate, not necessarily challenge each other on the processes and that, but, looking at the inconsistencies of what we're told, I think is what's important, at least for me. I mean, everybody has their own cup of tea, so.
I am curious though.
Definitely.
I'm curious, Elivanka. How do you say your name?
Yeah, what's up? You can just call me Slav. Yeah.
Slav. Okay.
SLAV. Yeah.
Okay. So, what's your reason? How did they build the Great Pyramids in Giza with the precision that they did? What's your explanation?
Yeah, if we want to not talk about what we were told that they were using these type of tools and that's impossible, yeah, we can all totally shake on that. So we want to approach the problem from our perspectives, right? And what we know about stone, right? And we don't care about what we're told, right? So you have a big building you want to build out of stone. You wanna make it big. You have stones, and you wanna make it look like a pyramid because that's just your design. So you just do it. You get the stone, you slap it on the other stone.
Oh, that's your reasoning?
And then you have two stones. Yeah,
That's
it's
your reasoning.
so simple.
Well, we could discount that. We can discount your reasoning. Thank you. That's totally discounted because you're just saying all you got to do is slap some stones on top of stones,
because
and you've had people for generations looking at this, and it's not explained that way. It's not that simplistic, unfortunately.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
know
Yeah,
you like
but
to
I'm not.
simplify it and make it simplistic and give us a simplistic explanation, as if it's just so
I'm agreeing
easy,
with you.
but it's not, and that's why it's a mystery.
But it's not.
That's why it's the mystery of the Great Pyramids of Giza. It's called the mysteries of the Great Pyramids of Giza.
But your reasoning is that it's a mystery because official books that you don't believe in told you something that has to be wrong. So I'm giving you your own reasoning, right?
No, it's because
can't do that
of
current
how
day.
it's because of where it is, what it points to, the location of it, how the stones are not native to it, and how they can't figure out how the stones got there. Right? So if you can explain some of those things, I think you could clear up some of the mysteries about it.
You don't believe that humans at that era could figure out where they want to place the stone?
Apparently they did, but nobody in this era can.
Why? You can do it. You can think about what you want people.
No, you cannot. I would challenge you to do it.
No one in modern day
I would challenge you to
build
replicate
the
it.
stones in the way they did with the technology they claim to have had.
Okay, but that doesn't matter. I mean, we're not talking about what technology they did. We're talking about what technology we can use. Like people like you guys, 3 or more, or even gather just 1,000 of people and be like, hey, let's build a big thing. Of course you can do it. Why not?
I wish we had some builders in here now.
Yeah, why not?
We have builders and we have architects that sometimes are on the panel, and they are versed in it, and they would be able to explain it to you in those terms.
Can someone please reach out to Houston? Can we have someone reach out to Houston, please?
You have a problem.
Anybody could just build that. You could just build a house. Anybody could just build a house. Anybody could just build a building. It doesn't require any sort of knowledge.
You wanted to talk to a builder?
An engineer?
You're talking as if it doesn't require any specified knowledge when it does.
Of course it does. So people can get educated on that. They can get educated on how stone works.
They have not educated themselves on the precision that the Great Pyramids of Giza were built with. It's the precision. It's not just building a pyramid.
But precision is not tough. You look at something, you see where it is.
And that's it?
People can be precise. Yes.
And that's it? I'm an artist, so, like I said, no.
Yes.
Perspective is one thing,
I'm
precision is another.
at university.
Measurements is one thing, calculations is another. You do know that measurements and calculations are different, right?
Of course, it requires
Okay.
mathematics. Mathematics
All
has
right.
been known for
No,
centuries.
that's calculations. We're talking measurements.
Yeah, same thing.
No, it's
Measurements
not.
are in
Measurements
the
and
calculation.
calculations are different. Measurements and calculations are different.
Come
Oh
on,
my goodness.
man. Come
And
on,
you
man.
just telling me now?
I should say, come on, woman. I mean, really?
There's so maybe we can come to like a common ground here. There's
That
a
sounds
difference
great.
between building like a single story house and building a highly precise. I don't know the exact weight of what the pyramids are. There's thousands of tons of stone precisely cut to perfectly be in a certain shape, and you can't do that with chisels. We can't do that current day.
And manual labor.
These are different. These are different things. We don't build houses out of stones to such a high. I mean, we do in certain parts of the world, but not to the scale of what the pyramids are built at. And the pyramids built all over the world are built pretty similarly, which is an interesting question in itself, right? Like, how do this is another question we need to really kind of think about. Like, how do such distant civilizations use such similar designs without apparently having contact with each other? Did they build
You
them
know what? I love
themselves?
that. I used to ask myself that question before Flat Earth, and I'd watch Ancient Aliens.
Right.
And that was like some sort of like interwoven kind of justification for aliens, ancient technology. But yeah, sorry to interrupt you. Please go on. I'm liking what I hear.
No. It's a good question. No, it's so funny. Like when I was being brought up, my mother loved. I mean, we probably watched the same kind of TV, right? Like Ancient Aliens, Mysteries of the Egyptians, and how these things were done. The Mayan pyramids. Like how is this all? Like what is all this that we see in the history of our world?
Well, they
what
call them the wonders of the world.
Rob dropped out.
Right.
So yeah,
I'm not sure we
I
can
don't
ever really
know.
know for sure. Maybe we will never. I mean, you can look at religious texts and things like this, but there's just lost information in history, and I guess this is Speculation Sunday, right? Like we can question about it.
Information of history, which makes it lost to us, but I would say very orchestrated for sure.
Possibly, sure. I mean, the conquerors of history do they do destroy information for their own benefit, for sure. We see that like modern day. I mean, I agree with you, sure. But
they destroy it, or do they store it somewhere like under the Vatican and under in other places?
That's another good point. Maybe they just contain it. There's no way for us to. I mean, these are such good questions to ponder about because it's really important for who we are as a people. These are really the questions of where we come from and what did our ancestors really do and who did they, there's just so much we can't, we don't know. It's so interesting to think about. It's a shame that we don't know more. It's a real shame because I feel like a lot of people would feel more fulfilled in life if they knew there was a purpose to what they do in the modern times. Like, it's a shame. And maybe that's why it is the way it is, right? It's to keep people,
in the dark,
feeling hopeless and feeling just aimless and like nothing you do in the world matters.
You're easier to control if you vibrate at a lower frequency. So for sure.
How many people wonder what their purpose is today, right? When we were younger, that was very, real thought. Well, what's my purpose, right? And this is why churches were so much effective, in the 60s, 70s, and even up to the 80s a little bit before everything went crazy. So people would ask, well, what's my purpose? And I don't hear anybody questioning that in any aspect anymore. Well, what's my purpose?
I mean, if we don't have purpose, then we may as well just be self-destructive, right? I mean, that's really what it leads to. It's there's no point to anything, so we may as well just destroy ourselves. It's kind of it's an interesting thing. It's an interesting thing to think about. I mean, it's good to stay grounded.
Well, I say we've done a great job at doing just that. Destroying ourselves. We have fed right into what it is they want us to do to ourselves. Convenience, right? It has allowed us to do this. It's nice.
All right. These are good things to reflect on. I mean, not to make this like a self-improvement or like a, one of those like little preachy kind of things, but like, if you don't have a purpose, then why not just be self-destructive? But if you do have a purpose, then, hold on to it and look at history and look towards the future, and, you matter. You matter in the world. What happened before matters, and history matters, and the future matters.
Of course it does. But they want you under the auspices if it doesn't matter, right? So has technology benefited humankind?
No.
Or has it stagnated us? Has it, moved us backwards?
It has
there's arguments to both.
I mean, unfortunately, I know they call it social networking, but it has caused a great divide. It has not brought us together, right? Not at all. Not made a connection that's actually like a real connection with people. Say that's what happens with social media.
Social media is also responsible for some of the great psychoses that these kids are going through, right? You have lots of 12 or 15-year-olds talking about they're depressed and being medicated for their depression due to the psychosis they're created through their virtual reality, social networking, ranking systems, things like that.
Yeah, it's one reason why my daughter will never see social media. When she's old enough to make that choice, great. But until then, she'll never be on social media. TikTok is useless. It has no benefit to child rearing. It has no benefit there. I will not let the computer dictate what my daughter will learn socially.
Wish I had more parents that thought like that.
Now it's unfortunate that, but with parenting, what I've seen parenting is in my past 12 years as an educator is that they look at the system and these electronic devices as ways to kind of get rid of their children, right? Just like send them to school, right? And then they get home and it's like, okay, well, go be on your phone or whatever you're going to do, and I'm gonna do me over here. And so that's not parenting at all. That's not raising children. But a lot of parents aren't parents. You know what I mean? They just aren't. I've had some crazy conversations with some parents, and at the end of the conversation, I'm just like, "What? You know what I mean? Is this your child? You know what I mean? Like, do you care?" No. It's quite
At the same point, they're just like roommates for them. Like, it's just not even
right. Exactly. And
it's so sad, really.
Yeah, it's
because of the broken structures of society, right? Most of you guys grew up thinking that the nuclear family was the strong family, right? And I get that, right? They pitched that, mother and father, a dog, a couple of kids, boy and a girl preferably. That's a nuclear family. That's the strongest sort of family. But that's garbage. When I grew up, they preached the extended family, right? You'd always have a grandparent, an elder, somebody that's passing information along, smacking people on the back of the head, correcting people's behaviors, things like that, right? Every show on television that I grew up with had a grandparent in it, until like, the mid 70s, So, I don't know,
But unfortunately, like this is all by design. To break up that structure, right, disconnects us as a society. Once you do, and there were books written back in the '60s that said exactly what has come to pass over these last few decades has come to pass. And it's like I'm just amazed with reading that book. I wanted to share some things in this chat, but I can't because I'm not allowed to post. So there are a few connections I wanted to, a few posts that I wanted to make related to these conversations that we're having.
What's the book called? I can try to look it up and post it, maybe.
It's there's a chat room supposedly connected to this live stream right here, but you can't post anything in it. There's some people that have posted in there.
Yeah, I
You have to
can.
spell
I
out.
just can't give permission. So I was saying, if you wanted to tell me what it is.
I got you.
I don't know.
I didn't know if I had to like interact with something.
If someone that was here could do that, I don't
Nah,
think
but
there is.
everything that we see in our society in the U.S. is not by a mistake, and I would say a lot of it is not even that has come through like a thought of what the people actually want. There are people with all the money, right, that control the social realm, but we don't really realize that. We believe that there are our ideas, you know.
Yeah.
But that's not actually the case. They have set out to destroy the home. Right? Why would they do that? Because it's easier to indoctrinate children after mother and father have gone to work, and that's what they did. That's the first thing that they did.
And then they
One
put
of the first things
grandparents
they
in
did.
home.
Second thing they did, the first thing they did was kick grandma out. Let's throw her in the nursing home.
Oh,
And
yes.
they put them in old folks' homes.
And
Keep
people
them there.
willingly do this. Willingly. I don't understand it. You know what I mean?
That's the first thing they do. Let's take the person who has actual information from the time periods that the kids are being taught history about, right? Your grandparents were there. They have firsthand experience. They know the zeitgeist of the culture at that time, other than what's in the book and what they're telling you that actually happened, right? When our kids go to school, they'll learn that all the things that we lived through, they'll be told one way, and we'll remember the story a different way, right?
Right.
And if
And
we're
then we
out
gotta
of the
argue
house,
with
we
our
won't.
kids.
Exactly.
That's exactly how they keep strengthening the grip on everything. It's like they'll just keep riding that gray line, It's like if they just instantly came out tomorrow and said we're microchipping everyone, everyone would be like, hell no, we're not, and
No,
we'd fight
they
against it.
no. That's just the crazy part. That's not
Well, hold
true.
on. I'm just saying if it went from so black to white just straight away in a day out of nowhere, they can't do that. But what they can keep
I
doing is for
don't. Oh,
generations.
no, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, for
But
generations they keep
but
shifting very slightly to where we don't notice.
I don't know. If they
or they'll
came
make
out
it
and
so
said,
extreme to where it's like you're being forced to do it.
right. If
Yeah.
they come out tomorrow and said that, okay, we're removing the physical monetary system, we're removing it now, and everything is going to be electronic, right? And they'll
Right.
say for your security, for the best measures, you need to get this chip placed in you, for biometric security, so that no one will ever. They'll create it like you'll never have your password stolen. You'll never have to remember another password.
But
Yada yada yada.
unfortunately, they've already started doing that. You know what I mean? It's
Of
just that
course,
they
the
haven't.
rollout has happened. The
Right.
rollout has already happened.
It's already happened, and it began with Mastercard, and there were two other companies that have eluded me at the moment that are in cahoots. I'd say, right, but they are actively doing this, and some of these other countries that are not as affluent, but they've already done it.
So then you're saying that everybody would go ahead and comply.
Yeah, I mean, like,
it would be rolled out in a way where it would be beneficial to you to do it. It would behoove you and your safety and security to do it.
yes, there's a girl that has recorded herself, and she paid with her hand, and she thought that was the coolest thing in the world. And I'm just like, have you lost your mind? But people aren't thinking. Like I'm just kind of mortified by what is happening to our society since 2019. It just doesn't seem that people are willing to think about anything, and they're willing to go along with whatever the government has told them. And that's just quite unfortunate. Because we have brains, we should use it for what it's supposed to be for. But the government tells us whatever they tell us, and people are like, "Yeah, that makes perfect sense." Although what it said made no sense at all. You know what I mean? Like, it was like I was watching this conference, and the head medical examiner of Illinois, I believe it was, came out and said, "Hey, if you get hit by a Mack truck, you die from COVID. If you tested positive for COVID, what? What you talking about? You die being hit by a Mack truck."
Watch the buzzwords. Watch the buzzwords. Watch the buzzwords. There's still terms of service, and it's a live stream, and there's certain things that we should avoid as topics or speaking of them in their names. Coding, say it in a different way.
My fault. I did not know this was like live. My fault. I got you.
It's all good.
I didn't know if I didn't know if
just
that
watch
just
the buzzwords.
what it was
That's
called.
all.
Those are good things to think about, but
it's just, and it's crazy that we have to say that. It's like a free speech, supposedly.
No. After the whole situation, we'll call it. I just found it necessary for me to gather as much information as I could that was given to us, right, and post it. And I never spoke, like, on my channel. Like, I had a TikTok channel. I never spoke a word, never showed my face, nothing. The only thing that I did was I showed our leaders talking about the subject matter. That's it, right?
Yep.
Like based off of just what they would say about the subject. That's all.
Yeah, like,
you know what I mean? Like, what they would report, what the nurses, what the doctors would say about it. And guess what happened to my channel?
And
they took it down. I had 10 channels. My first channel had somewhere around 30,000 followers within like 2 weeks, and then that was taken down, banned, and then that same thing happened to my next 9 channels, all taken down and banned. And I never said a word. It was only our leaders talking. You know what I mean? The nurses, the doctors talking.
If you're not careful, right? If we're not careful, you're going to find yourself living in a society of martial law and not even realizing it, right?
Yeah, but I think that's already happening too.
You still can't put on your shoes. It's been 22 years, and you still can't put leave your shoes on when you go places. Take your shoes off, man.
Wait, what?
I said it's been 22 years, and you still got to take your shoes off.
Talking about airport security.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
So they take these things away and they don't give them back, and everybody accepts it as what it is.
Right. And the whole, I mean, like, and you think about it, like, when did that whole situation start with what you got to remove your shoes, right? You know what I mean? And then you look at, like, the origin of it. It's like, wait a minute, this wasn't even real. You know what I mean? Like, but hey, now they have us all doing this, all of us.
And then a couple of years later, just to reinforce it, they came out with the shoe bomber story. I don't know if anybody outside of New York City remember.
Yep. No, I know
National News. I remember that.
Oh my goodness.
So,
but
the problem is that there are they say these things so much, right? That the people that are not willing to go and say, you know what, that seems kind of fishy. Let me go look into that more so than what I've been told. We don't really have that. what we're most likely to encounter are people who will just regurgitate what they've been told. That's it, without even thinking about it. Like, I know this is true because CNN said it. You know what I mean? Or MSNBC, Fox News. It doesn't really matter what channel you watch. You know what I mean? Like, they all beholden to the same, people. Quite unfortunate.
They're all pitching the same thing: divide and conquer. Hate the other side. And I'm not really with hating the other side. We have more in common than we do that we disagree about. So, but everybody pitches the same theme, right? Because that's how you keep people separate. That's how you control them. They're fighting themselves. Whether you pitching, a race war when we're all the same race, right? We can all procreate with one another. That makes us all the same race. Right, so they pitched that for a long time. Now they're pitching man versus woman sort of thing. Wait, I kind of need them to procreate, and they kind of need us as well, for safety and protection and security and a bunch of other things. So why are we hating each other so much right now in all of these different forums? It's crazy.
Been told to, you know what I mean? It's quite unfortunate, but that they're pushing that narrative, right? And they'll push that narrative over and over and over again, and it's what they do every time. Right, and then people began to regurgitate it, and it's like, wait a minute, people. As you said, we are one race of people. When I go travel, you know what I mean. Like when I'm traveling, right now, I'm not even in the U.S. anymore. You know what I mean. I haven't been. I'm not going to be there for probably a long time. But when people approach me, they'll be like, "You're from you're an American," and I'm like, yes, I'm an American, right? But my skin is darker tone. But when I am in America, they'll ask me. Some people will ask, "Oh, where are you from? What you talk about? What do you mean? I'm a Floridian. What you talking about? But when I travel, you know what I mean. They just see me as one thing. That's it.
That's it.
It's quite remarkable. It really is, and it's not just me being in the Philippines or China or what have you. I have the same type of conversations with people, and they're just like, "You're an American." You know what I mean? Like, yes, I am. But when I'm in America, they don't see me that way.
That's a really profound thought. It really is. That's really profound thinking about it that way. It's when you're within this country, everyone's so divided. When you go to a European country or an Asian country, you're just an American. That's all you are.
Right. But here's the thing. They don't say you're a Mexican American. No. They don't say you're African American. No. Right. They don't say you're all of these ... American. No. They just say, "Whoa, you're an American," and some of them think it's so cool. But they don't put the other parts on. The other parts there. Right. They just see you as the one thing because that's the one thing that we all are.
That's all it is. There's no other parts.
But it is a way to divide us. It divides our thinking. It allows us to become very divided easily. You know what I mean? And then it will become the infighting, right? Which happens all the time. Where people got to walk on eggshells to have a conversation about race. Like, why are we even talking about race in the first place?
When you're an American and you're in a foreign country and you see another American, you always gravitate towards them.
It's true. Yes. I'm like, oh, they're an American. I know they're American. But however, it depends on how they see themselves. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I'm serious. It's like, yeah, I'm an American, but I'm this type of American. And it's like, oh, okay, so we're not together.
Like they would
bring this thoughts with them. We're all red-blooded Americans. Oh my goodness.
It's a poison, man. It has really stricken our society. It's quite unfortunate.
It's a good thing to reflect on. It's a good thing to reflect on for sure.
Yeah, but if you have these sort of conversations with people that are not like open-minded thinkers, they'll just be like, "Oh, conspiracy theory is this," or whatever that would discount whatever you're saying is what will carry the conversation on forward, which will be just very divisive and negative. So It's harder to
Say
have these
open-minded. Do
conversations
they
with people.
truly mean open-minded? Do they
No,
really are
no,
they
no.
really considering the other information that's being provided, or are they just shutting it out, saying, "Nope, I'm looking for a reason to discount your information"?
Oh yes,
Right?
no, I've talked to
Truly
people
being
this way. I'm
open-minded,
just
you
like,
have to really listen to the other side and try to be empathetic to their perspective.
for
But I
sure,
find that a
for
lot of people
sure,
aren't open-minded as they'd like to be.
they aren't. They aren't. You know, because people want to surround themselves with what they already believe, right? And so that's not being open minded. But you know, some people will see themselves that way. But I think what propels us forward is if we all are willing to consider a different perspective, you know, that will move us forward. But unfortunately, it's like we're stagnant in a way because we only not we, but the majority of the people surround themselves with echo chambers.
We're hearing that Pavlovian dog bell. Ding ding, time to fight. Let's go. This is not absolute. This is not to a person, but this is just in generalized terms that most people behave based on the social standards that's been given to them. And
Oh,
when
for
you're born
sure.
into a world, you accept the world you're born in.
Yes.
I would agree with you. I would agree.
It all matters how your reality has been shaped. You know, what you believe ultimately will affect how you behave within a certain society, and because of your beliefs, because of your upbringing, and this is why, you know, education is so important. They got to destroy that immediately. Like seriously,
This
no.
is why the globe idea is so important to them. It's nihilistic, materialistic. You know, AI is just the next step in evolution. Aliens could come out of nowhere. Yeah, exactly.
As I was saying before, it's a combination, right? It's the education, and then on top of it, it's the level of technology that parents are exposing their children to without the proper parental controls, right? So the technology is not necessarily a good or bad thing. It's how it's being used and the way that is being propagated to be used, right? So they're telling you to use it just for entertainment purposes.
No.
It's not going
I know
outside
exactly
and
what you mean. I know
not
exactly
having
what you
any creative thoughts any longer, right? They're killing the creativity in person, right?
Oh man,
You're
think
not
about
thinking
that.
about anything. When we went outside, we played with sticks and rocks and made them men and this and that and used ropes and this and that and did all sorts of stuff. Now there's like no creative thinking in today's generation, or it's very limited. And it's important to have that, man. That's what create genius sometimes is creativity. And if kids aren't using their imaginations and they're not using it the way that we did in our generation, because their imagination is created for them. They're given their dreams. They're given their ideas. We created our dreams and created our ideas, and there's a difference.
I need a
There's a difference
soundboard
in
over
how
here.
you start to think, and in your behavior patterns, and you don't think for yourself. You look for everything to be done for you. You become entitled, and so many things happen. And they're not positive to the human. They might be great advances in technology, or so they claim, but they are certainly not, moving us
No.
in a better place as humans.
No, they are not. I mean, and I've seen some most egregious things that we introduce to children at a very young age. That like while we were growing up, most likely, our parents would have probably been like, "Ain't no way you're gonna talk to my child about sexual type things. Ain't no way you ain't gonna do that." Right? But now they'll have a conversation about what do you mean we can't talk to your child about yeah, copulation, sexual copulation? Like what? No way you're talking to my child about the birds and bees. They don't need to know that, right? But now they're putting it in the cartoons, right? They're even putting it in the cartoons. It's crazy, right? And so, I was just kind of mortified that they approved these textbooks for kindergarten children, for first graders that are talking about genitalia, that are talking about sexual intercourse, and it was like, are you serious, right? Like, in what world does a child need to know about this sort of topic? What world?
We used to think it belonged in our world, which is why we have movie ratings, right? G, PG, and all of these other things, right? That's like should be like the first piece. That hey, there was a time we didn't want children to be exposed to certain things, which is why we put ratings on things that they could see and that we thought were good or weren't good for them, right? Now you're saying because of biology, it's okay to teach sexual deviations. I disagree with this idea. I think biology is one thing. And when I was a kid, they didn't even want sex ed in school when you were 15. You know, when you was in high school, they was protesting against that, right? Because you were supposed to learn from the birds and the bees about your parents, right? But let's be clear on things. Hold on, really quick. Biology is biology. And teaching kids how life is reproduced is not teaching them sex, it's teaching them biology. When you start to say, well, because you're teaching kids biology, that's heterosexual sex. No, it's not. It's biology. No one is teaching your kid what position to do it in, this and that, how to copulate. No. They're teaching you how life is created between humans. That's different than sex. And I think they're muddying the waters, and people have let them get away with this far too long. That's it.
No, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I just think the conversation is unnecessary for a kindergarten. That's all I'm saying.
Absolutely. Absolutely, 100%. None of this stuff
I mean,
should be
it's one
introduced.
thing
Right.
if we're going to say, oh, okay, well, for a 15-year-old that's in high school, all right, well, you know, we may educate them about, you know, about what? Oh, here, I'm sorry, my fault. But we may educate them about, I mean, like, quote unquote, how the human population is made. There we go, no quotes. Just saying it a different way. Yeah, but that's a different conversation, right? Well, we're having a conversation about someone that's able to think, you know. But when they're at such a young age, right, it's that they're easily manipulated, right? And that's more of the problem, you know. That's the issue, right? And what they put in these textbooks is not just about like how the population is grown. You know what I mean? That's not what they're talking about. They're talking about sex change and things of that nature, which is, you know, and how you can choose your own gender and blah 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 blah. It's like, what in the world? Are you serious? I mean, great. I mean, like, whatever a person's going to be, great, wonderful, whatever. But I'm just saying, like, the forum to have that conversation is not in kindergarten, first grade, second grade,
Appropriate
third grade.
information, right? They should be getting age appropriate information. And that's not age appropriate. I would agree.
Yeah, I mean, like, we want some random stranger talking to our child about these sort of things, but it's okay now in public schools. It's totally fine. I mean, especially in Florida. I don't know what they're doing in some of these other states, but in Florida, that's what they're doing. Yeah. Great stuff. I got to join these lives more often. Like, yeah, I appreciate the conversation, one way or the other. You know, we're not always going to agree, that is for sure. But we should be willing to, you know, come to the table and have a conversation without getting upset about it.
But I think most sane people agree on the topics that's being talked about now. You know, honestly, I don't think there's too much pushback on these things. But there's an agenda, I think, that's being moved forward. You know, I mean, I could be wrong.
No, I mean,
but
like we just step back and we look at what has transpired over the last few decades, and we see if this puzzle piece fits into what their agenda is. You know what I mean? And it fits so nicely, right? Like, this is where this puzzle piece goes. Quite unfortunate. Right? It's all about design.
And you sow more dissension. Now you have parents against other parents because parents feel that their children should be able to do this, this, and that. And other parents are like, well, I don't think that my child should be exposed to this, this, and that. And so now, you know, you have more dissension.
Right. And it's like, why would we even be having an argument about this? Like, seriously, why wouldn't you want to educate your own child about
Like
this sort of topic?
seriously,
Like, what world?
seriously, when you send your children to school, don't you send them for academia, right? You don't really send them for the social stuff when they're in, the first primary school, first through sixth grade. You're sending them there for academia, for them to get mathematics down correctly,
I
for
mean,
them to
but
understand general science.
that depends on who you're talking to, though. You know what I mean? Like, because I homeschool my child, it's the first thing that people bring up, right? Well, how do you plan to, have your child integrate and work with other children? I'm like, my child is friendly. She's already doing that. She's like,
Well, not against homeschooling, but I'm just saying in general, when people send their children to school, they send them for academic studies, right?
No,
Am I
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, and not for the social realm of it, but what I am saying is
not for
that
the social
that is
taught aspects, not for culturally taught aspects. You want them to learn social skills with their other peers, but not to have social ideas projected and thrusted into them. That's what I'm talking about. Not
no,
so
no,
much their social skills. I
no,
send my kids to school to be educated by the teacher in academia only, not
yeah,
in not in
that's
your
not a
belief
thing, though.
systems.
That's not a thing. I mean, like, I understand the idea. You have sent your children to public school for a reason, okay? But that is impossible to happen, right? Because there are a lot of other factors going on, right? It's multifaceted. The way your child, with the way our children acquire information, right? And so, yes, you can send them to public school. They're going to make friends with other children. That's what's going to happen, right? And then those other children are going to introduce them to perhaps things that you don't want your child to be introduced to. That's what's going to happen. Whether or
That's
not you
fine.
want them just
That's
to
fine. No, no,
only
no,
learn
no.
from
No.
the
So in that
the
aspect, I
teacher
agree.
itself.
No, speculate. In that aspect, I agree. I agree 100% in that aspect that my child is going there to learn social skills amongst his peers. And they're going to be
Yeah.
exposed to things by their peers that parents may not agree to. I'm okay with that aspect of it. I'm not okay for the teachers to influence what's going on between those peers in a way that's going to agree or disagree with their ideas on what they're looking at or whatever, right? Too
Yeah.
many teachers are going to school now and teaching their own belief system. That's all I'm getting at, right? I do not want a bunch of adults teaching a bunch of children. They may be different than the parents' belief system. Some people may be highly religious and have to send their children to public schools because of the situation. And they get to these public schools, and everything that's being taught in the home is being ripped down by the public school that has nothing to do with academia. I don't think
That's the
that's
point
fair
of
to
public school,
parents.
though.
I don't think that's fair to parents. No, that's not the point of public school initially. Not initially. It wasn't to just indoctrinate your children initially. It was actually there to educate your children in certain skill sets. When I went to school, we still had home ec, we still had home shop. You learned how wood chop, you learned how metal shop, you had engineering. So all of those things were taught in junior high school. You learned how to use power drills, power saws, all of these things for metal, for wood. And they've taken that out of schools primarily. Languages were mandatory, music was mandatory. All of these things were mandatory along with your academia. And you must know your academia in and out, right? Before you moved on. They didn't just pass you. You
That's
must
true.
know the basics.
I'm with you.
They would leave you back. They would leave you back in the same grade for 3 years sometimes, man.
They don't do that anymore. There is a No Child Left Behind Act, and so they push children forward all the time. Kids that have gotten that good F, as some of my colleagues have called it, meaning they have done very little, have not acquired the information. They still end up in the next grade. Oh, now you're in ninth grade, and it's like, okay, but why is it that you read on a sixth grade level? Why is that? You know what I mean? Or why is it you do math on a fourth grade level? Well, because the system just passes you by now. That's what happens. You know,
That's all I'm suggesting.
Oh yeah, I mean it's a nice suggestion. I just don't think that's the way our system is anymore, and I just think people, I think parents have to be more involved in their children's education, because if we are sending our children to the education center, right? Which I will say is a different phrase, but I'll use education center, to be educated in some form in academia. I don't think that's what's happening. And if you're not a person that is really involved in your child's education, you will be kind of demoralized to find that that's not what's happening. But by the time you realize it, it'll be too late. For some parents,
I remember in 4th and 5th grade, we were still working on fractions, decimals, things like that. Now, 4th and 5th grade, these kids are bringing home quadratic equations, logic, and things like that. And it's like, wait a minute, these kids don't know the basics still. Why are they bringing home this stuff?
Yeah,
they don't know how to convert 1/4 into 0.25.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you. Yeah, I'm a math teacher, so I know exactly what you mean. So
I'm of the belief that if you don't give them a good foundation, you can't build a good structure. That's all.
you can't. You can't. I mean, it's it's a statement that can't be argued with, right? I mean, but unfortunately, I don't believe our system is designed to give them a good foundation. It's quite unfortunate. So. What do
Can
you
I
do?
say something?
Oh, for sure. What you mean? You don't got to ask to say something.
I think there's
It's not
nothing
my
new
line.
under the sun. They did this years ago with the heliocentric model. You had all these farmers who lived off the land and who saw the sun come up in the east and go down in the west, and with their feet in the mud, they knew they were standing still. They sent the kids to school. They learn about heliocentric model. They come home. They say to their parents, "We live on a globe," and the parents say, "You're crazy. Look around you." And then the kids say, "Oh, you are stupid because you didn't go to school," or not as long as that's the way it's always done, I think.
That's 100% true, Kabul. 100%.
I think you're right.
Because how can you explain otherwise that all these people who lived with the land, with the seasons, suddenly accepted this nonsense model that makes no sense? It's just because they taught it to the children, and that's what they're trying to do now with this gendered nonsense. It's always the same that comes back.
Yeah, but it's I don't know. I understand how the issues are similar, but one hurts for a lifetime, right? One is just an idea. Oh, that the Earth is flat, the Earth is round, it's a globe, whatever. Okay, whatever. Right, but for you to tell but before a child to hear, oh, you can, if you feel like this, then you can choose, what gender you are, and now you can go, have a change if you want. You know what I mean? You have the power to do that, and a lot of governments are doing this and saying, no, you, as a parent, you can't disagree with your child. Well, sorry, that's not going to happen. You know what I mean? Like, I would not give my child the power to, to do such a thing. That's insane. But our government is telling us that
Yes.
that is
But
okay.
that is why we should be able to stop that now, because if it continues softly like they're pushing it now, I don't know where we'll be in 10, 15 years.
Yep, that's exactly what I was saying earlier. They keep riding that gray line, and they keep doing it throughout years and years and years, and we don't notice it. Our kids are gonna grow up, and then we're gonna be old at some point, and then, like we were saying earlier, the old people don't communicate to young people anymore. Young people get boomer, make fun of old people. But no, the old people are actually the ones who have that information and can tell you what's going on. But you're not going to know, and they're just going to keep subtly integrating things into society that just go under our noses and we don't notice until it's too late.
Yeah, just remember, like, Like they're also going to influence this by producing this chip called Neuralink, and they'll just insert it in your mind, in your brain, and people will sign up to do it. Just like the chip, the biometric chip that will allow you to pay for something that's already happening, right? These chips are already in the works. Thank you, Elon Musk. Wonderful. You know what I mean? But Elon Musk is not the only entrepreneur, we will say, that is doing this. But people will sign up readily because Elon Musk made it. And that will influence our ability to think for ourselves. It's quite unfortunate.
And someone was speaking about somebody recording themselves paying for things with their hand.
That was me.
I heard that. Okay. That person did it with biometrics. There was no chip in their hand. They have all of these biometric stations set up throughout New York, basically by Amazon. I've seen them in mostly, where you can pay with your palm. And that's based on biometrics, your palm prints, your heart rate, and all this other jazz. But it's crazy that people would elect to pay with their palm.
Look, with the chips, they started with the animals. I have a dog with a chip. My cat hasn't got a chip, but she should have, but I don't do it. Then they will go to the children because it's safer. You can always find your children. That's how they will convince the parents.
They tried to roll that out years ago. The parents shut that down years ago. They did try that. I think it was in the 90s.
Right, but they were testing it then and it didn't work, right? So it's like they're trying to see if they could do it pretty early, and they said no. So they're like, oh, it's too early to do that. So let's keep pushing it out slowly, over time.
Let's wear them down with other things, and then we'll do it again. We'll try it again, and they are doing it, right? Like it's not like it's not happening. They're just not doing it in the U.S. as of yet, but they're doing it in other countries. Right?
Social credit system in China is crazy. The social credit.
And a piece about Sweden where they do it in the palm. Chip.
Yep. No, it's already happening. I forgot the three companies, but MasterCard is one of the companies that is involved in producing this chip, to insert into people in order for them to pay. But,
Yeah, even mainstream people will admit it. Like, I've heard a Jordan Peterson interview where he's talking about China and their social credit system, and even he was saying, like, it's so bad over there. They have it to where street lights detect you, and if you jaywalk, even if they don't see your face, they know what you look like when you walk. If you walk a certain way, even if you had a hoodie on, they're going to take away from your social credit system. You can't play video games. You can't buy certain things. If you take a knife out of your house, they're connected to some sort of system that will detect, and then it'll send alert to the authorities if you walk outside your house with a knife, because they don't want you doing anything. And
was that
it's
Minority Report?
The suicide rate.
Somebody read my mind.
And
yeah, but
he said it makes George Orwell's 1984 look like a picnic. This is like mainstream people.
As our previous situation during 2019 was going on, this was my thought, right? It was like, wow, this is really George Orwell-esque, and it's like, wow, it's like, you just keep telling people that 2 + 2 is 5, and then the people agree, and then they'll fight amongst themselves, and it's like, what in the world is going on, people? Logic is just logic, but
no, go on.
They introduce these sort of things to us all the time, like Minority Report and iRobot and all these other type of movies, and then they come to fruition, and by the time it's time to act, you know what I mean? People were just like, "Hey, was that real when I saw it? Yes, real." You know what I mean? Like, this is really going on. But people, I mean, there's dogs as robots now. Like, seriously.
All I thought about was martial law. right? Pay us, please. Why are you out here? Where are you going? That's all I thought about during that. It's like, wait a minute, you need papers to go places.
I felt the
You know,
same,
you
man.
need papers to get into places. What is this? Pay us, please.
Yes, but I mean, like, how many people were willing to comply? You know what I mean? Like, it's just amazing how many people complied. Because once you comply, that just gives them the power to say, okay, we can do it again next time, but more forcefully because the people agree. You know what I mean? Silence is a form of agreement, and if we don't stand up when we don't agree, then we are in agreement. It's quite unfortunate, but that is true.
It's all about pushing the Overton window. I mean, they saw what they can get away with. So
No, for sure.
What happens next? it's a little scary to think about. You know, you try not to be too pessimistic about it, but
No,
I mean, they
I
succeeded.
don't know if
So
it's being pessimistic so much as just being a realist. You know,
right.
About what has transpired. You know, we can't just say it's negative or a positive way of thinking. This is
It's
what
just
has
reality.
happened. This is
That's
what
true.
is right, exactly. This is our reality, and are we going to deal with our reality and figure out a way to act to act, or are we are going to discount it as being negative thinkers?
But I mean, we all saw what happened with people that pushed back on it. You know, they got called. People lost jobs
Terrorist.
over it. People were
Terrorist. You're a terrorist.
Okay, but
you'd be called anything for it. I mean, it's absurd, really. Like,
yeah, but if you go back, right, it was like for all the people that pushed back, in New York, right, they were told that, well, you know what, that wasn't right, and they got their jobs back. I'm not in New York, so
right.
I'm not sure about that, but this is what I read and heard. So I mean,
Not everybody.
y'all that are from New York will be able to tell me.
I don't have
Yeah,
firsthand.
no, not everybody got their jobs back. A couple of unions, and those would be the civil service unions, were able to negotiate something for their employees who were dismissed during that time. But no, if you were talking private businesses, no.
Yeah, my sisters are nurses, and so they dealt with some of this here, but not in New York. But ultimately they were able to retain their employment as nurses. But it's just very it's just very interesting to think about, how we are so willing to fall in line when when we are challenged and we may feel uncomfortable with that, with making a decision.
Well, this is true. I want to remind everybody there's certain subject I'm sure y'all were warned of that we should kind of steer clear of. But if you want to talk about it, there's another channel we can hop down to, and that's okay. But just kind of don't talk. Well, not even then. Oh shit. I try and keep everybody away from a border where, yeah, because it has to do with Discord COS, not anybody here. I'm trying to protect accounts and servers. That's all I'm trying to do.
I got you.
Yeah.
I try to talk in more generalities.
Yeah, I understand, man,
where
but
it's like,
you get it. You saw
Is
what
it just
happened.
the topic itself or the terminology?
It's the topic,
It's just the topic,
basically.
because they did it to all of us, everybody. It doesn't matter about worldview. You know what happened, and so we're just trying. But it's not just the servers, but everybody's individual account too. So they could still, you get it.
Yep.
Anyway, back to the.
Wow, I didn't know
ground.
that was really
It is-
happening with Discord, right? Like
bro,
so they're banning servers, like, wow.
dude, it was like a purge. And it wasn't about, it was like a blind purge where anybody who's doing this going. So we just avoid the subject altogether in order to preserve the integrity of everybody's accounts and of the server and the streams that it goes out to. Because, the Technocracy is trying to control narratives and keep everybody down. Don't talk about that.
Job. They're doing a great job at it. You know what I mean? I just think we need to figure out a way to be able to communicate with each other.
I do encourage people to have those private conversations. Talk to people.
Yeah.
Have the conversations. Talk in private. Do it on your own terms. I don't tell people not to talk. I just say don't break TOS so you lose your shit. You got to follow. You got to play by the game in order to be able to speak within it, kind of thing.
Yeah, as much as we'd like to think that this is a town square, it's not. We're in somebody else's town based on their rules, and so we got to follow the rules, right?
Right.
So
We definitely have free speech, people, but there's a clause.
We got freedom of speech, but we don't have freedom of reach.
read the fine print.
It's just, are we as free as we believe we are? Come on, goodness gracious.
We can speculate about freedom, I reckon.
I don't know if that will be a speculation.
Well, I don't even know what freedom is. I don't even know what freedom is, because to some people, freedom is anarchy, right? And to other people, freedom is being able to follow the rules. So, it's a term that kind of fluctuates.
That's true.
Now, I actually had this idea, right? Because I in my travels, it's like, when does your freedom start and when does it end, right? And so, like in places like the Philippines, it's like there are just certain things you can't go out and say to other people, right? They will put you in jail. Like it's it's like for example, just to give an example, I couldn't go out to the neighbor and be like, hey, you're the B word, blah blah blah, and then call them a bunch of expletives and make a bunch of trouble and be like, I got freedom of speech. They'll show up and be like, okay. You know what I mean? You're causing problems. We'll put you in jail. Like that's what will happen. And it's like, okay, well, where does your freedom actually start and end? So I guess it's a healthy conversation about freedom.
Well, in America, right, they told you that you're free and that you have freedom of speech, but only if you say these certain things, right? Freedom of speech is limited. So, I'm not really sure of all of the bounds and the terms and things like this, but I do know that if we're talking about speaking on someone else's thing, that there's a whole nother level that comes into it, right? We're talking about private versus public or governmental, which is supposed to be public as well. Freedom to me is allowing you to be able to do what you will without impeding on others. Right, that would be the real freedom to me, right? So I would be able
to you. But what
to me, right? That's what I'm saying. To me,
in the U.S.
It's moving target.
Yes.
Then you could also pull out one of the general flat Earth questions we hear all the time. Why would they lie? Or how I like to phrase it, why do people lie?
An advantage.
I know.
Usually for similar reasons, people in general.
Easier to control people. Easier to control people.
Is lying something instinctive? Do children just automatically lie? Like when your kid is busted eating a piece of cake and you told him not to, and he's 3-4 years old, and he says no, he didn't eat the cake, when it's apparent there's cake crumbs all around his mouth and everything. Was that instinctive or was that something that he picked up somewhere?
I don't know.
Doing something wrong.
I think that depends on the situation, though.
It's a good
because
question.
like it's like, okay, so you have said child, right? And the child knows how the parent will respond to hey, I told you not to eat that cake, and you ate the cake, and it's like, oh no, I've seen this before. No, I didn't have a cake. But versus if it's another parent, it's like, hey, did you eat the cake? Yeah, I ate the cake. It's cool, right? Yeah, no, it's cool. I mean, it just depends. It depends.
So nurture versus nature. So you're saying it's nurture.
I would. I think that perhaps it's a little of both, actually. I mean, it would have to be, right? Like self-preservation, right? It's like, oh, what's going to happen to me if I tell you that I ate this cake and I know I shouldn't have ate it? You know what I mean? Like, no, I didn't have any cake. Although the evidence is clear, I ate it, did it. But I'm going to tell you no, because I believe it's, expedient for me to do so.
I think your first answer is right. I think it's more nurture than nature. I think, it's nurture. I think, like you said, it's based on parental response, how the kid
Right.
sees the parents behave when they do something or when someone else does something. So I could agree with that. I would think that it's more nurture than nature, because there are kids who won't lie and say, no, I ate the cake, because their parents don't operate as other parents do. I
Right.
can't say for sure. I can't say, with any certainty on this. But yeah, it sounds right.
But you lie when you know you're doing something wrong, right?
No, but that's just the point, right?
I
It's
think
like
so.
it depends on that response. Okay, I know I did something wrong. I know I ate that cake. Okay, I know I wasn't supposed to. But depending on what I know the response is going to be will be like when you're a child, whether or not you're going to say what that truth is, or whether or
Right.
not you're going to tell the truth.
So they know that we will rise up and overthrow people in power if they tell us outright what their plans are. So they have to lie because they
No,
know
I
the
mean,
truth.
but in a way, they do tell us our plans. It's just that the majority of the people are not paying attention.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, like they tell us
I don't know that they
exactly what
tell
they
us.
plan to
They
do.
hide it. They hide it. They don't tell. They don't outright tell us.
Okay. They don't come out on the news and broadcast it. You're right. So in one
Right.
way or another, they do hide it. You know what I mean? But for the people that are willing to look for information, it's not hidden. Like
Well, you
I would
first you got to
I would
believe
go
you're
into
being
this
lied to.
more, but given our previous conversation with the live stream, I cannot say any more on this topic to give more evidence. You know what I mean?
No, I totally understand what you're saying. That there's been things with where you've seen the majority of people comply to certain things, right? Is that what you're suggesting?
In one way, sure. But what I am saying is that there is information that is known. It is known, like it is right there for us to read. It's on government pages. You can read it for yourself, right? So it's not hidden. How many people are going to search out that information? So in a way, it is hidden. It's not like they came out on the on NPR, the National Public Broadcasting System, and was like, "Hey, this is the information." No, but at the same time, they do tell us what their plans are. But unfortunately, a lot of people don't even read anymore. I mean, it's quite unfortunate, but that's just the truth of the matter.
I almost think that they want a little bit of like it like wouldn't be fun for them if there wasn't people like us. It's like I don't know. I feel like they kind of want like when the Joker tells the Batman like you complete me sort of thing. It's like they need someone like trying to fight against it. I think.
Listen, I think they're trying to stop people from reading. I don't think it's something that's being taught in school any longer for children to be able to understand how language works. They don't teach phonetically. They teach sight words, see and say words. You see the word, you say the word, sort of thing, right? So,
No, it's true.
if a few years from now, the same way children can't sign their names hardly any longer, a signature,
It's a
right? They
problem.
print it, and the computer signs an electronic signature for them nowadays, right? So soon, I would
Exactly what's
imagine
happening.
that reading is going to be hard because they have all of these media devices that read to them, that tell them what's going on, that speaks to them audibly, so they don't have to be good readers. They don't have to be voracious readers. They don't have to use their imagination when they're reading any longer.
And they don't want
We'll
to,
take it for
right?
you.
What? It's quite insane. And then the people believe that it's their idea. Like, no, of course I don't want to read. I can have the robot read to me. Well, what if there was no robot? You know what I mean? Like, it's I told my daughter from a very young age that you will not use a audio reader. Period. I don't care about any toggle button. It won't happen. And so
Phonetically.
my daughter reads on she's well ahead of where her peers would be if she was in public school is what I'd say. But
Mhm.
if I only left it up to the education system, my daughter may be reading, or she may just be reading on a first grade level, a second grade level, and my daughter reads way beyond that and understands the information. And so our kids are capable of doing some amazing things, but our system destroys that from a very young age.
Right. Reading and comprehension goes hand in hand. And just because you can read does not mean that you're comprehending what you're reading.
That is
And I
true.
find we have a lot of that running around here.
Yeah, so that was why, like, I'm a math teacher, right? It's what I do. However, like, as far as like educating my daughter, right, that was not my main objective. I wanted to make sure she not only could read, but that she could comprehend the information, because that is the big divide in our education system. Children that just don't comprehend what they read, or if they can read at all. It's quite unfortunate, but that's just the truth of the matter. So that was one of my main focuses, a homeschooler or whatever.
I think I have an advantage living in Belgium and speaking Dutch. We see on television all these American and English shows, and they are all subtitled. They are not spoken in by other actors in Dutch. So we have to read from a young age, or we can follow any program. But you don't have that in English-speaking countries, because everything is in English. And I don't know if you look at the French movie, if you see does an English actor talks instead of the French actor, or do you get subtitles? Or don't you get any French movies in America?
There's usually two versions. There'll be like subtitled and the original,
Yeah, no,
well, usually
it depends. It's like when I watch Japanese movies, it's subtitled, right? I think that's a benefit to teaching children how to read, having whatever they're watching, be subtitled. Get them reading from a very, very, very young age. Get them thinking. That's the whole point. Get them thinking.
This is how my Spanish teacher in high school taught us. she would put on like what is that one fish Disney movie, like Finding Nemo? She would put on like Finding Nemo every other week and like just put it on Spanish with English subtitles, which was it was an interesting way to learn, but
it's
a good way to learn. I mean,
did you acquire the information? Like,
not at all. Not at all. No one learned anything from it because everyone just goofed off, and high school was just a joke for everyone. So it was kind of
unfortunately.
No, the subtitles are great, right? I believe that subtitles are great. I hear a lot of immigrants hearing that's how they learned English.
It is a good way to learn.
So, I do believe in that. But, being an American, we're taught to do everything the easy way. So even though there's subtitles, there's often the voiceover, and most people will go to that. This way, they don't have to be focused on the television. They can get up and they can multitask like Americans are taught to do. Right, so they don't sit down and enjoy the movie. They go do other things while the movie's playing, whether it's ironing their clothes or going through their emails or whatever they're doing. So they're not focused. They're listening.
Right.
That's a good commentary about. Yeah, go on. Sorry. I was just gonna say that's a good commentary on like how we absorb media. I mean, we or even education. We just it's almost secondary to something else that we're always doing. We're so focused on multitasking. We don't sit down and just watch a movie anymore. We don't sit down and listen to a record or listen to an album all the way through. It'll just be something else we're doing while we're doing that other thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but this was brought to us by platforms like I forgot what the first platform that did it, but TikTok was one that really capitalized on it, right? These small little snippets where you don't really have to focus in on what's actually happening, right? You just gravitate towards the 10 seconds, 15 seconds, or whatever it is.
Right. I think that was Vine, right?
Vine, you're right. That's what I'm looking for. Vine started it, but TikTok really blew it up, and so this has caused people not to have great attention spans anymore. It's like, wow, 10 to 10 to 15 seconds, and we're moving on. But it's like, hey, the speaker was not really saying what you just saw. That's not what they were saying at all. You have to look at the whole 2 hour, tutorial. You know what I mean? But you take a little snippet out, and you paint it in a certain light, and that's what happens on these social media platforms, right?
And you see that behavior translated all across, now. It's hard to have a conversation because you can't hold anybody's attention for more than 5 seconds. No one is listening to each other if it's more than 10 seconds any longer. I do not know how anybody in college can sit through one of these lectures any longer when, they don't have the attention span. They start blanking out, going through their phones, and they're not getting the full, meaning of whatever's being lectured upon. Right. So yeah, we see that all throughout, our societies these days.
For sure. Who are we talking to?
And as far as multitasking, I find that to be one of the most destructive ways for people to operate. Right. I'm one of these people that give 100% attention to things. I believe in details and things like that. And I believe if you're focused on multiple things and you're not giving 100% attention to anything, which means you're half-assing, in my opinion. But multitasking is a bad word to me.
It should be. It
some people can be good at it. I don't want to. I'm bad at it. I can't multitask at all. But
I personally have to.
It's better to focus on the task at hand until said task is completed. To your very best ability, right? And if you are multitasking, then you're not focused on one of those tasks, right? You're focused on putting your attention in a lot of different places and hoping to complete it. But are you completing it to your best ability? Is what I believe is what the previous speaker was getting at.
Right.
Yeah. Yes. Absolutely.
But as far as like the audio books or podcast interviews, I work in construction and I can just kind of zone out and listen, the whole time and pretty much be able to memorize everything. So I don't know. Sometimes it's good. Sometimes you can't do that, but they make it like that, right? Like it's hard to do anything nowadays without just spending all of your time on medial tasks. But yeah.
Yeah, they've kind of shaped the society where they make it so that you believe that multitasking is the best way to accomplish your goals. I just disagree with that proposition. I believe that if you're doing something, you should do it right. Right? You should make sure that it's done right. It's okay to double check your work. Nowadays, no one is double checking work. Everyone is just doing it and finishing it. Right, and it's not sure if it's finished correctly or not because I finished it and I'm on to the next thing that I'm almost finished over here while I'm starting this new thing over here. And I just don't believe that's the best way to work. But for some, it may work for them. Right, I believe that they shape the society where you don't have a good attention span any longer, and children are desensitized to violence, sex, and a bunch of other things that they should be still, curious about. But as opposed to being curious, they're knowledgeable about these things and desensitized to it, and it doesn't create a very good society, in my opinion.
No, it starts to change the norms of the society. Is what happens through this desensitization. Is exactly what happens. It's not really an opinion. It's just the result of what's going on, right? You desensitize a group of people to a certain topic, then ultimately, the norms is going to change within that society. Welcome to our.
That's why I preach the extended family. I believe you have to have an extended family. Information from the previous generations is important, right? Because you're going to be told a whole bunch of things that might not be 100% accurate, and somebody will be able to, wipe the muck off the mirror so that you can see clear now. When you start moving all these people to old folks' homes and discounting them as loonies and crazies because they don't necessarily align with your beliefs of today, I think you're discarding good information.
That's a profound perspective right there. Of not only it's the way they destroyed the home, right? They just didn't destroy the mother and father and send them to work. They got rid of their grandparents too. And it's like, wow, you know what I mean? Like, that's just profound right there. It's like, wow, you got rid of everything.
Now grandma and grandpa shouldn't watch the kids, right? Now you have to pay a lot for your kids to go to a daycare center, right? Because both parents got to leave the home, and we got to leave somebody else to raise our children that we've never met before, you know,
Right.
and they're
And you
around
got
a
to
whole bunch of
pay. You
out
got
the
to pay
nose.
for your grandparent to stay in a quote unquote old folks home. Like, they can't stay in your home. What in the world? Don't make any sense. Oh man. I don't know. It kind of kills me a little bit inside. It's just like this wonderful game of chess that is being played, but we don't realize how the pieces have been moved. You know what I mean? Until it's like, wait a minute, you're about to capture my king? What in the world? About to capture the king? But it's
They
too
don't
late.
even know you're in check, huh?
Right? Exactly. What in the world? It's like it's too late to mount a counter defense. You ain't been paying attention. That's my chess analogy there.
I'm one of these people who speak as children as the greatest resource, you know, and I think that we need to start building strong families. You know, if you
Sure.
want this world to change, you know, it's not going to change by you probably at this point. You need to have some children that's going to change it. You can impart the wisdom and the knowledge so that they can
Exactly.
navigate this place better.
That's why I've decided to, one, move, just kind of take a break. Two, you know what I mean? Make sure I am the one that is providing the resources for them to learn and providing them with information. So I'm just glad. Actually, I'm just glad for 2019. You know what I mean? I'm glad for it because I was able to make a lot of positive changes.
And your kids, right? They're gonna grow up with your, not all your ideas, but you're gonna be
Oh, yeah,
able
of
to
course
teach
not.
them things, and
Yeah,
so they
it's
start off from that baseline of truth, right?
right.
And so then going forward throughout their life, they are gonna know 10 times more than we did because they got everything that we got all of our life up till we had then, so that's another thing.
Yeah, it's like for my children. It's like I want them to think for themselves. You know what I mean? I don't want them to be my echo chamber, so to speak. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I want to give them the foundation, but I also want them to think critically about the information, right? Not just be like, yeah, you write that because you dad. No. I want you to read this stuff, right? Think about it. And what do you think about it? Not just what I thought about it when I read it.
I
So.
think some of the younger folk, unfortunately, are playing into the hand of people that want to play certain things out, right?
Mm-hmm.
I understand that supposedly there's a depopulation sort of thing that wants to be instituted, right? This is what I hear and what's being speculated in other circles, right? And if that's the case, then this generation and the previous generation would be playing right into it by not creating strong families, by making other choices that they think are normal, and being so self-absorbed as to think, well, I can't protect my children in a world like this because I can't take care of myself. But that's not really the case. Every generation, it was like that. Whether you had Vietnam, World War One, the American Revolution, whatever, and people still had children and families. And I think that, a bad message is being created that we don't need strong families to create strong communities, and that it's okay to be an individual in this world, and that's how the best way to get by. I don't believe that. I think that, the support I think that children are a great motivating factor for fathers to go out there and do more. You want to leave more once you have children. It inspires you to be a better person, you know. And by not doing these things, I think that children are doing a detriment to themselves. And by parents not promoting these things, I think the parents are doing a disservice to their children.
Nicely stated. Yes, all of that and above for sure. It's multifaceted the way in which they have like destroyed the family. Like it's just amazing all of the moving parts that have influenced it. You know, I just sit back and I just think about that now, especially. I don't know. This makes me think. Wow, that's pretty diabolical. Is all I can say. You know what I mean? Like why? But it's easier to control the people. It's easier to control the people if we're not together. And and the only way to make that happen is if you destroy the home. You know, if you destroy the extended family, you're destroying a lot of different communities, right? Like some extended families are many people. You know,
You got guys taking pills and girls on OnlyFans, right?
I don't
So what's
understand this
going on?
idea. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't understand. I don't get it. You know, but I don't get it.
Black pills, red pills, blue pills.
What pill you're taking? Which reality you want? No, I mean, like, it speaks to us. Hey, whatever reality you want, you can have it. Whatever reality it is. How about we just deal with what's actually happening, and we just be okay with who we are as people? But no, we're told, well, no, not quite, buddy, not quite. The reality that you want to experience, you can experience irrespective of what's actually going on around you. Okay, nice. Take this red pill.
The further we get away from the natural, source of creation, the worse off we are, I believe.
Oh no, it's without a doubt, and
yeah,
it's without a doubt.
I was introduced to a black pillar the other day, and I
Yesterday?
really didn't understand.
Wait a
Yeah,
minute. Did you
I
say a
didn't
black pill?
understand it all. Yeah, a black pillar. I met somebody who was supposed to be a
I got
black
you.
pill
I got you.
person,
I thought you said black pill.
and
You said black pillar. I got you.
yeah, they had all of these physical attributes that they were supposed to measure up to. Otherwise than that, they were some sort of loser, and you would never meet any woman. And I just could not wrap my head around this, that, your physical attributes make the man, right? Because the way I understand it, women are the ones who are born with intrinsic value. Men have to
Yeah,
create their value.
that's true. 100%. I mean, that can't even be argued with. Like I don't know why anybody would argue with it because it's just true.
So
But
I
it's
hear
like
all this talk about Chads and whomever else is out there. Well, Chads don't end up really in a good position in life later in life. They might have fun in high school and college, but they're not very interesting people outside of what they can perform. And women look for more than that when they're looking for longevity. A good time is one thing. Everybody wants a good time when they're young. But when we're talking about longevity, that's not what they're looking for. They're looking for somebody who can provide, who's secure, who's safe, who's, respectful and protective. They're not just looking to get their backs blown out all the time, right? And I think, all of these pill people are telling people, well, if you can't do this and if you don't measure up to this guy, it's like comparing yourself with porno stars. It's not a good look. Don't do that.
Yeah, and if she is getting her back blown out all the
No,
time, just go to a different girl. Like it's not a
Right.
hard thing to grasp.
she's destroying her intrinsic value, though. You know what I mean? Like she's
Yeah.
destroying that
Yes.
value. That
Right.
It's quite unfortunate. That's what's happening. They don't realize it because they've been programmed to think that they've been empowered to do this. It's like, okay, I got the most power. All right, well, when you're 40 or 50 or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, let's see where your life has gone. That there
Self
have been people.
gratification is my highest value, right? That's
Oh
where we
yes,
live
right.
right now.
Immediate gratification. Immediate
Yeah, it's
gratification is where
no
we live
longer
today.
delayed gratification. We can't wait for the plant to grow. I need the plant to happen now.
No, bring me the tree right now. Let me call the. There's somebody that already grew this plant, right? You could put it in my yard. I don't need to wait. I don't want to water it. That is the society we live in today. You know what I mean?
Oh
It really
man.
is when you think about it. I don't want to work for it. I want it to be given to me. You know, I'm
It's my
entitled to it.
money and I want it now.
Right. She want to work for
And I want it now. Okay, GU, what's worth?
M
Yeah,
squared,
right.
what's good?
What?
Yeah, I saw somebody pop in, but they got their mic muted. A legend. I was just saying, what's up to M squared, Mayhem.
Yeah. Oh, I like it. Nice. Yeah. Very interesting. The topic of it. Yeah, so there is a forum on Reddit y'all might be interested in as it relates to our previous conversation when I first entered the chat. It's called Tartaria.
I've heard of it.
Yeah, it may be it's you may be interested to read some of that, which would
Like our real history.
right.
To be honest, too far down the rabbit hole.
Right, well, of course, and that whole that whole that whole like such a negative connotation. We've gone down the rabbit hole. When other people say it, and it's like, but wait a minute. You know what I mean? Is there something not true?
Yeah,
But with
it's very
Tartaria
hard.
ideas, I'm not arguing the fact that a lot of the cities aren't built on cities, right? That would never be an argument. It's some of the speculation that comes from it.
Please. I got you.
I haven't looked into a bunch of it. I just heard a few things. History is just a hard thing to even figure out what's real or not. It's like some people write this, some people write the exact opposite. We're told one thing, we don't know. It's just like flat Earth or globe Earth. You don't know, so it's hard to come
Right.
to a solid conclusion.
I'm sure Japan and America has two different versions of what happened in World War II. So yeah, I would say that to be true. History is written from the perspective of the person in it, and usually from the perspective of the winner.
Yes, no. Always from the perspective of the winner. They destroyed the people that actually give you
You're cutting out.
history. That lived through it.
Hey, the DD Speculator cutting out, man. And I was listening to the conversation. Somebody said flat Earth or globe Earth. We don't know. That statement would be incorrect. We do know.
No. I'm saying the globe we don't know.
Oh, yeah. I heard you say. Someone said. I don't know. It was you. Probably you. Flat Earth or globe Earth. We don't know. That's what I heard. So.
That might have been what I said, but what I meant was some. Yeah, you're right.
Right. So that's the only thing we want to clarify in this forum.
Yeah, I get we're in the live stream. Yeah, I just misspoke. But yeah, I just meant.
Yeah, this live stream is very meticulous when it comes to what you say in here. So.
Gotcha.
It should
I'm a hound for that. So just be aware.
No, you're good. Just to clarify, the Earth is flat.
Right. for sure, without a doubt.
Yeah, this forum has been curated over the years to be very meticulous when it comes to what people say in here. That's why Max already knows, like when it comes to that, he's pretty hip to the game. So just be advised of whatever words you use, they have implications. So
Yeah, they can clip out of context things and just for sure.
yeah, so far as we can say, Speculation Sunday has been wrought with many different people that come in here, and that's good. It's kind of healthy to have those speculations, but we're grounded. Oh, someone's baby's coming in here.
Okay. Also,
yeah, just all right. Yeah, just remember that when you're in this forum, yeah, speculations are good to have, but at the same time, we're grounded with the truth. The truth is things that we can know, and then there's there's a category of things that we cannot know, and we specify the things that we cannot know, which is the Glober's big heartburn or trouble that they can't reconcile the fact that they don't know certain things.
Yeah.
So we have to differentiate the things that we know and the things that we don't know, for sure. Right. So we always do that in here. Speculation Sunday gives us the freedom to kind of like talk about things that we can think about, but not so far as to say that we can make it known that we know these things. So it gives us a little bit more liberal freedom to kind of do those things. For anybody
sure.
listening,
Yep, and that's what I was saying. Like with history, it's just hard to know. It's pretty much all speculation because we're going off of other people's words. You can never truly know, right?
Agreed.
That's all. That's what I was getting at.
There's a lot of things that are left as remnants, such as monoliths and ancient structures that we can look at, writings and so forth, and they can give us an indication to bolster the speculation to be a bit more solid. But as far as what we can say, what were the ancients thinking of? We'd have to rely on writings and teachings and hand-me-down sayings and such, like from groups such as like the Native Americans and such. They have a very I don't know what you want to call it, very specific stories. The specific stories would have to be handed down from generation to generation by people who would be able to recite them in specific order as they were told. So they weren't just like things that people were saying, and it's like that telephone game. And once you hear something, you say something to someone else, and it sounds different from what you heard. No, this was different. This is actually they'd have to recite the actual story the same the way it was told to them. So that's why like some of the sayings from from what I know, the Native American culture were kept really close to the truth. So you can garner a lot of stuff from that if you want to, but other things like where there was like one author or something like this, I don't know. That to me is a little, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But when there's hundreds of witnesses and there's people that are very meticulous about like keeping to the story exactly how it's been said, recited, and retold, that's a bit different. That kind of gives you a little bit more like, how do you think they could mess up if like before the story was actually told, the person had to recite it exactly the way it was told. So that's different.
If you can, if you could verify that those writings and carvings or what were ancient and old, and then that makes sense. But we can't just go off of what is just okay. This is true. We know this. Like appeal to authority. But if you can confirm, like, these are from this time period, then sure. And you have a plethora of the same story. I'd say it's, a lot more likely that that's accurate, but at the end of the day, you don't know, right? And no one's claiming that.
Of course.
Yeah.
It always amounts to that. So that's why this day is usually set aside for that.
For
so that people can get into those conversations and kind of see what we come up with. But it's along with that, there's a disclaimer that's why that's brought up. It's because we can speculate. That's a part of like what we humans we like to hear stories and tell stories. So if it's something sounds to be true, just look it up, see what information you can dig up. But it's never meant to be something like where we're making a hard stance on.
Right.
Nothing like that. Yeah, even I myself have my own speculations, even though I'm a hound for the truth. You know, like I will say, you know, I'm truthful about it. You know, I have my own speculations. I do.
Yep.
Just the way it is.
Which, when M Squared was talking about the oral traditions by the natives, the indigenous people, I agree with the oral history. That's where you get most of the truth. That's how history was passed down, lores, healing methods, and things of that nature. This is why I preach for the extended family, right? Which they destroyed with this whole nuclear family invention that they came up with in the 60s, right? Because, like I said, everything was an extended family. You had a grandmother or a grandfather in the home, you know, correcting stories, correcting parents, you know, making sure that certain values was adhered to. They destroyed that with the nuclear family, took the grandparents out of the home, put them in nursing homes, and said that, you know, it's better for them, right? And so we need a nuclear family. So then they gave us that nuclear family. Now they destroyed the nuclear family, right? They're saying, well, you don't really need that. That's not what's going to bring happiness. And at the end of the day, just need to go out there and think about yourself. And that's where we are today in this society. And I think it's the wrong way of living. That's my personal opinion. Other people, you know, will have their opinion, but I believe that we get more facts and truth from people who were there with firsthand experience than we do from what's written in the books by the people who are giving us the history.
I couldn't agree with you more, Max. I was looking at I guess a video from Netflix that they had from if you wanted to live to be like 100-year-old, like what to do and where it's on right now. You guys can look it up. But this guy is studying like in the world where these people are getting to be like at 100 years old, and he was talking about like in those countries you don't see nursing homes, as now old people are considered to be inconveniencing
Right.
the generation, and the younger generation, or at least in my Spanish culture, we don't do that to our elderly. You know, the Spanish culture, we keep them with us. It doesn't matter how they are. You know, like the family pulls together, and the whole entire family like takes care of the old people because they see the wisdom that they have and that they put in so much in our, you know what I mean? And
Yep.
a lot of it was kept in, like even the keeping them well, you know, because some of them have like ailments and stuff as they get older. So the people would pull together and take care of the older person, and that's just how it was. They wouldn't put them in a nursing home. Now that old people are like an inconvenience to the younger generation, they just stick them in a nursing home, and then that's that. Which, of course, there's a lot of contributing factors to why people pass on: loneliness, stress. There's a bunch of things that can contribute physical ailments, you know, that you can have. But all those things are like we're losing grips with like what those older generations used to tell us, the wisdom that they would have to teach us about how to do things the correct way. And I think that that's probably why we've been stumbling and losing our way, is because we're throwing away the most important thing, which is the legacy in generations prior to us.
Yeah, man.
It just feels like right now that nobody's paying attention to. Like we always talk about it in here, like the degradation of the family, but we see it live and in action in our own families. We see like why did mom have to go to the nursing home? Whose idea was that? Did I do that? Did I put her there because I said, well, I'm too busy, I can't take care of mom? You know, like
And mayhem.
Yep.
When we have to watch them fade away and they're not the person we grew up with and their memory's gone and they don't remember us anymore. It shit hurts. It sucks. And I understand why people send them to nursing homes because it gets hard. It is hard.
Yeah, and the thing is though, love never dies, because like whatever it was that who they were prior to that, that still remains. Like that doesn't go away just because their memory goes. It goes away because
Absolutely. That's
we let it go. We let it go.
Yeah.
But if you say, you know what, I don't care what it takes, I'm gonna still take care of you, even if you can't remember my name. I'm gonna love on you. Like, can you imagine the actual? If you told somebody, I'll love on you so long as you remember my name, but if you start to lose with my name, then I gotta get rid of you. Like, what is that? Is that love? And we have to like find it deep within ourselves. I'm telling you, the world has set us up to think this way, but we can every single day that you wake up, you can reset, refocus, rethink that. Okay, today's a brand new day. Now let me be a better version of myself. Maybe yesterday wasn't as good, but I can make today better. And so just continuously progressing in that way, start to realize, like, look, man, everything has implications. So I don't know. And all of this has to lead back to like what Max was saying in this premise about how the family has been kind of like attacked, and it has been. And so the first thing to go were the elderly. Get rid of them. Get them out of your house. You don't need them anymore. They're just an inconvenience. Fine, you got rid of them. You put them in nursing homes. Next, let's change up how the family looks at itself. Now the mom can live on her own. Doesn't need a dad. Just she's a boss babe. She can do whatever she wants. Next thing you know, the dad can do whatever he like, and so you destroy the family unit from the inside out. And once you get that chaos and destruction, then it's easy to manipulate that society, because that society doesn't have any direction. There's no bearing for them, and so they're guided by whatever shyster comes up and speaks on the in a forum. Hey, this is the way to be, guys, and take this medications and do this thing and all kinds of stuff. So when we're that lost, there's no guidance. And so the guidance then becomes the overwhelming authority. And that authority starts telling you how to live your life, what to eat, how to speak, and what forums to be a part of. And of course, if you don't agree with them, cancel culture will take care of the rest.
Yep.
So we're corralled. We're corralled to think a specific way. We're corralled to be a specific way. But the people that are standing right now against that are the people in here. You are the resistance right now.
That's right.
Because you think differently. You don't think like everybody else does. And so this is ground zero for people who actually do that. If you think differently, if you talk differently, then you are authentic. But if you're just like the rest of the people that are cookie cutter, cardboard cutout, do as they tell you to do, then you're no better than the rest of the society that is giving in to them. That's all I'm saying. This is what we're dealing with right now. The struggle is real. And all of listen, I'm talking about every culture. Think about our young people right now. I'm on a little rant, guys, excuse me. But like think of our young people are so hit hard with this that there's no direction for them, because the only direction they have is social media. Social media is bombarding their minds with all kinds of chaotic thoughts. So they're out there doing all kinds of like crazy stuff because there isn't any direction, because a family split up already. It's broken.
Yeah.
And there's nothing to bring it back except for you and me, the people who actually stand for truth and who actually give direction. But if you don't do that, if you're just like, okay, I know truth now, but I won't speak it because if I do, people will shun me. You know what I mean? Then you start to, what good is truth at that point? It's really not going to do anybody any good if you just hold on to truth. And it's even, you know what's crazy? It's even biblical. It's even biblical. It's like when you're given truth and you just bury it, you're like, oh, I'll bury this truth. Like it'll be my truth and I'll know it, but no one else has to know because I'll live my truth the way I live my truth. But you don't speak it to anybody else. What good is it? What good is truth if you don't say it to anybody else? If you've never spoken it to anyone, if you've never told the younger generation, if you've never talked to anybody about it, what good is truth if you're just going to bury it? It never applies today. That's the thing. So from here, from these conversations, they need to go outward. You need to manifest into reality, into somebody else's life. Tell them what you've learned here. Tell them the wonderful things about truth. Because right now, everybody's looking at truth like it's an evil thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyway, I'll stop my rant right now because I can get on my soapbox. But let me get off that. If anybody else wants to contribute to what I just said, go ahead.
Church. I love it. Nothing but truth right there. And nothing but confidence and boldness, right? You hear a lot of people talking about their truths in small groups, just like Nick was saying, and not spreading it, right? What good is it? What good is it? Don't be worried about being challenged. Don't be worried about being labeled. If you know what you're saying is factual and true in your heart and true by God's word, then by all means, spread that truth. Bring people into the fold. Wake them up.
Yep. Because what is the antecedent, or sorry, what is the antithesis to secrecy in small numbers? Well, being bold and truthful in large numbers, right? So if the world's being controlled by a small group that are lying, then obviously you're going to have more power if you're spreading truth, through the majority. That's the only way.
Yeah, one of the wonderful things about the biblical side of things, and I know some people aren't that, but for me, I'm grounded in the Word, and I understand something very clearly from what we're just saying, though. And it's truthful to say this: that when Yeshua, Jesus, was talking to the disciples in a very small collected group, and they were speaking to things, he said, "What I tell you in secret, you shout it out on the rooftops. You shout it on the mountaintops. Everything that we talk about here,
Absolutely.
take the truth out into the world and let them know about it." So when he was telling them that, he was doing the very same thing we're doing here. We can collect together and know that there's like-minded individuals, very, very few, but there's still like-minded individuals that gather together just like us. This is what we call fellowship or congregating, what we're doing here. So not only that, but when you celebrate truth, right? When you celebrate, you're like, man, this is amazing. It's great that other like-minded people are talking like the way I talk. But that only means that what we do here together means it needs to be spread out to everybody else. Like, so
Right.
you should be empowered with that, because a lot of times when you feel like that empowerment and you're out there on your, because like I would say it like this: there's not a lot of us that can band together. Like we don't go 2x2 anymore. It's like basically Max is out there. I don't know how many like-minded people he has around his area, but it might just be him. Me, it just might be me over here where I'm at. But we still are. We still are like stars in the night sky. We still shine brilliantly by ourselves. But when we come together, we become an entity. We're a bit more stronger, as a force. But that shouldn't negate the fact that you can do the same amount of work when you're out there by yourself as you would if you were just, in a group. So, yeah, it's we do things when we talk about things like this in a group. It kind of gives us that energy that supplies us with that fortitude, so that when we move forward, we're like, yeah, I'm sure I know what I'm going to say now because we talked about it the other day, and so forth. But yeah, it's just I just kind of want to give you guys a word of encouragement, I guess, if you want to call it that, to feel like we see things out there, right? And we can call it a black pill, right? We see how bad things are. We know that they're going in a specific direction. What are we going to do about it? That's my question to everybody. We can talk about the bad stuff for sure. There is stuff bad. The family's being eroded and destroyed. What are we doing to be proactive to do something about it? Are we just only those who speak of things and never do nothing? Or are we those who are, I'm now going to be a better version of myself to do something about it in my own way? Like, it could be something small, like saying, I'm not going to put mom in a nursing home, or I'm not going to put my dad in. I'm going to do the best I can to make it worth their while so that I can do what I can to keep. And I'm not saying everybody has to do that. What I'm saying is to be a better version of ourselves. What are we going to do about it? Are we only those who speak of things or not do anything, or are we going to put our words into actions? Anyways, just words of encouragement, guys.
Yeah, that's so true. It's like knowing the truth isn't enough, right? Because guess what? The people in control of everything, they know the truth, right? That doesn't change anything. It's that they're keeping it from us. So if you're just going to know the truth and keep it to yourself, that does absolutely nothing for the world. It's like the saying, great power comes great responsibility. The truth is a power. And you need to spread that. It's the only way.
So one could say that it is irresponsible to have the truth and refuse to share it. Yep, it's selfish.
Yeah.
It's upon you to make the world a better place, right? We all come in here and we all know that we're going to have progeny, or if we don't, then we know we have nieces and nephews or someone else. I think it is your job to leave the world in a better place than you found it, right? And I think if you're not doing that, then what are you doing, right? It's upon you to educate where you can, to bring people out of the darkness and to provide them a way for them to provide for themselves, right? You don't give a man a fish, you teach him how to fish, right? So, if you're not doing things, then what are you doing? right? If you're just talking, then you're just talking. It is upon you to go out here and make this world a better place and to educate your children so that they can do it as well. You know, I hear a lot of people talking about how the earth is so bad right now and the world is so bad and this is, no, it's not. It is up to you to make it better if that's how you feel, right? The world is perfect as it is. It is up to you to find that perfection in it, right? It is going to give you everything you need. You know what I'm saying? So it's up to you to make it a better place.
Absolutely.
The world itself, for what it is, like this place we're at, it's objectively beautiful and neutral. Like, it's just good. It just is what it is. We make it good or bad, like our perspective. We turn it into something else. But what we do, how, like, if we're good stewards or bad stewards of this place.
Yep. You are the sum of your thoughts, right? So
A lot of people create their own hell, don't they, Tim?
That's right. So and this is objectively true. If you have a goal and you work on that goal every day, guess what? You're gonna manifest that into the real world because you thought about it. It didn't come from any force acting on you. Like, it's like you had this thought and that was projected into the world. If we're constantly listening to other people tell us, and that's how we got where we're at, is we're parroting things that's not true, so.
Tim, let me ask, how does one attain their goals? Just really quick. Just curious. Do you think you just think them and they manifest?
Well, you think them and then you have to put those thoughts into action, right? Like you can't just think and then everything's fine, right? Like you gotta actually go out and do what you're thinking about, but if you're constantly thinking of
the best thing that goes along with the goal is a plan, right? You just can't have a goal and say, I want this. You need a plan on how to get there. And I think a lot of people don't put those things together sometimes, right? It's cool to have goals, but you need to have an attainable plan. You can't just get in the water without knowing where you're going and thinking that you're going to get to where you need to go.
Yeah, my point with that was, sorry, yeah, go ahead.
No, go on. No, go on.
I was just saying my point with that was more like if we don't even have the knowledge to understand what a good plan would be, right? Like they're keeping us in the dark about what's actually happening in the world, then, your goals might just be very small, very minuscule plans. Like if they're saying, oh, well, you got to go to work every single day of your life and that's just what people do, go to school, get a job, and don't think about anything, you don't know any other information, so you're like, oh yeah, that makes sense, I'll just, that's, yeah. If they're taking control of your thoughts, then you don't even know what to do. Basically, you don't even know what goals to pursue in the first place. That's why some people chase money their whole lives and then end up unsatisfied or unhappy because they know, like I was tricked. This isn't really what I want in life. This is just what I was told that I want. That's why millionaires or billionaires, I don't know, but they'll be depressed, right? Like how many times do you see like, oh, I have everything I ever thought that I wanted, but in the end it turned out it's not really what it was.
So that ties into something I said earlier about purpose and about how when I was younger, a lot of children and people would in general say, well, what's my purpose here? And, churches were much more in the community, because people would seek churches and divinity to find out their purpose, right? Because a person without purpose is lost, right? We all need a purpose or feel like we have a purpose.
You control.
Someone's breaking up. If you don't have a purpose, then you can be easily manipulated.
Jenny, you're
right.
you're coming out.
How about now? Am I good now?
Yep.
For the moment.
Yep.
But yeah, that's what the heliocentrism puts into everybody's head, that they're insignificant. My fucking mom said it just yesterday. We almost got into a fight about it. It's like, we are not insignificant. That's a bunch of malarkey.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's how it is for some people.
That's why I think this is one of the most important truths, you know. It just, because, you know, 90% of our thoughts are subconscious, and that affects us more than people realize. So, you know,
Oh yeah.
you might not think that, oh, globe, what does it matter if it's flying around? No, you just don't understand that your subconscious is piecing together all these other things based on that idea.
Okay. In your words, what would you say? Why does it matter?
Well, I mean, so that's based on a lot of things, right? So I could say that there are things that we have no idea about. You know, if it's a lie, we don't know what the full story is, so I wouldn't know if there's something that they're hiding that is more important than what I'm thinking. But I mean, as far as I can tell, just being nihilistic and materialistic, and you know, we're
How
an
does it
accident caused
change
from
you?
a big bang.
Yes.
Yeah,
How does it change you? I guess is what the person really who asked that question, they would want to know. How does it change your life?
well,
In your words, how would you put it?
I mean, think about it like this: if you know you're the center of creation, right? The world's flat. This is a perfectly designed system. The whole sky is a clock. There's no time as a concept. It's everything that's here was always here. The earth is this system. You know, everything's perfect. Like when you really understand that this world is created. If you think that, you know, we're a small spinning space rock in an infinite universe, and you were created from amoebas, and you were a fish, and eventually, you know, you turned into
Yeah.
a monkey that turned into a human, like, so then guess what? The next part of life is just, there's no real source of, you know, creation. It's like the next step is AI and being robots, and
It gets into her point, I believe. Right.
yeah, like your mom said, we're insignificant. We're just, you know, we came from nothing. That's exactly what they want,
So you
because the
can't
government's
base your
God now.
worldview effectively. Yeah, you can't base your worldview effectively if you're missing information to
Yep.
process what you think you know.
Yep. And
And
that's what I was
so
getting at earlier about the thought.
it's given me a greater appreciation for life, what maybe we are intended to have. You know, like when I look at the sky, I know the moon's not a fucking rock floating in front of my eyes. Not floating, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I mean, it gives me a childlike wonderment when I look at the creation. It, you know, it's not scary, you know, like,
And
or,
after it
you know, like
can
what
kill
is
you
outer
and blow you.
space?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so it just gives me a better appreciation for life. And, you know, it also, you have to realize that, I forget who says it, the more you know, the more you realize that how much you
You know
don't know.
nothing.
Yeah.
Socrates or Plato, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've always loved, let me see, what, not sociology, not psychology. What's the one where you talk about Socrates and whatnot? The class. Philosophy, yeah, sorry. I'm just like, my head is whizzing around with all kinds of thoughts. Okay, so I've always had an interest for philosophy. You know, I'm a question kind of person.
Yeah.
But yeah, my mom just goes ballistic when I challenge. You know, I told her today or yesterday, I think it was yesterday, yeah, that just because you make a claim, you say yada, 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 and then you say because science, that doesn't make it not questionable. I
Right.
mean,
No.
it's like, okay, you can't just say something's science and then so it is. I mean,
Yeah.
it's
No,
just
I
really
agree.
uncomfortable. It's really uncomfortable to hear her respond, you know. It's just
Right.
she thinks the opposite of Richard Feynman. It says, I would rather have questions that can't be answered rather than answers that can't be
It can't be.
questioned.
Yeah.
Or otherwise I'm gonna blow my fucking lid. I
Yep.
mean, ugh.
Yeah, look at how philosophy has changed on that subject, like, oh, now we know that the world is a globe and we came from. Look at how it's changed now. Nietzsche is regarded as one of like the the greatest philosophers of all time, and he said God
I
is dead and we've killed him. And
I had a coworker once that swore up and down, and this was before I came to the truth community and whatever. He said, "Don't ever read Nietzsche."
no, I agree, because what he does is relate it back to the sophist. He thinks the sophists were geniuses because their whole idea is like, well, the strong do what they can while the weak suffer what they must. Like, that's the main premise of it. And so he thinks that's a great idea because people who are of God are going against nature, in a sense, is what he thinks. But that's not true. That's
Wow.
it's like, yeah. So because
Thanks for the cliff
Socrates was
notes.
actually killed. Socrates was killed by the Greeks, because he was different. Like, he was listening to his intuition, and what he said was God, right? And all he did was ask people questions and then come to conclusions based on what they thought. And the sophists are just like, no, you're corrupting the minds of children. You do, but all he did was
Oh,
ask questions.
that's a
And
telltale sign right there.
yeah, yep. So yeah,
Wow.
they put him on trial, and no matter. And if you guys haven't heard of the Socrates trial, definitely listen to like his account, or the account of what happened. It's really, really interesting, just how articulate he was back then, and it didn't matter how much evidence he brought to the table. They didn't want to hear it. He just talked so eloquently, and it didn't matter. They wanted power, and he was he was infringing on that. So
Very interesting.
but yeah, it's Nietzsche. Yeah, he just goes off this idea that, like, oh, well, the sophists were actually right, because now we know that the world's just an accident. So God is dead and science has killed him, basically. I've read all of, like, I've looked into philosophy for years. Actually, there's a psychologist, I forget his name, but he said that one of his most effective things for helping his clients wasn't even psychology, it was philosophy. Like, if he could help them change and make up their own minds and think critically,
Well, right,
they would.
because everybody has the answers they need within themselves. That's my belief anyway. But what a psychologist or therapist or what have you does, in my opinion, is they just like part the weeds so you can see what you need to see, right?
Yeah, but a
What
lot
you
of it's ineffective, right? But this, if you actually teach them, like, how to think instead of, like,
Yeah,
what to
What
think.
to think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
right, because you have to dysregulate their filter of their perception,
Exactly.
like pulling weeds, kind of, sort of. But so Nietzsche believed in the Big Bang Theory and all that crap. he
Oh yeah.
purported that.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Most modern day philosophers, they have to take that because they think that's the truth, right? Like that's what science has told us. They think it's true. So of course, like they're gonna be, of course you're gonna be dumb if you think that is the truth. Because I don't think Nietzsche was dumb. I just think he had the wrong information, right? Because I almost
Right.
agree with the notion that like survival of the fittest if we are just a rock in space. Right? It's like it sounds terrible, but it's like I don't know how you come to any other conclusion if we're just an accident and you have no proof of God. But I don't believe that now, obviously. But yeah, I don't know.
Well, yeah, the survival of the fittest, that's kind of what I heard when I don't know what the verbiage was, but that the strong are going to be stronger while at the same time there's people who are
Yeah,
weak and suffer.
exactly. Yep.
But, each has the ability to do either one, potentially. So it's a mindset, I guess, where I would,
I'm just saying
but
if
you know what,
Nietzsche knew the earth was
so does
flat.
Nietzsche, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. I was just saying I think if he knew the earth was flat, he'd have a completely different outlook, which I think all of us
Okay,
can.
but yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. Does he mention uh, the heliocentrism in his writings or whatever?
Not directly. I mean, Darwinism, which I mean that's a product of it. So
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know what he believes just on how he talks, basically.
Well,
Um,
I was just hoping for a bit of it to pull apart and all that. That's all.
because that's just around the time that science, claimed to be this all-encompassing truth. Like we just know everything now. The 19th century. But before that, everyone had such differing opinions. And not very different. Like philosophy was for the most part of like God. There was always some aspect of God before the 1900s. But now it's like it's just thrown out the window.
Well, I do believe religion is under the subset of philosophy.
Sure. I mean,
I mean,
but
because I
even
think
look at religions, they've all come to the same conclusion. Like they're slightly different stories, but when we're listening to our nature, the answers are there, I believe.
right. I don't dislike the Bible. I mean,
I think it's great.
yeah. I just, my ideas just of how things, my beliefs are different.
Yeah, mine are too. Hopefully, someday, if that is true, then I want to know. Like I pray for it, for
Well, I'm
best
sure
time and future.
everyone's true intentions would be conveyed at the right time, so.
Yeah. Regardless, I think religious texts, for the most part, generally are great. And all the major ones pretty much have come to the same. That's why I know that it's real, right? It's because it didn't matter where you were in the world, regardless of, you kind of came to the same idea. That tells me that there is some sort of all-encompassing morality, some sort of innate reality of a morality that
Wait a
is
minute, hold
pure.
on. Hold on. Okay, sorry. Okay, so what you're saying is because different areas seemingly unable to communicate with each other come up with the same idea about religion, and that's what holds true for you, is what you kind of said just now? Or do
Um,
I have it wrong?
Basically, I mean, I think that if we have a story about, Jesus speaking these parables, and then in what's the Tao Te Ching, or we have just any major religion points, the Bhagavad Gita, they all are kind of the same story, just different versions of it, right? So that's why I
Yeah.
believe that these are like, people are like, we have come to the same conclusions because we've understood through many years, like, we get, okay, well, there is a human condition, and we've kind of figured it out by now, and what really is important to human. How do I explain this?
Well, I mean, it seems like
You're cutting out.
original question, of where I was. Am I still cutting out? How about now?
No,
Am I
you're
good
good now.
still?
You're good.
Yeah, you're clear now.
Okay, yeah, my Wi-Fi is a little bit wonky. My bad. Okay, so
Wonky.
my question, if I may go back to it, if I may go back to what I was asking you, is I want to make sure I understand. So it's kind of like a confirmation type of question. So because different areas vastly far away from each other, seemingly independent, not communicating with each other, and they came up with the same ideas, and that's how you hold your belief. Is that what? And I'm doing a horrible job of reiterating what you said, but
No, that's basically what I was saying. Yeah. And this isn't just within ancient civilizations differing. This is kind
okay.
of.
So what if there was? Sorry to interrupt you. What if there was some information that you weren't privy to, and that would drastically change your opinion about how your belief is maintained? So what if it wasn't
If they
seemingly
were in
independent
contact
of
with each other.
everyone,
Yeah, I've heard the
or
idea
or
that
one,
they might have been in
or
contact.
there was or well, maybe not in contact like it would be today, but persons traveling by the water, and I guess I don't know. I used to believe what you're saying, but it just seems like something that the mainstream put out there, and that just makes me kind of, because of that alone,
Are you
it's just
saying so?
something I question.
Yeah, the idea that religion obviously is like one of the biggest things in the world, so of course they're gonna try and you know uh, co-opt it. I absolutely agree with that. I don't think that there's anything that's of truth that they're not gonna try and change. They've already done that with all religious texts. You can go back and actually read the real translations, and it was nothing like what we have today. Yeah, I know. Religion, a lot of it is complete lie. Like they say, just trust in your government. Like that's not what or it's okay to have slaves. Like the Bible didn't say that.
Right.
But
There's just, I mean, I appreciate what people bring to the table for discussion and everything. Um, but I just don't take the same position. There just seems to be, I mean, I'm not trying to discount the Bible necessarily, because it's obviously to everybody known in the known world, but it's the most read book ever.
yeah,
So there's a reason for that. I just, for me to settle with the fact that it's the holy written word of God. I
no, I don't have
don't know.
enough information to believe that either. I don't think so.
I mean, sure, maybe some of it's inspired, sure, but all of it, it's in its entirety.
No.
Mm.
I agree with the idea recently that what if it's just all a control tactic to make it to where you have this idea of morality, but
Right.
the people in power can play by whatever rules they want. I've thought of that.
Right.
But they
Right.
do, right? I mean, they do play by whatever rules they want. That's just a true story.
Right.
It,
But that's what I'm saying. But what if?
irrespective of the religion context, they do definitely play by some other rules, whatever they are.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm just saying I don't know. So that's why it's hard. Like, do we have built-in morality? Right? Like that would be a good question because if we do,
Oh, I
then
would believe yes.
yeah, and I do too.
That's
And
what our
that's kind of what I
instinct
was.
is.
That's what I was getting at by everyone kind of came up with the same conclusion, right? Like I don't think that if we're like
Wait a
if you're
minute.
just go ahead.
So you're saying we have instinct, therefore religion and God? I mean,
No,
I don't know.
no.
Oh,
I'm saying
okay.
that whatever God is, if it's, I think there is morality isn't just a concept. They'll try and get us to believe that it is. I think that there is some
Oh,
sort
I
of
see what you're saying. Okay.
yeah, because if
You're
morality
referring
is
to
just a concept, then you can act however the hell you want, right? There's not going to be any repercussions or consequences in the end.
well,
Because
yeah, that makes sense. They're trying to justify upside down clown world.
right, so what I'm saying is like, what if religion, right, was just their way of making us play by a certain set of rules? Because if you don't, you're going to go to hell, right? So what if
Fear,
that's just what they're
fear,
trying to put
right?
into our mind, so that they can, play by whatever rule? But I don't think that that's true because I do think we have instinct and actually there is morally objective things. So I think there is some sort of source or God or whatever you want to call it, that I would rather listen to than, you know.
There's I definitely believe there's a higher power for sure.
Yeah.
However, uh, we haven't been informed about what that is exactly.
Right.
Due to the changing of the text, the various texts that we have at our disposal.
Yeah.
As you stated in one way or another, it's just, hey, if you don't comply, you're going to hell. You know what I mean? Like the devil's watching, whatever.
Right.
God's watching, however you want to say it. It's like, oh, okay. I just don't think that's the way that the entity operates.
Right, because imagine if someone broke into my house, right, and they were gonna kill my whole family. I'm killing them. I don't
Right.
care what the Bible says. Turn the other cheek, and people interpret it different. And those, I mean, that's kind of what it says, though. Like, don't because in the end, let evil happen to you, because in the end, you'll have heaven, right? So I don't fall into that because I think that's the trick, is what I'm saying. Kind of
Is
making us
morality
not.
learned or is it innate? Right? I heard you guys talking about morality. Is it learned or is it innate?
That's my question. I think it's innate.
Yes. We go back to that question, right?
Yeah. I think that's the most important question because if it is innate, then I'm following that, right? That's what I meant by all religions are coming to the same conclusion because it's built in us. Right. So I mean,
They don't all come to the same conclusion, though. That's wrong.
no,
I believe
generally,
we all want to be good. You know what I mean? But our reality is shaped by how we're raised and what we're introduced to. So that's how our reality is shaped.
So
And
then how
so
did the world get to how it is today?
Right, but I just want
Right.
to bring
Like,
up a point on that is that most religions generally agree, and then there's one religion that is in stark contrast to all those others. There really are only two religions in the world. One is self-improvement, and the other is God does everything for you. And there is only one religion in the world where salvation is directly from God. All the other ones, it's from within yourself or human achievement or human doing. So really, only two systems.
Wow.
Now, I'll submit to you, it's very easy to find out which is which.
Yeah, I remember having this conversation with you, Arden. I think, yeah, they are trying to make it to where it's like morality is just kind of up to the person, right? And that's kind of what they're trying to do. Is they'll bring you God back, but they're gonna say that it's us, right? Instead of like an actual creator who made good and bad. Yeah.
Right, and so your journey towards whatever the end goal is based on your actions and your perceptions. But they also do it with any type of objective God. They say, okay, here's an objective God, but you have to please him by doing all these things, and then you'll earn or rank yourself up until you earn the reward.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'll submit to you, there's one religious system out there in stark contrast to all of that. It's basically this in a summation: works-based versus grace-based. It's really the only two religions. Either you're working for it or God does it on your behalf.
I remember from a sermon a long time ago, the takeaway in a phrase that I got was Jesus paid your tab. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but what also think about this too, man, the other option. If let's say in stark contrast to the word, and you're saying, well, the Bible could be true, but then again, it might not be. Who knows? Maybe it's a system that everybody made so that they can control people. But I remember that there is a story that was in biblical context with where Adam and Eve were in the garden, and Eve was tempted. The serpent that came to her said, "Did God say you shall not eat of the fruit of this tree?" Did he really say that? No, he didn't. You surely will not die. So there's a lot of things where people have their own mindset to like want to actually imply that, well, shoot, that is probably a system that's going to keep me from being who I really need to be, my true self. And that right there is also a lie, because you are your true self. You know what I mean? So by looking at something and internalizing it and saying, okay, how can this affect my life? How can I be better or achieve a higher understanding if I adhere to any of these principles? Right. So when you're looking at the word, you don't just take it for like, okay, words in a book. How is this applicable? How am I going to be able to use this for my life? And so a lot of people are like, the Bible's like hit and miss. No, it's not. The thing is, people, when they look at it, are being thought of like in your mind, you're like, that does say to do this thing, but I think I got my own way to do it. So I'm going to do it my own way.
Amen.
But see, that's the thing. Which is right at the end? Which is right and which is wrong? Because doing what you want always seems to be like the natural thing for anybody, right? Because we tend towards we tend towards to do things against the Creator, basically. So we like naturally we're rotten, man. If you just leave us to our own devices, we're pretty rotten people. If we just allow us to be who we are, because we argue, we fight. Love has to be something that you work for. You work towards. Excuse me. It's not something that's easily brought. You have to like, okay, somebody said something bad about me. Now I have to figure out, what it is. And that's not just saying being a doormat. All right, because please don't take it for what I'm saying as being that. What I'm saying though is actually being in this wicked world at the same time not being that way is like a foundational a teaching in the word. So that's something that has to be taught to us. We have to be taught on how to share. We have to be taught on how to forgive, because if those things aren't taught to us naturally, we're just rotten people. Like that's just I don't care what anybody says. Naturally, when you go out into the world, it's all about getting mine. Like your mind's not concerned about like what your neighbors like. Are you concerned about what your neighbor's doing right now? Or the health of your neighbor or helping your neighbor out? Naturally, we don't think of other people. We think of like what better can I do for myself today? And see, that's the thing. When you're taught like that, the thing is, guys, look at your neighbor. Is your neighbor doing okay? But and when you start to see the world as a bigger place, and it's not just you, then things like in the biblical reference start to be internalized. You're like, okay, now I'm going to take on this idea of forgiving my brother. Because outside of that, you're just going to be who you are naturally. And thinking that you have your own way forward, it's just going to lead you back to the place where everybody thinks that they're right, right? Well, you have your truth, everybody's truth is their truth, and that's how we're going to live life, right? Your truth might be going and smacking your neighbor. My truth is that's a bad thing to do. But this other guy says he's indifferent. He doesn't really care. So whose truth is truth? If we're living in a world where we think that we're all of our own mindsets, can just believe whatever we want, there is no bearing, there's no direction, which brings us back to the point where why we were discussing the things that we do today is that the situation is becoming a dire one, where everybody's just like the family unit's being destroyed, and there's nobody to stand in the way unless you take the initiative and start saying, okay, enough's enough. I'm going to start with my family. You know what I mean? And just do it that way. But anyways, I just thought I should shed some light there because I think a lot of that comes to the point where like we're tossing the baby with the bathwater kind of conversation. And I don't know if that's good.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I think the only place we differ in opinion is I don't know if it was a physical person that came down and told us the rules. I think that the Bible is true, right?
Well, what is the word actually say, though? Like when it comes to that, like when the word came into flesh and so forth, the word that was now being spoken, and even today, if you agree with it, right? If you say those are some good teachings, well, the teacher was someone who claimed to be somebody that came from to Earth. So that
Here's the thing: the Earth was created, words weren't. I bet you don't know what I mean. Let me explain. Something that is created has a beginning. The Earth has a beginning. Words are not things. For example, okay, we're here. We are created.
Word was God.
We experience music, right? But guess what? Why the fuck does music make sense? Why does what I'm saying make sense? Because that foundation existed before all of us were created. Obviously, you don't create an instrument and then create the notes that make sense. The notes already existed. The words already existed before we formulated them into what we call words.
Yeah.
They're eternal, like the God. I know that's something that people don't understand. Maybe you reject it, but whether you can get your head around eternal or not, the bottom line is the foundation, which is really the supernatural, came before the created, the physical and the natural. That's not something that we can question. So when you hear something that makes sense, it's because supernaturally it was already written. Doesn't matter if man wrote
Right.
it on a piece of paper.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I agree. I agree completely. It's just in the beginning there was the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So it's hard to articulate this thought.
Yeah, but check this out, brother. The word in that verse is not speaking about words. It's speaking about a person. It's an agent. It's an idiomatic name for that agent. It tells you right in the passage who that agent is. Right? It says in the passage that agent, the word, was with God and was God. And then it goes on to say this agent created everything. Right? That's what it says in the passage. It's not speaking about words themselves. It's speaking about a person.
Entity.
Now it says there this person created all things that were created and brought everything into being that came into being, which excludes him from that class of being, right? So that means that this agent is eternal. It then says that this agent, right, became flesh and dwelt among us. So if you take the Bible as true, then what we have is the uncreated creator of everything took on flesh to come here and tell us what he wanted to tell us.
Which is the truth, because that's what it says. When they asked him, "Well, what are you here for?" He said, "I'm here to tell you the truth." He didn't say, "I'm here to tell you how good you are, how bad you are." He said, "I'm here to tell you the truth."
Like they're too. Oh man, the apostles, man. Because when Paul is talking to Timothy, he's hitting on some strong stuff. But you know what? In John, there was a lot of stuff that was hitting too, like how people hate the truth.
Yeah.
And boy, do we know that they hate that. Whoa,
Yeah.
like
Elijah.
why now, Jenny? Go ahead, Jenny.
Oh, sorry. I thought go if you weren't you can still go.
I lost it. So go ahead.
No, bro, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I could have waited.
Nah, I heard you
If
coming in before, so if you go
It'll
ahead,
come back.
please.
if that ever happens again and you're not done, please finish. Okay, so sorry.
That's
Now I
fine.
did it to me. All right, we're even now. It did it to me. You can try and get it back. Go ahead. That did not work out right.
Dang. Yeah, I don't know. What was I saying?
Yeah, and you said that people hate the truth.
Oh, look, like people question whether or not look. They'll read the Bible. Look, here's the thing. Now, I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I'm not gonna lie to God. Leviticus is a hard pill to swallow. I don't know. I don't know. Would I have done those things? I don't know. But then again, if I was living in those times and I experienced that stuff, there would be nothing in question, right?
But I
Numbers.
don't think it ever said that. If you go back in translations, it never said a lot of that.
You think so?
You can, yeah,
Because
you can go back and
when
look
you
at it.
translate, it doesn't change the message of something. A chair doesn't become a rock. Well, let me not use a rock. A chair doesn't become a chandelier because I translated it. So either it's a bad translation or it's a real translation. Are you inferring that, say,
Well,
the
it
Bible
depends on
that we
exactly
read
what
is
you
a
were
bad
talking about.
translation?
Yeah, I think a lot of what is like the mainstream biblical belief is like bad translation.
All
Not
right,
most of it, but a lot of the stuff
maybe
that
we
people are
can
like attacking.
maybe maybe we can go down to biblical one day, not now on the live stream,
Yeah, I agree.
and you justify that.
Sure. And
Okay.
I'm not saying like all
Yeah, but I like to finish my thought though. Like so,
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
you don't have to. You don't have to. So, where was I again?
Somebody
Oh,
help a brother out.
okay, I remember. So here's the thing: like when they're when they're talking to Timothy, when Paul is, his letter to Timothy, or in these other places in the Bible where you reading and you're like, holy shit, that's our condition today. Number one, how the fuck are the problems of today the problems of yesterday in the Bible? Like, how are we still doing the same thing? We still on that? We still on the same bullshit? How? That blows my mind. I'm not gonna like. I already know what I'm reading. I'm already experiencing in my life right now. So it's like, why would I be worried about whether what I'm reading is real, not real, when I'm experiencing the words on the paper coming up off me is true? Like, it's true because I'm experiencing. I know whoever Paul was talking to He's talking about the same people that I'm experiencing right now. Whoever's talking to John is they're saying the same things about the. Was it God actually talking? Look, I didn't get that far yet. I'm reading an hour of the Bible a day, but it's like whoever they're talking about, they're talking about the same dudes that we're thinking and talking about today. These liars, these people that are all of this shit about whether it be business, whether it be cosmology, whether it be education. These people are lying. And the Bible's, if you read the Bible, you're like, they're lying exactly how they lied in the Bible. That's crazy. Just off that alone, it's like, whoa, this book has gems.
Yeah, all of what you just said, I completely agree with. I don't think we differ at all on that subject.
Yeah.
Okay, so I remember what I interrupted you with. If you're done, man.
Yes, my beautiful friend. Please continue.
Okay,
Sorry,
okay.
I'm being rude. Sorry about that.
All right. No worries, bro. No worries. Okay, so what is your favorite flat Earth passage? I know it could depend on the person you're talking with and all that kind of stuff, but what's your favorite flat Earth biblical passage?
Ooh.
He set it on its foundation so that it should never be shaken.
My favorite is Earth takes shape like clay under a seal.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's the one time that
Is that
it
the
mentioned, huh?
is that the one that mentions like a signet ring or something?
Yeah,
Does it?
like
No,
stamping.
probably not.
Yeah, like stamping a clay seal, like a
Mhm.
letter.
Yeah.
Okay, so anyway,
So the reason that I like that one the most, it's my favorite, is because it's the only time that shape is actually mentioned.
or a lack of a shape, you mean?
No, it's the only time the word shape is mentioned.
You can't
Is in
stamp a
the same
seal and it
thing.
turn to a sphere.
Yeah, I got one. I got one for you guys as well. Take
Well,
take this one into consideration. Proverbs 17:4. Wisdom is before him that hath understanding, but the eyes of a fool are on the ends of the earth.
Oh shit! What?
Wait. Say it again. Say it again. Say it
That's
again.
a good one. Let me turn
Yeah,
the water on.
I'll read it again.
Yeah.
Proverbs 17:24. Wisdom is before him that hath understanding, but the eyes of a fool are on the ends of the earth.
Wow, that's crazy.
So is that basically just saying like before we were able to interpret it, the wisdom was there, like you know.
Well, contextually, you can take a look at like what people are concerned of these days, right? And even in this arena, because Jenny's question was, "What's your favorite flat Earth Bible quote?" I just gave you mine. So, in action to what it is today, basically think about it like this. I'm going to say it once more so you guys can internalize it, right? Proverbs 17:24. Wisdom is in the sight of him who has understanding, but the eyes of the fool are on the ends of the earth. Who's looking to the ends of the earth right now? Hey, let's go to Antarctica. Let's go check it out. Who's talking about those things? And in the context of flat earth, and who are the ones that are not doing that?
Hey, where was that in Proverbs?
17 and 24.
Thank you.
That's a good one, man. That one is good. I like that.
all right, what was the one that Tim Shady said?
Hold on. You said favorite Bible quote talking about Earth, right? You didn't say just in general.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, yeah. I have other favorite Bible, but yeah, the talking about the Earth, that was the one. Um,
Well, and the reason why
I
I
just
brought
wanted to make sure you didn't have more to say about it because I kind of cut you off and I said, Eli, what was yours?
no, you're good.
Okay.
The reason I brought that one up is because we have like this this discussion within the flat Earth arena. There's people that want to take sides and say that it is good for us to go investigate those parts of the Earth. I don't see anything wrong with that. Yeah, you guys, if you want to get a boat, go in Antarctica, go ahead, go for it. But then when we look back at this, at the word, what it was saying, wisdom is those who have that understanding. But the eyes of the fool are like they're just fixated on finding out what's over there. So what do
And
you
even
why do you think God's telling us that? Like, what's so important about that verse that we have to look at? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think we're just glancing over it. I think let's dig a little bit into that. Like, why is that important in this specific arena that we're in right now?
yeah,
Right.
like the people that
They
are
would be the ones. Sorry. Good.
the people that are like focused on like alchemy, the people that are focused on like, you know, ooh, what is dirt made of? Like, instead of putting it together and making stuff, right? They're like, but I need to know what it is. How do I create dirt? Ooh, what if we knew what heat was? Like, what is it really? Like, all the things, the
Right.
fundamental thing. Like, ooh, what's fire? What is it really? What is electricity? What is water? Water for real? Like, what is it? And it's like, yo, there are these fundamental elements that we have, and we know how to use them. But
Right.
you guys are outside of what you can know. When you're trying to, how are you going to go deeper than you can go? Like, it's, I think that pertains to, what Miggy's saying. If you want to bring it more on a analogous based kind of deal, or a metaphysical meta, what do you call it, meta
Metaphysical.
meta
You had it right.
metaphorical, there you
Oh,
go.
sorry.
Well, I mean, yeah, the reason why, because a lot of us are starting to get into the camp of, you know what, this guy, he sounds like he knows what he's talking about. I'm gonna really jump ship and go to this. I don't think that flat Earth should just stop at just saying, well, we can't find curvature. Let's dig deeper, guys. Let's find out those questions that are just scratching or itching our minds right now. See, when we go into those, like, it goes from like, okay, you won, you got it. There's no glober that can stand up against you. Now, why you gotta be like, all right, man? Now I got you, Glober. Now let's go and wax ourselves intelligent and let's talk about some shit we don't know about. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And then we're
Right,
over
like
here.
tickling your brain, like if you think about the people that have figured anything out, the things that tickled their brain are the things in reality that happened, and they're trying to figure out how'd that happen. Or they have something, they saw some sort of reaction, was like, ooh, what was that? Or or they saw some things and then decided, "Ooh, what happens if I do this with this?" But they didn't just pull some shit out of their ass, out of non-existence, and go, "Ooh, let me think about that." You can't think about nothing. There isn't something that you haven't already experienced that you can think about. Not possible. Think
Okay.
about it.
I got a question. Sorry, I don't want to type. I'm on my phone, so the image that Acid Rain posted, and so I don't know what verse would this be? Just curious.
Yeah, it's
Like
verse
what book
16.
and
Number 16.
okay. So I don't know the part where you have underlined.
You're cutting out.
So they and all that belonged to them went down alive and perished from the midst of the assembly.
Yeah.
The assembly, like a machine. I mean,
Oh no, it's the congregation of the Lord. It's
You're
Israel.
roboting, Jenny.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, you're roboting hard. We can't hear what you're saying. But no, I think she said she's figuring that word assembly out. Assembly in this context means like a group of people gathered together. That's what it means. It's not like a
But they're
assembly line, like a
talking
yeah.
You're
You're
roboting.
Jenny again hard.
I think if you leave and come back, that might make it better. That's what I had to do.
Hey, Mayhem, real quick.
Yeah.
Think about who the fools are in this with when you said the people looking to the ends of the earth, right? That's everyone in the Antarctic Treaty, all the people that are like trying to launch nukes at the dome, and people that are
Yeah, that's I mean that's kind of you could say you could put them in the category, you know, in the same camp, but more or less the people that are actually fixated on finding out how big the earth is. Well, who's actually really known? Because you flat earthers are saying that you don't know how big the earth is. Why don't we get in a ship and go find out? Why? My question to the person who's doing that is why? What are you going to know if you go to one part of the earth and then what good is that going to accomplish for you in your life? Like what benefit to reality is that going to bring? Let's just say you find the dome that touches the ground and you're touching it. Look, the dome, guys. Then what?
right.
Then what? Are you going to bring back that information in video format and make everybody a believer that looks at it? Check it out, guys. Got video format of me touching the dome. Nice. Let's all believe in this guy's video. Okay. But what good is it? What benefit to society, to humanity? What contribution is that going to do so that we can all get better? If you can't understand that right now, and I'm talking about like you don't have to think about the earth covered in a dome. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm talking about as the physical and natural world, the really is level. If you have no discernment of that, it's not flat and stationary, and it's a globe in your mind. Then what good is that going to do for you if you go and show people a dome? You're touching and you got video of it, and so like people right now, not only are they fixated on to try to find that question out, but they're also trying to figure out what is reality. I mean, is it a fabric of stuff or like who knows? Let's talk about that. Why? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, okay, good. You're gonna have an hour and 50-minute conversation on what you think reality is. Okay, that's great. Then what? Like, what contribution does that give us? We need to talk about the things that can be known.
Could
If
you
the things that can
imagine
be
if
known,
you
like
got
the
close?
Earth is not convex or concave, then we just okay. So it's not that. We're good. We're not good. Who needs that instructions? Who needs me to show them that the Earth is not convex? Because if it is, somebody please show me the evidence for that. You know, and so that just knowing that, why do we need to go and touch the ends of the earth or find out what's over there or whatever? Curiosity? Like, is that the only thing that's making everybody want to do that? Like, other than that, there's no benefit other
I
than
agree
curiosity.
with that. Yeah.
I believe we should be allowed to explore. I'm not looking for any dome or anything like that, but I do believe that we should be allowed to traverse this earth wherever we see fit in order to explore. We don't know the benefit until we get there. We don't know what information is going to be accessible to us if we never even attempt to go there. So in my opinion, I think that you should continue to explore your world. It gives you information.
Yeah, but continue to explore the world and know that ever since time had begun, there's people that are in control of the systems that we're in are two very, very different things. If you want to freely traverse, then that's a world we don't live in or ever have. The world we live in is built on a hierarchy structural society in which people dominate other people. And that's just the way it is. If you want that to be changed, then you'd have to be the God in order to do that. Like, because right now, man, let's say an army or a group can only fight against another army or another group. You can never really do anything on this earth as you please. That is like a what do you call it? Not a pipe dream. Something that's just maybe a hypothetical, but it doesn't exist in this reality. It does not. A person cannot freely do what they want. That idea, however, is something that somebody might conjure up as a fantasy, because in this reality, that will never happen. It's always built on systems that will always be a control systems wherever you go. wherever you go. People will always stop you and say, "Hey, you got a passport? Where do you think you're going?" You know, and that's always going to be in play. It's never going to be that reality
until the people change it.
It's never going to change. That's the problem.
Right, but because
That's what I'm.
we have that
That's what I'm telling you.
mindset. We have that
It,
mindset. But getting back to what y'all were saying earlier about someone wanting to go to the edge and they will film it for other people. I mean, that would be to wake other people up, would it not?
So then people going to space and sending you video of the ISS is there to wake you up that there's space, the vacuum exists. Would it not?
If you could go there yourself and verify.
So the actual footage there is of reality. Yes.
The guys who
No.
are running around
I
in
mean,
the ISS.
yeah. So that's of reality. That's actually happening. The people that went up and did this. Okay.
Huh?
That's what's going
Wait,
on.
what are you saying or are you asking?
Oh no. I'm mine is more of a question, of course, and it's kind of rhetorical. But I'm just going
Right.
down this I'm just going down this path because that's where this discussion has led.
Yeah. Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's like, yeah, and this is what I'm in. I'm reaching a lot of people by saying this. Like, you know, and Miggy has said it a million times. A lot of us have said it a million times. Like, people, when they get into this conversation, they want to ask Eli, okay, the earth is flat, then tell me this. Like, literally the other week, for the dude who couldn't say a chair is a chair. He said that the earth is flat, and then the first thing because we asked him, okay, what tells you that the earth is a globe? He said, well, when I look up. Why are you looking up? What's up there? Like, what when we talk about the geometric shape we're standing on, what does the moon, what does space, supposedly, the vacuum of space, rather, what does the stars, what does the sun, what does any of these stories about anything up there have to do with the ground? Because guess what? If the ground is measured to be a globe, then okay, we can move on to phase two. Well, since it's a globe, then therefore these things. But since we already know that the Earth isn't globing, it's not globe shaped because it doesn't measure that way here on the Earth. How you forego that to go? Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah, the horizon is not really geometric. Okay, I hear what you're saying. But what about the ISS that's floating around this globe that we just confirmed that is not? It can't possibly be. So what? If I can't answer questions about this footage that you have, that means that what I just showed you about a debunk of their position all of a sudden isn't true? How does that work?
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
Dang, is that it?
Oh, right.
So is
Like Minecraft.
morality innate or is morality learned? That was the question that I had posed because there seems to be some questions about whether morality is learned or whether morality is innate.
I don't know. I just, in order to answer this question, I think if you look at the interaction of children, right? It's like get you into the idea of like hate. How is hate learned? Well, like where does that come from? Do children just come out hating a certain thing, or is that a learned behavior?
Not. I wouldn't say it's a learned behavior because check this out.
So
One of the earliest
so
memories.
Okay, go ahead. Go
Well,
ahead.
can I qualify it?
Yes.
One of the you know what? That's a little personal. One of the earliest memories I had was of a man putting their hands on a woman. And my first thought was, that is disgusting. I'll never do that. And I never did. Now, the flip to that, people grow up and they say, well, I put my hands on people because I saw my parents do it, or I saw my friend's parents do it, or whatever the case. And it's like, so you have two instances, one in which there's something in someone that that finds that behavior abhorrent, and then
Right.
there's someone that seemingly that influences, because it's crazy, because sometimes the parents pass, and then I've seen it to where the mother finds the child that way anyway, and it's like, is that who they were? Like, how are people just how they are, or are some things learned, or some things innate? Like, what is it really? I don't know. I really don't know.
I think it gets us into that idea of desensitization, right? If you introduce that enough times, that starts to uh, get into the subconscious mind for children especially. But you say, like, the first time you ever saw it, your first thought was, hey, that's wrong. You didn't have to be taught, hey, it's wrong to do this. You understood it without having to be taught that's wrong to do. I think the majority of the people would have that feeling when they first see it, where they would withdraw from that from seeing something like that, right? Because we all will understand that sort of violence is just wrong.
I would believe, based on both of the things that I've heard right now, that morality is learned and not innate, just based on what I just heard.
What do you think, Max?
I happen to be in the camp right now, and I could be changed and swayed, but I believe that it is learned. I don't believe morality is innate. I believe it's learned based on your experiences and based how you react to them. So this is why you'll have a home with two children, and one of them, they'll both experience the same things, and one of them will do those things, and one of them might have an aversion to those things.
Now, the word morale, that could stand for what is good, right? Or what is right? Could we say it in that other way? Right?
So, yeah.
Are we saying what is good and what is right?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I agree with that. That has to be taught. That isn't something people know innately.
So people have to be taught to be good.
Yes.
Kids have to be taught to be this way.
That's why it's one of the things they teach them in school when they're very little. Make sure you know how to share. And I'm telling you, that's just you have to teach kids how to share, how to be kind to one another. This is something that has to be taught. It can't be just already. You don't listen when you're eating
I
something.
agree. I'm on
Yeah, when
board.
you eat something, you don't just know that the next person next to you is hungry. You don't care. You're hungry yourself. You want to eat.
Yeah.
You're not going to offer them something just because. You have to be taught, hey, be nice, share your food with others that are hungry. Like, and then at that point, you're just like, then your conscience kicks in. Either you're going to be like, shit, no, man, I got to eat. Or, you know what?
I just think we're making a blanket
Well,
statement
so
here,
check this out. Check this out,
and
guys.
we're trying to apply it in every way possible. I don't see that.
Right. So you can prove this. Prove this with a question. You can prove this with a question in the contrapositive. And it goes like this: have you ever had to teach your children to do wrong, or did they just do it? I think we all know the answer.
I don't think any parent in here is going to teach their children to do wrong intentionally.
No, they don't have to. The point is, kids do wrong of their own nature.
Right. I'm just saying the
That's
question might have
also
been
another
malshaped.
incorrect statement. It said, parents teach their kids to do wrong all the time, and I've seen it.
Yes, but you don't have to. You don't have to. That's
I've
the point.
seen it like where said parent is actually in the process of teaching kid to do said wrong because they have instructed the kid to do wrong, right? So it's not always learned. Like every parent is not a parent. But do kids have to be taught? Sure. But what we're saying is that kids are not good, and I don't believe that at all.
I believe it's on both
We're just
spectrums.
saying
I believe kids are good and
kids
bad, right?
have this intrinsic nature just to be bad. Period.
We've seen children who have intrinsic nature to be good. We've seen babies who give things away, and we've seen babies who take things away. We've seen it on the playgrounds, and that this is just the nature, right? So it depends on the nature and the chemistry of the person. Each person is going to act differently. I'm not going to sit here and say most kids will take stuff because I've seen too many kids give stuff away. Matter of fact, I had to tell my kids stop giving things away. Okay, so it works on both sides. I would say that, and I would say you'd have to teach on both sides. You know what I'm saying? Don't give everything away. Don't be a sucker. Don't be taken advantage of. Stand up for yourself, as well as you have to teach some kids. Stop taking things from kids. Stop hitting your cousin. Stop hitting your brother. All of those things. So I think it works on both sides.
Right. So is what I'm saying. You can't make a blanket statement here that we are all like blank, 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 whatever it is. You can't make that statement.
I can confidently make the statement that all children, regardless of what you teach them, will 100% do wrong. Now, if you challenge me, I'd love to see the Black Swan of the child that sinneth not. I'd love to see it. All right, now that I've proven my point, I rest my case.
What point is that? That kids make mistakes?
What is wrong exactly?
Aha, there you go. So we all recognize that humans are capable of evil and good, right? So now you need definitions of what that is to understand it, right? So if it comes from us, then we're going to do it subjectively.
Well, I'm just
if it
asking
comes
you
from an objective
like
standard,
explain your point. You're saying wrong. Like, what do you mean by that?
I mean,
moral wrong.
Okay, in what way? What is good and what is bad? Right.
What do you,
well,
what do you mean? What is good? What is bad?
It's when we talk about
okay,
morality.
good.
That's not what we're
Yeah, it's
talking
very
about.
simple. Good.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, well, you asked me. So good is love 100% of the time, at all times, in thought, word, and deed. That's good. Evil is anything that's not that.
Kind of black and white.
You have made a point. That is true.
Now, this is actually defined as the goodness of God in scriptural texts and other texts, that God is perfectly love. He loves everyone, even his enemies, at all times. He wants the best for them at all times. In fact, in the biblical scripture, the only reason that he punishes people is because not only is he all loving, he's also all justice.
No,
right?
you can't be both.
So he has to. Well, go ahead.
So I mean, you can't have it both ways here.
Well, yeah, you can though.
I would
Okay.
push back. I would push back though, because God hates as well.
Right. So you can't have it both ways. You can't be all loving all the time, but then say, however, ... No.
No, but don't misunderstand it though. Because because there would be no love without hate. Number one, we get that, and
So, for example,
God doesn't have to love that a human is going to kill someone. That doesn't mean he doesn't love them. That doesn't mean he hates them because they've killed. He can hate that action. He can hate the ways of a person, but he's going to still love them just the same.
Yeah, for example, why do you hate it if somebody does something wrong to your children? Well, the answer is because you love your children. And why do you think it's righteous to punish that person who hurt your children. It's because they committed a crime and they're getting justice. Right now, when you forego justice, that's called mercy. So God is infinitely love, infinitely justice, but also infinite mercy. So God is capable of forgiving those who commit crimes against him, right? Because he's the judge of the crimes against him, is he not? He's capable of forgiving them. That's mercy, but he's also just, and he's also loving. And when he provides
Capable
mercy,
of
he's
forgiving them
acting in love.
what?
I think these terms are so relative; it's hard to really place them.
But
Well,
I think
they're
it's
relative to our
necessary to be very
interpretation.
direct and what it is that is being stated, right? You
Yeah,
know,
sure.
or else we could just make statements that are kind of ambiguous, and then we
Well,
hope everybody just gives us a head nod. You know, it's like, oh
well,
yeah,
no,
yeah,
well, no, it's not. It's
because
not
that's exactly what I
ambiguous. I'm
understand
thinking of my.
about
I'm
God.
thinking of
You
my.
know, oh, excellent. It's like, okay,
I'm
all
think.
right, cool.
I'm
Let's
thinking
all
of.
nod. Let's all nod in unison here. We all
Yeah,
agree.
yo, bro. If somebody has a rebuttal to the bullshit you speaking, let it happen. Because we're not all saying let's all nod. You can think of a relationship. The only reason I hate my ex is because I fucking loved her to death. How the fuck can anyone not understand that? I hated that she was unfaithful. I hated that she did the things that she did behind my
I can
like
understand.
obviously.
I can
If I
understand
didn't
how
give
you
a
feel
damn
here.
about her,
I just
if I
don't
was
think the
indifferent, none of
explicit language is
why are you
necessary
talking while I'm talking?
because you're using explicit language, and I just don't see it's necessary.
I
And
can do what I want. I can do what I want. If you don't like it, you can leave.
I know I can. I'm just saying, you know, like
All right.
other people
So
hear you.
maybe I'll help you out. How about that?
Okay, so you're going to ban me.
I mean, I'm definitely gonna mute you.
I don't
You
know,
give
dude.
me
You
a
are kind of
thing.
annoying, to be fair.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, anyway,
Like,
no,
you literally have a
you're
compulsion to
getting
literally
muted
talk through
because
people's
you're
sentences.
getting you're getting muted because I don't like my toes being stepped on. So there you go. You're gonna cry that it was unjustified because you were being rude as fuck. Fucking hate people that are rude as fuck who want to complain. Shut the fuck up.
Yes, and if you do cry that it's unjust, then define justice in that category. Look, we all know what justice is. Justice is criminals getting punished righteously for the crimes that they commit, right? We understand crime and punishment. It's intrinsic to our nature.
But I would like to get some sort of response or pushback if there is any. If Max can give it to what I said about because I know that I feel like I detected like okay maybe we could take this as relative or ambiguous. So that's why I gave like the response that I did. Does that suffice or no?
Well, first of all, I'm a person who don't believe in hating. I believe you got to find a way to let hate go because that's destructive to the individual who carries it. Right? I believe in love, but people have love on different levels and love in different ways. Right? So you don't love your car the same way that you love your wife. Right? You don't love your children the same way that you love your mother. Right? There's different sorts of love. So, when I say these things and you guys talk about pure love, I'm like, well, I'm not really sure that I get that. Right? I mean, I guess if you're talking about for your children, that you would do anything for, that you would lay down for, or whatever. I just think that these things are so different depending on who you're speaking to and how they accept the terms, right? And what it means to them. It seems that the meaning of love is a moving target depending on who you're speaking to.
Dude, it's also hindered in our language. So, for example, the Greek language has multiple words for love. And so when you say I love this or I love that, you don't say the word love. You say a different word for each instance. And then people understand what you mean better. So in some ways, English, has benefits for being precise in certain areas and then being imprecise in other areas.
And in foreign relationships, right, I'd rather be liked than loved, right? When my girlfriend likes me, she picks me up at the airport on time. When my wife loves me, she'll get there whenever she gets there.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough.
Well, so there's this age-old challenge. There's this age-old challenge. Back to our other thing where the person mentioned about different religions, and I said there's only two. Is that if God is all loving, all justice, and all merciful, then how in the heck can He deal with the problem of evil? Because if He's all justice, He has to destroy evil. But we're evil, and He's all loving, and He loves us. So how is He going to solve that problem? Well, the very simple answer is mercy, right? And classical Christianity is the only religion that has an answer to that mathematical problem. And that's that He punishes all sin and evil in the person of Jesus and then gives forgiveness to everyone. So He satisfies all three categories of His nature.
So someone does
It's
a wrong
the most
against
unique.
your family, right? So let's just say someone does something wrong against your family. They steal some land, right? What would be justice and what would be mercy in that case?
Well, it depends. So, like, sometimes people steal things and they have it for a while and then they use it for their family, right? So you could say, oh, I want it back because it's mine, but then they're going to suffer, right? And their family's going to suffer. So you could say, okay, yes, you did steal it, but I'll take this for compensation rather than the hard rule of the law.
So are you giving them justice or mercy by doing that?
Well, you could be doing both in some parts.
Like I said, so these things are complicated. And that's why I ask, is morality innate or is it learned? And right now I'm still in the boat that morality is learned.
Well, you got to define what you mean. If you mean people being good and moral is learned, or if understanding of right and wrong is learned.
Both.
But I think we generally.
Maybe it's
I think we
complicated.
generally.
I feel like that could go into the complicated category as well, because I'm not sure. It's both.
Well, check this out. We all seem to innately have a concept of a matrix of categories of right and wrong. So the overarching category exists innately, kind of like simple laws of logic. Even though we're taught them, when somebody tells us something, we look at them and like, dude, what you just said is retarded. And then you think about it, it's like that don't make sense. Well, how do you know it doesn't make sense? Because you have intuitive faculties that inform you that it doesn't make sense, but they're not honed in, right? They're not precise. Same with moral things. So almost everyone has a moral code, even if it's skewed. They know like these things I should do, these things I shouldn't. I don't want people to do this to me. I'd rather they do this to me. I think it's the precision that is more learned than the open broad category.
Right. So let me give you another example. Two 15-year-old kids in high school. One kid is calling the other kid's names. The other kid gets up and strikes the other kid. Is there some sort of right or wrongness there?
It was heavy-handed. May not. You shouldn't. I mean, because on one hand, words do hurt. I hate when people say words don't hurt. I mean, hell, they do. But I don't think I don't think it's cause for physicality. Like even if somebody says something about your mother, that was one of the things that got me really to go crazy on somebody when I was younger. And it's like, yeah, but my mom's home chilling. Like I really was it that serious? No, because as a grown man, if I react the same way, it could land me in jail because I would have overreached.
I think
You guys know the history.
I think you could punch people in the face for verbal harassment if it's an ongoing thing, right? I don't think that you would be unjustified in doing so, especially if you believe words hurt, and they do hurt some people. Other people, they are able to be more stoic, or it doesn't bother them as much. So it all depends. Right. So, but I'm in agreement. You don't put your hands on anybody who don't put their hands on you, generally speaking. But I do understand how these things work, and I can't say who's right and who's wrong, depending on what's being said. My father just died, and you're just going to go in on him.
Yeah,
I'm
right.
gonna have to go
Where'd
upside your head.
that mentality come from? Because throughout history that didn't exist until the advent of what's known as the transfer to lex talionis, which is the law of the claw, right? They transferred from that to eye, eye for an eye, right? So before eye for an eye, if someone took your eye, you'd go cut their arms off, right? Because you didn't just want justice, you wanted a step above, right? Because you weren't satisfied with even Steven. You wanted to get him back. You didn't just want to be balanced, you wanted to get him back. And so society moved towards, through many, different reasons, towards a more fair and equitable thing, which is if somebody, causes you to lose an eye, you only have the just right to, at best, to cause them to lose an eye. That's it. You can't cut their fingers off. You can't peel their toenails off to make sure it hurts. Can't do any of that. Because guess what was happening back in the day with a lot of these places that didn't operate this way? A dude would say, your sister's a whore. Then the guy would go over and punch the guy. And then the guy's brother would come over and kick that guy's kneecaps out. And then the other guy would come over and cut his other brother's arms off. And then it would just keep going and going and going and never stop.
That got a little darker than I expected.
Which is kind of how it works in the hood. I mean, I'm like, actually, when I say the hood, I mean anyone who is willing to operate outside of what the jurisdictional laws are wherever you are, which most people are willing to commit. They're willing to get revenge if they can get away with it.
That's the point, brother, that I wanted somebody to say, because I didn't want to be the one to say it, is that throughout human history, revenge was more common than justice. Because as humans, we innately lean towards revenge. It took society's indwelling with laws and teachings to beat that idea that we're justified just generally for just seeking revenge for every wrong rather than justice. And that proves something, in my opinion, about the nature of humanity, that we're not actually good. Fundamentally, when left unrestrained, as a collective, we're evil.
I just can't wrap my head around the idea that God created evil beings, or that He did something happened that created us evil, and we can't fix that, or it's kind of programmed into us. I don't subscribe to the idea that we're evil. I subscribe to the idea that people do things that they're desperate for. Right. But I'm under the impression that if people had what they needed, then they have no problem giving other people things without an issue. Right. So that's my opinion. Now, people might, disagree, and I've heard several people disagree with it. I still stand pat because I've seen and experienced way too much to know.
Yeah, but you got to look
Because
at
at the
like
same time, at the same time, you could be in the middle of a war. I was in the middle of a war when I was young. Right. My brother, he's gone now. He came from PA specifically, guns on the table. He's like, we have to solve this problem. Mom's scared. You're going to point him out. That's going to be that. That guy was my best friend's brother. I chose, I'd rather go live in PA with you. Just leave him alone. Despite everything that went down. So, I mean, again, these things are complicated, man.
Yeah, but keep in mind, when I began, I laid out the contention for there's only two religions in the world. One, mankind is innately capable to fix themselves through circumstances or their own willpower, versus the other view, which is mankind is not capable of fixing themselves, and it requires specific action by the creator of mankind himself. Those are pretty much the only two religions that exist in the world. And I would submit to you that most people subscribe to the concept that humans are generally good and we can fix ourselves, or we're in a negative position and we can get out of it through our self-effort. They all fall in that same category, where mankind will ultimately fix themselves. I think that, in my opinion, that's completely contrary to reality.
I'm still of the opinion that people are good, you know. And like I said, I understand that people have different perspectives, you know, but I've seen too many good things done by people that you wouldn't expect. Even bad guys go home and give their cat an extra treat or their dog an extra treat, you know. Now, if you have a disorder, you know, that's
That's not
one
saying
thing.
they're good,
You
though.
know,
See,
if
that's the
you're
difference.
somebody who's not adjusted well chemically, that's one thing. You know, if you're some sort of what do they call them? Psycho what?
Yeah, but see, sociopaths.
Right, psychopaths and sociopaths. If your chemicals are imbalanced, and there are quite a few people who are like that. You know what I'm saying? I can't. I'm not speaking for those people, right? I'm speaking in general terms, right? And generally speaking, I see people who are in positions who can give, do give, who can help, do help. You know, and they don't have to be made to or told to or anything like that. In my experiences.
Sure, but I would also submit to you that throughout their life, regardless of what moral code they adopt, they willfully, with eyes open, do something that they themselves judge as wrong. They know what they're doing is wrong, they judge it themselves to be wrong, and they do it anyway. And keep in mind, my definition of good is not periodical good actions. My definition of good is 100% love at all times in thought, word, and deed. And anything short of that isn't good.
Yeah, I don't speak in absolutes, so I wouldn't hold true to that statement.
Well, see, my worldview is grounded in an objective source that is the arbiter of the way things should be, right? So I take my opinion on the way things should be from the author of reality. So that would be where I would get the grounding for objective statements. Otherwise, think about it. If that wasn't true, then where could objective statements come from? Everything would be subjective.
I think that good is judged by the actions that you do in the moment, not your life's path necessarily. We're going to make mistakes, we're going to stumble, we're going to have errors in judgment, we're going to have regrets, remorse, and hopefully we've learned from some of the mistakes that we've made. We've learned from some of the bad decisions that we thought were bad and we did them anyway. Does not mean that you're a bad person if you're still in the stake to feed your family or whatever. You know, so I don't think that you're judged by all of that. I think you're judged by, you know, the moments of when you should and when you can.
Yeah, but Max, you're the arbiter of what's good and what's bad. Then, if that's what you're saying, you're the arbiter of that. There isn't
Oh
a
no.
higher standard. It's just you. You're the arbiter of what's good and bad. And if that's the case, then you're the one that decides what's good and what's bad. You see what I'm saying? So the highest standard as it can get to is what you think is good and bad. Not what somebody else might think is good and bad is not. You don't care. You're like, I don't care. What I think is good is what I think is good. And so that goes outside what AI is saying is what he relies on, the objectivity of his moral understanding. It doesn't rely on his arbitering whether or not it's going to be good or bad. He's not saying that. He's saying I rely on the creator. Whereas then you're saying I rely on myself, my thoughts, my actions, my understanding of what's good and bad. That's how you're
Yeah,
interpreting it. That's why you're.
absolutely. But there's
Go.
something super interesting in that. There's something super interesting in that because normally when you say there's an objective standard, then you get into the nuance. So, well, what if you do in a tough situation, right? Where I have two paths to take and both of them seem wrong. Well, the Bible does indicate that love is greater than any written law. So if you have a law that says you can only go 35 miles an hour through this street, right? But you're taking someone to the hospital that's going to die. You know that the right thing to do is to go faster than that written law. You know that, right? So there are these nuances, but that ultimately is grounded in God of what love is, right? But even then, it's interesting when someone says, oh, you're judged by this, you're judged by that. You know, saying like humans are born and then they live and then they're judged. But if you're going by the biblical scripture says that humanity in total is judged, not individuals necessarily. It says when Adam, right, represented us as the federal head and the progenitor of the human race, he fell. And in him, we all are condemned to death, right? That's what it says. So if you're born, you're already condemned to death. It's that simple. And we know this because we all die. So if you subscribe to a biblical paradigm, if you're in Adam, your destiny is death. It's just the way it is.
So morality is innate or is it learned? Good and bad, is it knowing or is it something that's taught? Right and wrong, are these things learned or are they innate? That's the question on the table, right? And I'm hearing conflicting opinions on these things and different situations where some say it is innate and then no, it's learned. So I'm not really sure which one it is. I'm not the arbiter of right and wrong. I mean, in my opinion, yes, maybe I think that I've learned what's right and wrong based on the conditions in my environment. It's wrong to jaywalk. It's wrong to speed, just like AI said. But you have these different situations, and is that right or wrong, or would God just forgive that, right? I mean, because God didn't make that rule, man did, right? You shouldn't speed and these sorts of things, right? So,
Well, actually, no, well, yeah, but kind of just one real quick point on the speeding. The speeding isn't just an arbitrary rule that somebody made and you have to follow. Speeding is a contract. So when you get a license, you enter into a contract with the community. I will obey the laws of the road. You sign it with your signature, and by the free power of your free will, you're authorizing that as a contract against yourself, promised by your word. So when you speed and break the law you are breaking is the law you wrote against yourself.
given the fact if you got a license.
Right. And fair enough. Most people get a license because they think they have to. There are other ways to drive around, but then again, you have to be responsible. So it's expected among the community, hey, if you're driving in a way that's dangerous, that's irresponsible, you shouldn't do that. Now you're free. Look, you're free to go up to somebody and call them a bunch of names, but if they slap you, I mean, what, you think you're free from consequences? Same with speeding. You speed all over the place. Oh, I'm free to speed. Okay, but that's not going to stop the truck in front of you from crumpling your car into oblivion.
We say right and wrong. I'm not even sure what that means in a lot of times, right? Because what's right for you may not be right for others, depending on where you are, right? So there are many examples that you can give to kind of highlight this. So this is where it gets, well, what are God's rules? What are they? To love, which to love purely and goodly and all of this, but yet and still we're made bad, or and that one apple just messed up everything. What's going on?
Well, yeah, that's what it said. So the Bible indicates from the text that humans have at least some base principle of a capacity to exercise choices based on moral decisions. So they're moral free agents. So for some reason, God thought it was good to create morally free agents. Now, the problem with morally free agents is they're able to make moral decisions. So they can, in principle, choose bad and good. So Adam, right, chose bad with his own choice. He was given dominion of the earth. He was given the choice, good and evil. He chose evil.
When you choose evil, you'll be punished. So is that really like a choice?
What? One more time?
I said, if you choose evil, then you're punished. So is that really a choice?
Well, I mean, yes, of course it's a choice. Think about it. If I choose evil, I will face the consequences. Consequences don't mean that you didn't make a choice. It's just like
And if
speeding.
I
I
choose good,
speed,
though,
I crash. Is that my choice to speed? Yes,
if
of course.
I choose good, then I won't have punishment, right? So that's kind of like you know I can choose bad, but I know that there'll be punishment. So that's not really a choice, in my opinion. I get what you're saying. It's of free will. It's of free will, but it's not really like a choice because you're going to be punished for doing anything bad.
Dude, that doesn't make any sense.
No?
Yeah. So, for example,
So you're
rapists
telling
face
me that I have the choice.
Think about it this way. Think about it this way. Rapists face 3 to 5 years in prison, right? Does that mean they don't choose to go out and rape? It just happens. It spontaneously happens because a punishment is in existence. That doesn't make any sense. Maybe you're not putting it out correctly. What you're trying to
You're
say.
getting punished, right? You shouldn't be doing it, and that's why you're being punished. If it wasn't something that was punishable, but everybody would be doing it. So when you say that, you have a choice to do good or bad, there'll be punishment tied to the bad. Period. End of
Wait,
story.
wait, wait,
Every
wait,
day, all
wait,
day.
wait, wait. Wait. Well, there's punishment and then there's consequence. I think there's a line to draw between punishment and consequence because
Yes.
we give punishment. And well, God probably gives punishment too, but consequence would be, well, I know that I shouldn't be crossing the highway all willy nilly. If I get smacked by a Mac 10, I just experience a consequence, not a really a punishment necessarily. So if there's an objective right way to live and a wrong way to live, if I go against the right way to live, there will be unintended consequences. There
But we
has
have
to be.
good consequences. Aren't there good consequences? Aren't the consequences of working out, having a better body? Right? So
Dude,
consequence
I don't
don't
agree
mean
with that.
punishment. These are two different things. Consequence and punishment are two different
Yeah,
things. Consequence is more of a
of
result.
course, of course. So, for example, if you commit a crime in the public eye, right, you're going to have deleterious effects, right? People aren't going to respect you. People aren't going to give you things. People aren't going to trust you. That's separate from punishment. Punishment can be a consequence, but consequences aren't necessarily punishments, even though they may seem like it. They are two separate categories. Nobody disagrees there. But the fact that those two don't remove you from the responsibility of the free choice you made. You chose it with eyes wide open. You said, I can do this or I can do that, and you chose this.
Right. And so you choose punishment if you choose to do bad. And I don't think most people want to choose punishment, right? So, in that regard, I'm saying, do you really have a choice? If the choice is doing something good, and that's fine, and there's no punishment, and then if the choice is doing something bad and receiving punishment, right?
Okay, so I think I see where you're going. You're saying if I'm choosing to do something that I know there's going to be 100% punishment for, unavoidable, am I making a choice? Well, of course, you're still making a choice. And there's no way out of the choice. So you're saying, why would any rational person choose to do something wrong if they know there's consequences or punishments? Well, the answer is because human beings aren't perfectly rational. There you go. Human beings do stupid crap all the time. Why? Because they want what they want, regardless of the consequences, regardless of who they hurt, even themselves.
Yeah, I would not dispute that.
I don't know. I haven't heard anything. To be fair, I haven't heard one thing contrary to that conclusion in this conversation. I mean, I basically said human beings willfully, eyes wide open, do things they know are wrong, regardless of the consequences to themselves or their loved ones or people they don't love. And I know we all have experienced that. I don't know who could possibly deny that.
So it's wrong to steal for a starving family? Or is it morally correct?
Depends.
Well, I'm saying you don't have any resources, you don't have any other way, there's no other way, and so you decide that you're going to steal so that you can feed your babies. Is that morally right or wrong?
There is plenty of legal codes where it says that if this is the reason why somebody's stealing, that yes, it's wrong to steal, that yes, they still need to make recompense, but they're not going to be punitively censured. So in other words, normally you'd go to prison for, let's say, a year, or you get your hand chopped off, right? In certain cultures. So when they find out that you're not doing it out of greed and selfishness and that you're actually doing it out of benevolent reasons, say, I want to feed my family, they will be merciful to you. So yes, it is simultaneously wrong, but it's also forgiven. Like you're not justified to take somebody else's stuff just because you don't have stuff, right? But there's mitigating reasons. Because why? Because the ultimate law is love. And so you, the aggrieved party who had your food stolen, if you love, you're going to forgive that person. If you don't have love, you're going to seek retribution against that person. And so if a man steals from you to feed his family and you want him punished retributively, you are immoral. Right? Well, think about it this way. What did Jesus say? It said if a man comes to you, right, and takes your cloak,
You guys still there?
Yeah. I was waiting for AI to come back.
AI, did you cut out, man? We didn't hear you. Kind of like the conversation right now. I don't know. I guess he's not back yet. All right.
What's the difference between God's love and any other kind of love?
Oh my. God loves us with a pure love that we couldn't understand. Because he loves his creation, something he made we didn't make anything in here, so our love is a bit more greedy when we say we love something, especially when it comes to like when we have a spouse, and it's hard for us to understand that. So he teaches us throughout life, and we start to learn what that means. But you know, like, it takes wisdom. But he already has that perfect love. It's kind of like what AI was saying in the beginning, though. But the perfect love that God has for us, for his creation, because he made us, is different than a love that we can have towards something else because we're the created. You know, we are his creatures. So we can't see how to love something we made like that because we never made anything. You know what I mean? Like we didn't fashion together the facets of reality in order to make this place where we're at right now. We already just were in it, and we were born from our mother. So we don't know what it means to make something like that and then watch it become something and build and do things, and we couldn't understand that kind of love. But that's the kind of love he has for us.
Because I know that the love of my children versus the love of other things are a totally different experience for me, right? Um, I don't necessarily know that I understand when people say God's love as different from me loving my children. You know, I consider them my creation. I understand that I didn't create them, you know, that I, you know, participated in it.
Yeah, you can relate to
So
it. Sounds like you can come close to relating to it. But as far as like the limits or the level of what are you willing to put, you know, your child into, like to actually sacrifice, I would call it, for you to actually see that love perfected. Like it's beyond us. The grasp of that perfection is beyond us. But I could see where you say you could assimilate that type of understanding from seeing how much you love your children, because like you'd do anything for them. So in that same regard, you could say, you know, you could see how God can love us, but to actually know, I think that's a level far beyond our understanding. Like we couldn't see, because if you, let's say, for instance, you made your children. Let's just say you made them, right? In that mindset, you fashioned them together, the faucets of reality, and now they were brought into existence. They were your creatures. You made them. You have this passion for your creation, something you made, and you see them moving around, and they call you father, and it would be a different type of love, because you would say, like, I made you. I brought you into existence. Before that, you were nothing, and I brought you into this world. But like I said, I can see how you say they could relate to it. But as far as like fashioning together reality just to make them, I think that's a level probably none of us could ever see. But it does speak of it, though. It speaks of how he loves us, and it's something I think we try to comprehend with wisdom and knowledge, but I think it's a level at which we probably could never achieve. And I agree with you. It seems to be illusory. So
it's the only love that I know is that's uncompromised and unconditional, right? I mean, when I loved my wife, my spouse, and everything else, it's a different sort of thing, right? So that's all I'm saying. And you know, and as far as to people who are, you know, experiencing people who tell them they love them and then mistreat them, you know, that gets a little weird too, because people will tell you they love you and then they end up mistreating you, right? So did they love you? Did they lie to you? Or what happened there? So it gets kind of weird.
yeah, the Bible kind of states or underlines what is love. Love is patient. Love is kind. Love is not boastful or seek its own way. Love always hopes. That is 1 Corinthians chapter 13, if you want to find out the definition. And love hopes, love endures all things. So once you see the value of what love actually is, and then you look at yourself, it's like, well, these qualities, I can attain them. I can surely represent some of them, but to encapsulate yourself as to being the wholehearted embodiment of love, I don't think so. Not anyone could be that whole perfect love like that. There's just no way. But however, that's what in the scripture, how it reveals itself to us, and we can see reflections of that, like within you loving your kids. You can see that. Because even if your kids they commit crimes and that, you're gonna be like, I don't care. They're my children, and I love them no matter what. So, um, you know, and that's what I'm saying. That love that was defined in 1 Corinthians 13 is something that is It's really tough, man. But it's something that a lot of people, these qualities they exude these qualities, of course. But to embody it completely, I don't think so. Not one single human can do that.
It's
They can,
like, do you harbor your criminal children or do you turn them over to the law, right? And
yeah,
let's say it's the most heinous crimes, right? Do you harbor them or do you turn them over to the law?
and that would have to be left up to that moment. You know, that will have to be left up to the moment because we can talk about what we do right now, but when that moment comes, we'd probably change our minds. Either way, you might be like, no, I would never turn them over, but then at that moment, you'd be like, you know what, I have to do what's right. Versus where you could be at the moment, like, you know what, my kids will never see, that. I'll take the blame before they do. You know what I mean? So that's in the moment you would know what would it be.
Real quick, DD speculate. I unmuted you. I hope you're chill.
Oh, appreciate that. But I've been chill the whole time. I'm just I'm always interested in having these type of conversations. We may not all agree, and that's totally fine. But I just try to keep the way in which I address people in a very respectful manner, even if I don't agree with whatever they're saying.
Dee, let me ask you something really quick. You said something about the ISS. Do you think that there are people up there on the ISS floating around as the story's been told? Maybe he's not chill.
I'm very chill. What you mean?
No,
I
well,
guess
I
I'm
kind of
against
asked
that.
you if you believe in the ISS and all the people.
So the question is whether I believe there are people floating around in the ISS. I don't believe they inform us as to what is actually going on. I believe they tell us what they want us to believe. So am I sure if there are actually people doing that? I'm not so sure. But based off of everything that they have shared with us has proven to be false. And so based on that ideology, I would say it's probably incorrect.
Okay, I was just trying to feel it out, see where you are. I like having a discussion with you. You've been fair so far, and you've been contributory. You've had a lot of good things to say, in my opinion, early on.
I appreciate that, but
I
I'm
didn't.
just I'm just offering my perspective about the subjects that we're talking about, and some may agree and some may disagree, and that's totally fine. But I believe these forums are necessary for us all to come together and have these sort of conversations that kind of ruffle feathers in some ways or another.
Do you believe that we've been to the moon as far as America?
No,
I'm good.
no, not at all. And there was I don't know, I forgot which interview it was, but it was with Neil Armstrong, and a child asked him point blank, pretty much. Actually, no, point blank. Why is it that um, that we've been to the moon, right? And this is what the child was saying. Some 8-year-old, something like that. Yeah, okay, so since we've been to the moon, how is it that it's been this long, right? And we haven't been again. And his initial response was like, "Whoa, you ask a lot of questions," but the girl was persistent, and so he kind of felt backed in the corner, is what I would guess he felt, because what he said next was just like, "Well, did you ever think that we never went?" It's like, that's going to be your response. But of course, everybody that was around was like, "Well, he didn't mean what he said." And it's like, okay, not that we need him to state that right out, but I just found that very interesting. What are you doing? Okay. Oh, you want to know what I'm talking about? Okay. What I mean, like, what are your beliefs? Do you believe that we went to the moon?
Oh no, we haven't gone to the moon, and
Hell no!
Earth is flat, level.
Right.
Uh,
Okay.
yeah, water's flat and level. You can't have high pressure next to low pressure without a barrier. There's no movement felt down here, but we do see the sky moving up there.
Right. Right. Exactly. What are you doing? Stop it. Okay. No, just the whole orchestration about what they made us believe, from when we were children, right? And then like we have to become kind of re-educated in our adulthood. You're like, wait a minute, that's not factually accurate. That the Earth is not a sphere. You know what I mean? Like the Earth is flat, and then you can prove it. You know what I mean? It's not even like an opinion. You know, so it's just quite unfortunate, really. And people are like, well, why would they do that? Well, it's easier to control the people if they have them believe a certain set of beliefs, and that's all space is, right? Well, this whole ideology here just gets us to believe one thing versus another.
Great.
Why you got to put that right next to my ear? What you doing? You're building your own telephone.
Everybody's pretty quiet for Speculation Sunday, where almost all topics are on the table.
I've got one for you.
Okay.
All right. What
You
eclipse is the moon?
ever? Oh,
Oh,
you
sorry,
might have.
no.
You might have started first. Go ahead.
No, yeah, I was just saying, what eclipse is the moon during a lunar eclipse?
Not the ground. That's basically all you need to know, because that's what people
Well,
think
it is
is happening.
speculation Sunday. Come on, CV. Don't be a party pooper.
Well, I won't be a party pooper, but I just want to start with that. Is that people think that it's the ground that's causing it. So I'm just want to spoil the party and let people know that's not what's happening. So
Yeah, that's not what's happening for sure. What it is, I I don't know.
shout out to NDT. I got a meme for the chat I made myself for this question, so I'll put it in the chat. What's happening?
Um. Well,
Yeah.
at some point, Max, I want to know. I want to know what you think about my ideas of the sun. My high speculation about the sun.
Which is what?
Uh. Okay. Like bulletproof glass or
Yes,
like protective
plexiglass.
glass, plexiglass. There you go. Um. If somebody's on the other side, like opposite of you, right, opposite of the plexiglass, and they shine a laser through it, you can see the exit point, the uh the circle on your side, right?
hmm
That's what I think the sun is.
That's interesting, right there.
So you
And
think it's
I'll go deep
white
into. Are you leaving anytime soon?
for me?
Yeah.
Uh, Probably about 30 minutes or so.
All right. I'll get into it, but that'll be like my speculation at some point today.
Right, that the sun is being reflected into us. Now, I think I heard you say that it's in the firmament, in the layers of the firmament. Is that accurate? Is that correct? Okay, so I mean, the sun, right? What we've been given, Ra, and all of this other jazz, right? Um, we know what it does. And as far as it being in the firmament or being reflected on the firmament, I can't really say. When I look at it, it appears to be there, wherever there is in the sky, right? It doesn't seem to be beyond the sky to me, right? It seems to be in close proximity to wherever the moon would be, right? There are some days that the sun seems really, really close, and there are other days when it seems like it's really far away. Same thing that the moon does essentially, except the sun has the effect of heating us a whole lot more than the moon does. As far as what you think it may be, I cannot disagree at all. I mean, with anything that's reasonable, right? Because there's no way for me to verify it, right? But I could not disagree that it's in the firmament. I would think that it's in the firmament. It moves throughout it. It sounds right. If other people have ideas about it being a hydrogen ball or whatever, feel free to offer your opinions. I happen to do not think.
Maybe it's a black sun. I don't know.
Niru or Nibu or something. I've heard something like a black sun. And I recently heard something about a comet that comes every 400 years. I haven't looked into it and I haven't really researched it, but that's something that I recently heard, that there's a comet that comes like once every 400 years. Not Halley's Comet, but some other comet. If anybody has anything to offer, I'd be more than happy.
Trying to play Call of Duty and talk at the same time. It's too loud though, isn't it?
Sounds like somebody got Elijah caught up on the railroad tracks. I mean, it's easy to see why people have come to worship the sun. I mean, I don't think we should, but it's easy to understand how that.
Yeah, even like the baboons, they're like an animal. They like kind of thank the sun when it's sunrise. That's kind of cool. Like look it up, kind of interesting. They're like the prey like they do in the east, you know, with not folded hands, but like hands palms together. See, like they thank the sun. Cool. I have it. It's kind of cool. I don't think there's anything wrong with like worshipping the sun. I think it might be just this deception that it's a bad thing. It obviously gives life, and it is the sun, like the song. I don't know. I'm the Christian.
It doesn't give life; it sustains life.
Yeah, and that's a good thing. Definitely is a good thing. So, well, yeah. And like the sun, we see the sun every day. I have not like seen this Jesus guy. He's on the Bible, you know. So it makes sense if you don't know about stuff in the Bible, you would worship the sun.
So did I hear you correctly where you said that it's okay to worship the sun and not okay to worship Jesus? Did you say that?
No, I didn't say that. I'd say like if you didn't know about Jesus, it does make sense to just worship the sun. I wouldn't worship anything though, but I wouldn't say it's anything wrong with worshiping the sun. Obviously sustains life, so why not? Be thankful for what you get for free. Regardless of who is like making the sun doing what it do. It's not easy to like know why.
The person who said it's okay to worship the sun, do you drive?
No. Just
Do you
take the
eat?
bus.
Do you
Yes.
take the bus? So you take the bus?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you worship the people who make buses?
I don't know. There's other ways to get around.
But the buses do give a service, right?
Yeah.
So should you worship the people who make buses?
If they were like, if I couldn't live without them, maybe. I don't know. I wouldn't worship anything really personally, but I wouldn't see anything wrong with people doing so. Not like I wouldn't stone them to death for doing that. To be honest,
What
it's
do you
kind of
mean
their
by
choice. To be honest.
what do you mean? What do you mean by the word worship?
Good question. Like being very thankful, like you're super thankful, something like more than thankful, I suppose.
Because gratitude is one thing. That's one word. Worship is another. So if you're just saying, yo, I should be grateful that we have the sun. I understand that.
Yeah, hold in
I
the
don't.
highest regard. That I agree with more. Like, and it makes sense to worship the sun because it's like it's the one thing like we can know for sure. Like gives us like the most life other than parents. You know,
So we know for sure that the sun gives us what?
it like sustains life. I mean, you know,
So what is the sun?
it's light in the sky.
The sun is a light in the sky, right?
Yeah.
Do you worship hammers?
No, why would I?
Well, it's something that helps other people, so maybe it's deserving of worship. Hammers or screwdrivers.
Oh, well, we
What
could
about
live without them. People have
what
lived
about the
without
sea?
them.
What about the sea? What about the ocean or water? Should we worship water?
Oh, maybe. Sounds more reasonable. I don't know.
It
That also
sounds
gives
reasonable.
life.
It sounds reasonable to worship water.
Yeah.
And how
I
would
would
you
do it, but
how would you show this worship?
Maybe do some ritual alongside it. I don't know. I don't see anything wrong with it.
Did the sun or the water ask for it?
I don't know. I don't know
What?
how to speak waterese or sunese, so I don't know if it asked for it or not.
So you don't know. So basically silent, right?
Yeah, to me it sounds silent.
If it's silent, so you're not doing it for the sun. You're not doing it because water asks you. You think it's rational to do what's not required. For what reason then? Why are you doing it?
Well, I don't know. I don't do it. I won't do it. I'm not asking. I'm not I mean, I just think it's permissible and okay to worship like the sun and water. I mean, it's permissible to worship anything really, as long as you're not harming anyone else. That should be okay.
I just don't see the rational link between this thing benefits me, therefore worship. I don't see the link. Okay, so help me understand the link, if you would.
Well, I don't really see the link either, to be honest.
So if there's no link, then why is it? Are you saying it's okay for anybody to do anything as long as it doesn't hurt other people?
Yeah, as long as it doesn't violate ethics. Yeah, basically.
What ethics? Whose ethics?
Yeah, like the stuff you can derive from your own rationality and compassion. If you combine those two, you can first find out you shouldn't shouldn't steal for somebody, and you shouldn't kill or hurt someone unless they first hurt you, because that's logical. And probably some other things.
Where did you get that? Where did you get that? You cannot steal, you cannot kill. Where did you get?
Well, I don't know where I got it from, but it's logical. So
But it's interesting. It's interesting. I don't know also where I got it, but it's written almost in all religion books.
Yeah, probably because it's written in our hearts, like it says in the Bible, I think.
Not only in Bible, in all religious books.
Yeah.
Yeah. That means it's coming from
yourself.
From myself, or from.
You're saying God. I don't know what God is, so I'm just saying myself because.
Did I say God?
No, you didn't say God. I'm just assuming that was what you're trying to come at with. I don't know, but I'm saying it's from myself because there was.
You created morality. You're saying.
I mean, everyone can create morality from reason and logic. Reason and
that means
compassion.
you are born. You are learning, and morality is coming itself like that. It's in a gene.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you won't think about it, but if somebody argued it to you and you were honest with yourself, you will come to the same conclusion.
Yeah,
because it's a fundamental truth, sort of.
But I want to know. I want to know to the person who came like this. He lived wherever he lived. He never wrote anything about anything, and he came like this. It's so wrong to kill and all that morality things,
If he thought about it, he would come to that conclusion.
If he talk about that, who was talking to him?
Thought about it. If he thought about it.
If he thought about that, do you know any person? Do you know any person who thought about that by himself like that, and then he came by himself? Okay, this is morality.
No, because most
Okay,
people
thank
are
you.
taught morality at an early age, I suppose.
Yeah. And does they know the person who came on their own? Any person, you know, in human history. Like say John Smith came 1972. He didn't read anything, but he realized that morality came from ourselves. So blah blah. Or we have all examples is coming only from one source.
What? Why did you delete the? There was an image somebody shared. I wanted to download it. I think it was Elijah. Sorry. What you saying?
Or all things is coming from one source. That morality thing.
Yeah, logic and compassion, I suppose. That's two sources, I suppose. That's my
Logic.
view of it.
What logic?
Do you not know what logic is?
Yeah, I know. Can you tell me one person who came with this logic? It's wrong to kill. It's wrong to steal. It's wrong to be whatever bad things you want to morality, you know, ethics. Can you tell me one person who came that on his own without getting that from another source?
Not really. No,
Okay.
that doesn't really prove anything, though. Really, that's
Yeah,
kind
that
of like
mean
a black swan, white
that mean
swan kind of thing.
yeah, like we don't have an example that come from the human like logically, but it is a logic you are saying.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Like for example, you can boil the water, you know, with the ice, but mostly it's with the heat. But you can think that you can because you
What?
know.
You can boil the water with the ice. What? And the
Yeah,
feet?
it's the same thing with the ethics. You don't have example that one person came with ethics. Do you understand me? And but you given again the possibility that that's the logic. How could be the logic something what never ever one person did it on his own? How is that logic?
I mean, there are other things that people have independently discovered. And I assume this is the truth for anything that sounds logical, that anyone could come up with it just by thinking about it a lot. And
But you
it
didn't give
is.
me. You can
Sorry.
say yes. There are some people who invented the aeroplane, you know, and because okay, great, but we are speaking about ethics and morality in this moment, not about airplanes.
Okay. Yeah.
And about that, I told you it, and I'm telling you not from the religious source, only from the logic point, because I'm not religious. But the source, it's coming only from one source, and that's that creator source. You cannot have that morality with that things, you know.
But who's the creator? And
Uh,
I mean,
who is the
who is it?
creator? Oh my God!
Yeah.
Yeah, if I know
Yeah,
that,
but
that means that
what is a god?
if I know the answer of that question, that somehow I will have the connection with that. That means that I will be somehow half God. You know?
Okay. I mean,
I don't understand, but
yeah.
What?
What's up, guys?
your sound
Max,
is very low, Bisticles. I don't know
Max,
I'm
what's
you.
telling
wrong.
him that you cannot have
Oh, my mic's
information
low.
with that.
Now it's better.
Okay. What's up, everybody?
What's up, Max? You still there? Unless Beasticles, you had something you wanted to say.
No, I was just
Yeah,
saying
no,
hi. I'm listening.
We are in philosophy. Can morality and ethics come from the humans like that? Like, okay, I realize it. This is wrong. This
Can
is
we talk
good or
about
this is bad?
rainbows?
Rainbows?
Mm-hmm.
No. And we're
No.
talking about morality and ethics. That's what we were talking about.
Yeah. How long? What
Uh,
is there a point?
hmm?
I think rainbow represents the morality in Bible. or the promise that God will never sunk the whole world with the flood. But the rainbow is not
I wasn't.
represented. It's about grace that He has promised or made a promise that He will never sunk the whole humanity ever again with the flood. Next time we'll be in fire.
Okay,
I used to like rainbows.
that's on you then. Architecture. You don't see the
Yeah,
necessity.
I have.
You don't.
Yeah,
You don't.
I don't.
You don't.
Yeah.
I don't need you to elaborate. It's pretty clear what you mean. Can I respond?
Yeah, respond, please. Sorry.
Okay. God, aka a creator, aka an informer. So we have creation and we have information. You'd need something to have created that or to have informed on such things for there to be an existence of these things. We already know that with the way that we communicate. You know, you have to inform someone to have for someone to have information. And since information is here for us to soak in as created beings, something must have created us. So you
Yeah,
say there's
Very
no
good.
somebody
logical
created,
necessity.
and like somebody created you then too, and again, like somebody created the one who created you,
Yeah, well,
and
that
but
would be
who
What?
a
created and who created the creator? Who
yeah.
created the creator?
That's called a what is it called a fallacy regression, infinite regression.
But why
At
assume
the
the
end
universe was created then? What? Yeah, that's right.
because
It is logic.
I just told you it's an illogical argument. I just told you which it is, and you said yeah, but
But
well, it
I'm
makes
used.
sense. It makes
It is
sense
not an
that
argument. It is a question. It is not an
n-
argument. It is a question, though. Who
no, it's
created the creator?
fallacious.
Because
It's
you say that the
fallacious.
information, this world has to be created
It's
by somebody. But
fallacious. Your
who
response
created
to
that
that was
somebody?
yeah, it's fallacious. It's an infinite regression fallacy.
Right.
And there is
I
no
still don't see. I still don't see like why the universe can't create itself.
Well, you asked an
That
interesting
sounds
Well, first of
question.
just
all,
as lo-
time
this
out,
just
time out,
sounds
time
just
out,
logical.
time out.
That sounds just. I wasn't finished.
Yo, it's called the ontological primitive. So either something created nature or nature created itself. There's still a
Yeah,
creator.
what's simpler? What's simpler? Occam's razor, right? What's simpler? Nature created itself. That's much
That
simpler.
something created nature.
Yeah, I stick to like Occam's razor when I don't know. Sure.
Okay, well,
So,
that's your opinion. Moving on.
You don't think Occam
right.
razor is applicable in this case? You know, your premise is that something created itself, which is not really a premise that
But your
stands.
premise, but
Now
your
hold on.
premise is that God
Let me
created
finish.
itself,
Let me finish,
and then created
architect.
the.
Let me finish.
I
Your
wanted to
premise.
respond to what you're saying.
You're
I
not
wanted to
even letting
respond.
me finish, though.
Shut up, bitch!
Well, go ahead,
Occam
Matt.
razor would imply that the premise would be something that is sustainable. What you're suggesting is not.
Everyone's allowed to interrupt me, but I cannot interrupt all people. Okay. Sure.
Can I have one comment about the
I
creator?
don't need you to
So,
interrupt me, Mr.
as
Mayor. Hold on.
Just kidding. Please proceed.
okay, my understanding is that the creator is not affected by time, materia, or space. It's not limited to those. It can be if he wants, but it's kind of outside of time, outside of materia, outside of space. So therefore, it can create all these three things as he can is eternal. We don't understand perhaps what eternal means,
but that's how I see it. So it doesn't need to be created because it's always been there. If there is any always, we don't even know the word always means.
Well,
But
that's
yeah,
just
it's not.
that.
He is not affected by time. That's the most important part of this. Who created or when it was created? There is no time in creator's perspective.
Yeah,
Fact
but
is what is created.
at some point he created something. Something that wasn't created is infinitely eternal. So, well, I guess that's a double negative. Whatever. Is eternal. But once you like, for example, nature. Everything we experience in nature is physical and metaphysical. Information being metaphysical, and the trees, I think, was what you're talking about with creation and people themselves, and you know, the plants that give seed, well, the trees that bear fruit that give seeds, and all of these things to continue to give us more sustenance. That couldn't have created itself. So that argument is out. The idea that that's always been here, well, that's an entropy violation. That's a law of thermodynamics violation. That can't be possible either.
No, how is
But the
matter can't be
creation is
created or
not.
destroyed?
The,
It follows it.
yeah, but there had to be someone who introduced the energy in the first place. So God is
Well,
outside of that.
that's definitely that's.
Shut up, bitch. That's outside of creation. There had to be something outside of creation to put these rules in place in the first place. It would be outside of those laws.
Can you please just
No, I'm not going to not mute you when you're talking when I'm talking.
That was not what I gonna say. Can I please? Oh, it's fucking maddening. I hate this shit. I was going to say about can we provide a proper logical argument with premises and a conclusion that follows from the premises with like proper logic.
Well, the premise has to be proven. I mean, I already have an axiom is that things that are created are, I mean, created. Like a tree is a tree. That's not begging the question. It's just something that is. We all know that things come from things being made. Your argument was that the thing made itself. So we have dirt. So at some point, there had to be nothing that created the something, the material that we have. What are you talking about? Prove that. I mean, you don't experience that.
I don't. Well,
You don't.
maybe this didn't have to be have created in the first place. Maybe this was all the time. You know, like you said.
Yeah, I think that's a violation of natural law.
It
The
isn't.
only being that can
Point to the
create the
contradiction. Where's the contradiction?
only thing that can supersede that law is the creator himself.
Yeah, but I haven't seen the creator or evidence for him, like empirical evidence for him.
Well, nature
So
couldn't have always existed because something would have had to create it.
Well,
you
if
will
something, well, that's the problem. That's the problem. If something had to create it, something had to create that again. So you're the one using the infinite regression fallacy here. I'm not.
No, I'm not. You did.
No, because you said it has
Yeah.
to be created, but then somebody had to create something.
Well,
So if it's
again, I
outside, and if it's
experienced.
outside our like realm and reality,
do
then that's just
do
speculation, you know.
do you wanna look into creation, like find out how he did it?
Yeah, just provide
Just
within
that,
logic.
just that with the logic you want to go in the creator. man, do you know what are you asking for? To be God, somehow. You're asking somehow to be God, if you understand what is your question. No. If you understand the way of the creation, how created did that, that means somehow you are God, man. Do you understand that?
Anyway, I don't really.
No, I don't see the argument for that. You
So
have to
then you
provide the
don't you don't
arguments.
you don't agree. I'm not about to pull God out of my pocket. Like we heard his.
Elijah,
Listen, I'm trying to get to the sun thing. I don't really care. I already told him about the ontological primitives. He said he switched positions from perhaps it created itself to maybe it was already here. I already rebutted that. There is no other option. There's where else to go. I'm not ready to just argue all day long, and I don't have to argue
You
because
didn't point to the
somebody's gonna
contradiction. You didn't
because
point to
somebody's going
contradiction, so
to
you didn't rebut it. Sorry. You didn't
somebody's
point
going
to the
to.
contradiction.
That's great. So the conversation is over because there's nothing else to say on that matter. He's gonna think what he thinks. We're gonna
You're
think what we think.
dishonest.
And okay, anything else? Because we're moving on.
Oh, sure.
Okay, great. What do you think about the shape of the Earth?
Me?
Hmm.
It's flat.
How do you know?
We can see too far,
Say again.
and we can see too far.
What does that mean?
We can. Uh, well, there's a globe model that most people believes in, and they have a way to know if you can see. I mean, using the model, you shouldn't be able to see certain things at a certain height.
Can you give me an example?
Like you shouldn't be able to decree from Israel.
Can you pop that in the chat? Do you have any literature, any pictures, or anything that people can use
Yeah,
as an argument if we like it?
yeah, of course. Shimshon, he has to be. Yeah, I have it right here actually. Copy link, right here. So this guy could see the silhouette of Crete from Israel using the sun. Using like trigonometry and the globe model, like math and the globe model, you shouldn't be able to see it. It should be hidden by 88 Burj Khalifas of height behind the curvature of the Earth. We could maybe argue that that's like clouds, like there, but you have other observations too, like hundreds, I'd argue, maybe even more, maybe even in thousands of observations that disprove the globe.
All right,
So
fair enough.
yeah.
All right, fair enough. On to the sun. Did anybody want to go on to that?
Um,
Are you guys still there? Max. Who else?
Yep,
Yeah.
just living life in between the conversation.
Did you see the pictures that I posted at 3 o'clock and at where were we?
The last one I saw was the round rainbow.
yeah, that's what I was looking at. That one?
Yep.
Yeah, it's wild. That's crazy.
It's what a rainbow really looks like. See, you also I think there's a certain angle you have to be um to see it.
Like above a certain point.
Or like if you're below a certain point, you wouldn't see it at all. That's why we only get like half a rainbow, because there's parts of it that we're so low that from our angle we can't see it. But if you increase your height, this is what you see. So
That's
if you
wild.
go high in altitude, you can actually see the entire circle. I've wondered if this circle travels along the surface. because I know at certain parts, certain times of the year, so the sun is going over certain positions in Manhattan when I used to ride to work on my bike. The newly paved road, I would see a halo around myself. I don't know where that particular picture is, but you know, you look on the ground and you see the reflection from the newly paved road, and it's like,
I wonder where the sun is in that picture.
Saying yourself. That's all.
say again.
I said you might just be a Super Saiyan yourself. That's all. You feel a halo around yourself. But
So my thing is,
if rainbows around, right? You mean I'm never gonna find a leprechaun?
yeah,
Ooh.
it's a big circle jerk. Yeah. So it's like if you notice, you see the brightest part in the middle, and then you see, you know, it's darker on the outer edges.
But if you pay close attention, I see that it's a double rainbow, right?
Yep.
And with double rainbows, we all know that the outer ring is going to be inverse of the rainbow spectrum, right? So rather going red, orange, yellow, it goes indigo, violet, indigo, blue, right? To the red, and the natural one goes from the red to the violet.
Mm-hmm.
I find that to be interesting.
Yeah.
If you look at the shadows of the clouds, you can kind of see the sun's on the right behind them. See how that the shadow of the bigger cloud on the bottom left corner
Mm-hmm.
is in the middle of the rainbow, and then that little cloud on top of the big cloud in the bottom left corner. Yeah, so it's literally directly behind them.
So it's like
The
it's
sun.
I would say like about 40 something degrees
Yeah, yeah.
if you ask me. And that's typically like the angle I would get when I would see the rainbow around, well, the rainbow on the floor around me with the newly paved road. Um and again, like, what would cause that is most definitely not just a burning ball of plasma, and then you just got the light entering the air that is
Right.
not exiting into the vacuum of space for some reason.
I wouldn't
I
say the
mean,
sun
everybody
creates rainbows,
say
right?
again.
I said I don't know that the sun creates rainbows. I think it's light itself going
Yeah,
through mediums, right? I
That's what I
know
think.
when I was at school, we did them in prisms with light with flashlights through prisms.
Yep,
That's
that's
pretty
my
cool.
point. That's my point. And conical refraction. If you look at the other things that I posted, they use prisms.
Okay, hold on.
Conical refraction.
I mean, look at it.
Oh yeah.
I'm trying to look at the second one that you posted it too. You said
No, it's the same. It's right next to the one with the double rainbow.
okay.
And the other one I posted at 3, but that was sort of oh yeah, we will get into that next.
Okay,
But that's
so hold
interesting, right?
That
Look at
is
that
interesting.
culminated light shining through that crystal-like structure, and then boom, on the other, it comes out
I
conically.
got what you're getting. I got where you're going. Okay. All right, I see it now. I made the connection.
That's I can't make no claims, but I mean, damn, you know what I'm saying? That's all I.
It's coming through something. Yeah.
Yeah.
And look, the sun is a white light, right? Like, you know what creates white light? Red, blue, and green. So they got lasers that they combine the red, blue, and green, and boom, you get white light. I mean, now I'm going too far. Not. I mean, I don't. I'm just. I don't know. It is speculation Sunday, right? I'm just
Yeah,
It's
saying.
so
you're
good.
safe. You're safe.
I'm new to the red, blue, and green making white light. That's something I'm just getting new to. I missed that somehow in my research, so I have to educate myself a little further on that one.
Yeah, for sure. You know how I came across it? Because I was trying to tell my boy this is what I thought I was flexing. I'm like, yo, it's so much splatter of shit. And I was like, say all this crazy shit. Like, look at this building over on the West Side Highway. Look at the shadow on this obelisk like structure. So how did I used to ask so many different questions. But when it came to this, I was like, look, the I think the sun is like a laser shining through something. He's like, yeah, but the sun's light is white. And I was like, okay. He was like, well, lasers are like, they have colors. And then so I looked it up and I was like, white light. And lo and behold, a red, blue, and a green laser combined. Mind you, like conical refraction, it uses a biaxial crystal. So you can have like from different angles, different lights shining into a particular angle. I don't know. Now I'm getting, this is I don't even know much about lasers first and foremost. The bottom line is you combine the colors and you get a white light. It's like, oh
That's
shit, that's pretty
shit I
interesting.
was doing. So that's cool. Okay, now don't worry about it because I'm mesmerized by this information.
Look at this. So this beam splitter, right? If it goes through the first, I don't know what that is, but you only get partial. Like it's not a complete circle. But if you split it twice, it it's like, oh, it's not showing the other line, but see where it goes down, that arrow. It's actually supposed to be another line there. I don't know why I didn't pick it up. Oh, you can kind of see it, that black line.
Yeah.
So it's like it has to bounce off twice, then go through the same medium, and then you would get the full circle. It's weird.
So now check this out. Look at 3 minutes. I mean three. Look at my post at 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock, so 12 for me. Right.
Now
Oh,
the
yeah,
whole
yeah. I see that. Yeah,
you
posted
ever
too.
heard of about the second sun,
Yeah, I've heard of
Max?
it.
Nibiru, right? Nibiru or something? What's it called? Nibiru?
I guess that's what they say and all that. And they say that the sun we see is the sun, and that's the second sun. I say the sun we see is the second sun, and there's a another source somewhere
Ratu and
else.
Kitu. Ratu and Kitu or something like that. It's like two of them I understand. Rahu and Kitu or something like this.
Ra-
I've passed
Rahu's the
by the
black sun.
computer.
Right.
See, in my speculation though, the second sun, the sun we see, is derivative of the light source itself. The sun is not the light source. The sun is just derivative of the light source, is my thought. When you look at the image on the bottom left, all I did was invert. Mind you, red, blue, and green is all up in this. That little black circle that you see, if I didn't invert it, that's green.
The little black circle. Hold on.
The circle, the black circle that's surrounding the sun, the little white beam. I can't find I can't find my video. You know what? I probably posted my video not too far ago, so I can probably find it.
Okay, so the last photo where you got glow object moon. What
No,
is that?
the one to the left. See
Okay.
the glow object moon. That's more you see how the moon has the same characteristics as the sun, where there's something it appears. See, the sun is the glare, which I demonstrate at the top. Like I used like a little Metro card to cut the glare, and as you can see, it's much smaller. Because if you look at the lamppost, look at how much of the lamppost the glare takes up. And then when I cut the light, look at how much of the lamppost the glare takes up then.
So check
So
this out.
the sun we see is mad glare. But what I'm speculating when you look back down on the bottom left photo is that thing at the 2 o'clock mark right there, which in the video, because I have a video and I as I move it, that thing is not like, you know how glare it moves. Whatever that was next to the sun, quote unquote, it doesn't move, it's just there. You want to know what else is interesting? I'm not the only one who notices this. Because if you look at Jim Henson,
Puppet guy.
yup, watch this. Watch this. You're gonna be like, get the fuck out of here.
So
Thrive through the
this is what
sun.
the Vedics say right here about Ketu and Rahu. Ramstrology. That's what they call it.
Yes, but see that includes like, actual physical bodies and space, and I don't know.
I
I
don't
don't
know
know.
either. Yeah.
That includes the earth moving around the sun and this idea that we don't
No,
really.
the Earth doesn't move in the models. It
Well,
actually says it.
look at the sun right there, and then look at the earth and the word earth and the arrow.
No, it's just saying the Earth is in the middle. That's it. And then the sun is
Oh,
actually
it's going around.
yeah.
Hmm.
Same thing with the next picture on the right. The right shows like a better diagram of it.
Okay.
Do you notice the snake though? So
Yes, I do.
so if you see like for example like on the UN symbol or I mean on the World Health Organization symbol where it shows the Carduceus, the snake in the middle, right? And essentially what the sun could be is a reflection from its source. Like the source is actually like
That's what I'm saying.
yeah in the middle of you know, and then it's actually I don't know how to explain it, but without sounding crazy, but I feel
No,
like
that's exactly what he's saying. I agree.
it's hard to explain. I need to get some more source information here.
That's why
So
I'm using. That's why I'm using like, because another thing, you can't just look at the sun and whoop, there it is. It happens at a certain time of year,
Right.
which means that you have to catch the sun at a specific angle so that you can actually see what I'm showing. Now, look, if I'm crazy, why the fuck is Jim Henson? Why is he like so? There's something called the dark crystal, and the world they live in is called Thra, and Thra has three suns. Now I'm talking about three lasers that combine to form what we see as the sun on this end of whatever the sky is. Call it firmament, call it not dome. I don't know. I wouldn't call it that, but call it whatever you like. So look at that shit though. It's it looks exactly the same as my picture, my inverted picture of the sun. Come
he
on
said
now.
Where?
the
Oh,
dark
right there.
crystal. Well, that goes back to like 1986.
Something like that. Yeah.
What is that? The dark crystal? Wah.
I haven't heard of that in a minute.
Oh, Jim Henson, the dark. Oh, freaking the prop designer, Jim Henson.
He's a puppeteer. He's the Kermit the Frog guy.
Right. So I'm gonna show you guys this. So this, I found this book in the Smithsonian. I'll share it with you guys if you want. It's called The Principles of Light and Color. And this right here, this depiction I'm about to post, this is the original design of an atom. It's called the Babbitt atom, and it looks just like a heart. It's pretty wild.
Well, does a heart really look like that? Though?
No, well, it reminds me of a heart. You know, if you kind of look, it's like you can kind of see the caduceus on the inside of it. And then if you see inside of the actual diagram, you could see it says positive thermo spiral, positive thermal spiral, and then as soon as it gets up, it says orange, and then it's hard to see, but essentially that was what the original atom was like. When you look at hydrogen, you know how it has like the Dr. Manhattan symbol for the simplicity of it. This was the original depiction for hydrogen, which is wild. According to Edwin Babbitt, I don't know. I'm not sure if... Oh, here's a better one. Here, let me delete that one. This actually shows the color. Someone colored it in. It's wild looking.
I'm
That looks
seeing
like the
more red,
rainbow.
blue, and green. Just to let you know. Just
Yep,
saying.
red. Yep.
I got to check out for a few. I'll be back.
Michelle Max.
All right, man. And that's the end of my speculation for today, man. It's one of my favorite things to speculate about. It's probably about damn near the only thing that I speculate about is the sun. I think it's a pretty cool topic.
Yeah, the sun's wild looking. So, have you seen this little hopefully it'll post a GIF. So, just picture for a second that the middle of the vortex. Oh, it won't let me do it. Damn it. Here, you got to see this if it works.
Hey, Sydney, what's up? Why y'all never use the mic? What video where'd you post up at?
I've
Oh,
been trying.
Odyssey. Okay, hold on. Let me see what's going on here. What did she say? Fast forward to um 2/3 in. Okay. Hold on, let me check this out real quick.
Here we go. This is a better explanation. No audio? I don't know. I'm not listening. What's up, Secret Asian Man, though? Yep. Very true, Trinity. Electromagnetic frequencies. EMF. Here, Trinity, you might like this. Vedic mathematics. What's up, Creation Bear? I didn't even see you there.
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
What do you think about all this, man?
There's just some goofballs in the lobby at the moment that I'm trying to address.
Mm.
I don't know if you hang out there very much. I don't think you do.
No, not really.
There's no requirement to hang out there, but we got a lobby squad that handles business in the lobby, so.
I don't like them. That's my speculation. Don't like them. I don't have to know them. I don't like them. I don't even hang out in the lobby, and I know I don't like them. Reason being, speculation. But people can't come to the penthouse if they're not allowed allowance through the lobby. I just think if it was more amicable down there, more people would be in here. But I've been arguing about that forever. So, actually, we're gonna have a little meaty peaty about that today. Nice. Anyway,
So, where is it? Here we go. This is pretty interesting. So this is, I think they call it, what the hell do they call it? Hold on, give me a second. I gotta find this. What is the name of this? I can get a better quality picture of this. You guys gotta check this out. It's wild. Let's see. Look at this. Some of it you can't really read, but if you notice, like what's in the heart, it's a cross. It's like God is in your heart. Kind of interesting. And it follows the caduceus kind of flow.
Mhm. My
It's pretty detailed. It's insane. Actually, here, this one's a little bit better. And if you notice the where is it? Yeah, it has the Tree of Life, Sephiroth, the Kabbalah, the Kundalini, all the Tantra, Yoga, chakras, astrology, tarot, and alchemy. Oh, I'll be back. My friend's calling me. Yo, Tim Shady. Sorry, my friend was trying to get to Starfield to work and didn't work.
Yo,
I found this looking for this vortex math, and somehow it was in there as well.
looking for what map? Sorry,
No, vortex math.
Not sure what that is.
Du- 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 du. So let's see here. Vortex here, I gotta find it. There's this one.
What's the premise of the map? Like, what is it a map of?
So if you have you heard of Tesla saying if you only knew the significance of the 3, 6, and 9, then you would have a key to the universe? You ever heard of that?
No, I have not.
Oh
yeah, Tesla, Nicole, yeah.
right.
I don't
He
know
was
what it means, but I've heard it. Yeah.
Yeah, he was referring to yes, exactly. Secret Asian man got it.
Let's see.
This is all different types of vortex mathematics, visually represented. Some people call it sacred geometry, fractal geometry.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find a good representation.
1 + 1 = 2, 2 + 4. One plus 1 = 2. Okay, 2 + 2 = 4.
3 + 3 =
And so
6.
there's never a 3 in between when you go from 2 to the 4. There's a 4.
Yeah,
Plus
it's like I don't
2.
understand it either, but it's like it's there. It's crazy.
But what is this, like the
So
energy pulses? I don't know.
no, it's just okay. So let me show you this real quick because this is where it comes from. Well, I mean, this is the latest iteration I've seen it. There's this book by Edwin Babbitt, and it's called The Principles of Light and Color.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can find it, representation of it. But here, let's see, vortex. I'll just copy this.
I kind of see what's going on now. Oh shit. Okay. 432 hertz.
The number 9 code.
Number 9.
See, there's a correspondence between frequency and geometry.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find you representation. Johannes, what's up? Hang tight. Let me see here.
Alright, I'm doing push-ups in between. Listening to yourself.
For sure.
Forgive the
Here, check it out. See that GIF?
Mm-hmm.
So, Fibonacci or fib-like sequences and their associated quote-unquote n-digit patterns. Yeah, this is pretty intense. I'm just gonna put this here so you can read it.
Okay.
Polarized fractal mathematics theory. That's what it's really called.
Fuck, I didn't even pass algebra. Investigation into the repeating end digits of the Fibonacci sequence, the two fundamental. Alright, I'm gonna like have to go like sit down and read this. This is
It's intense.
alright. And my phone's gonna die, so I need to charge it. Okay. My analysis of the fib 60-digit sequence and others done this family is the yada yada comparing them.
There's a lot, bro. But essentially, this is kind of what it comes down to.
Every fifth digit is either a 5 or a 0. Okay, so if 1 plus 1 equals 2.
Yeah, because 5 plus 5 equals 10. That'd be the fifth digit.
Right. So I guess I don't understand the first circle. So like it goes from 0 to 1, 1, and then it goes 2, 3.
Let me see.
Oh, the 1 plus the 2 would be the 3. Okay, and then the 2 plus 3 is the 5, and then the 5 plus... Wait. Oh, Joseph. Okay.
Take your time.
Okay, so then if you added 5 to 3, it'd be 8. But if you went... Okay, so it's just keeping the single digit, so it's not going to go to 13, it's going to go back down. Negative number. Okay. Okay, I get the first part. Alright. Now next.
Max, what up?
This is about Pascal's triangle.
What up, beast?
Number.
What's up, brother? Check this out. I'm gonna send it to you because it's kind of upwards in the stream a little bit, but look at this polarized fractal mathematics theory. It's insane. But it's I got a theory about it though that relates to flat Earth a little bit. Speculation, all speculation.
These 5s and 0s repeat. 0, 5, 0, 0. 3, 9, 6, 6, 9, 3, 4. Division resonance. Okay, so why is that? Most of what we're looking at is through the eyes of division resonance.
This is so crazy.
What can evenly divide into? No, there are 60 digits, 20 of which are even numbers. Odd numbers. Simply every. Oh.
Talking about the golden ratio, Fibonacci sequence.
Yeah.
Yeah, but on an amplified level, like it goes deeper into it.
This can be... I've always heard
So-
about it and how it repeats, but I never truly understood it. Sorry, Max, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I'm familiar with it, and I understand it to a very small degree.
Same
I
here.
understand that it's supposed to appear everywhere in nature, things like that, but I'm not really that versed in it.
Yeah.
No, me either. I'm just learning about it. But I like this this little explanation about 1. 1 is unlike any other number. It is absolute wholeness. The 1 is all there is. In the definition of 1, there is nothing else. And the 1 is homogeneous, the same throughout. The 1 divides into 2 new ones. Only they have a quality of 0.5 each, still ultimately making a 1. It's not a 1 plus 1 because that would imply 2 absolute wholes or singularities. From this level of theory, the fact that 1 is all, you can't have 2 alls. The 1 fractured itself into infinity. The most
Correct.
immediate and basic fraction is halving, dividing by 2. Imagine a line that is whatever length you like and cut it in half and repeat. In theory, this would repeat forever, infinitely. 2 and 5 are now reciprocal in the sense that after simultaneously dividing and multiplying from 1, we get quantity 2, which is the quality of 0.5, which is simply compresses to 5. Whew! My brain just went...
So 1 is
That
like
one messed me up. That one blew me away. Okay.
So 1 is like the all-encompassing everything. Like nothing happens without 1. 1 is the guy.
It's God.
Yeah, tell me
There's
the
only
relationship
one.
between 2 and 5 again. Tell me the relationship between 2 and 5.
Okay, check it out. Check it out. I'll read it again because it is super interesting. Here, let me post it.
I'm still reading the article you sent.
Oh, it's fat article.
Yeah. So,
Here,
dude,
I'm a
this is
post.
so funny. Sorry.
Well, no, what'd you say?
This is so funny because I was looking into just like Buzz Aldrin saying all this stuff about how the moon, like coming out and telling us like the moon wasn't real, like in hints and interviews and stuff. I was doing all this yesterday, and at some point I came across this video where he was talking about. It was in like had a little audience and this lady with him, and she showed a picture of him in the Air Force, like in a jet, and he was doing like the Freemason, where they point up. And he explained it. He's like, this means number one, right? And then I look up the Freemason sign, and it's literally number one. And when he explained what it was, he was like, "This is from number one," and basically saying like from him up there, like number one. And then he said, "What?" I don't remember exactly what he said, but then he said, "Shooting him down." But like, what does that mean? You didn't. He was in the Air Force, but he didn't shoot. What is number one? Who are you shooting down? I don't know. But he was like explaining it, and then he's a Freemason. Then you look into the Freemason hand signs, and it just happens to be number one saying, and then the number one in Freemason hand sign means God. It means here. Let me see.
No, I know what you're saying. Yeah. Max, you hot, mate?
Yo. Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
No, you good, bro? You all right?
You know what I'm doing. I'm in these streets, man.
In the streets, you belong to the streets. Oh, damn it! Creation
Oh,
Bear
I missed
left.
the cookies.
Damn it.
Yeah, this is a really interesting article, man.
I
Here's
found out about the Fibonacci sequence taking IQ tests.
Yeah.
But if you look right there, Max, that's the representation of one in a sense.
Oh, I was reading it. The one becomes 2, and it's only done this by 0.5, which makes it 5, and 2 and 5 are reciprocal
Right.
opposites.
Yeah. Because if you have
So
0.5, what do you got?
you compress it
0.25.
to 5. You compress it to 5. You got 5. So that's compressed into 5, making 2 and 5 reciprocal since 1 was divided by 2. Right. So, and then it was you have it further than that. So then the 5 becomes 2.5, which is actually a 7, which becomes the reciprocal of 4 where you started that one from. So yeah, and then 8 is its own reciprocal. Yeah, no, it's interesting, and I know a little bit about it, and I know that they say that it's everywhere in nature. That's about all I can really say about it.
It's everywhere in nature. But if you see that little picture I posted right there, I want you to picture the middle of it, right? As where the sun actually is. This is all speculation, but just imagine the sun is actually in the center, right? Of the North Pole, in a sense, like inside, right?
Yeah.
And then what we're actually seeing is the vortex reflection of the sun, hence rainbows and shit like that, like circular rainbow. Like we can't actually physically reach the sun in the sky. It's actually at the center, like that kind of shit. It's hard to explain, but I gotta.
Yeah, I didn't really follow. I don't know.
If
It's
you
hard
look,
to without like. Yeah, sorry.
yeah, if you picture the vortex math. So here, let me show you. Let me see something.
It's so visual, Beasticles. I gotta tell you, every time I look around, you're like, look in the live stream text.
It's hard to explain in words, but like it's all pointing to it though, like all these little signs towards it. But here's a little just look at the cover of this book. It's just it's the same book I'm talking about, but it's in Spanish. But just look at the cover of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now imagine that
What does that say?
it's the
That's
principles
the
of light and
Adam.
color.
Oh, okay.
Is that the
Yeah.
old Adam on the cover? Okay,
No. That's not the old Adam. You want to see what the old Adam looks like? Check this
that's the
out.
one with the heart, right? That's the heart, right?
Right here. Yeah. This is the Babbitt's Atom. That's what they call it.
Yeah, it looks a little bit like that to me.
Right.
But then also, again, it also looks like a magnet. So so whatever.
It's hard to explain. I got to show you it. It's I'm very visual. It's my words suck.
Yeah. Same. I feel you on that.
Okay.
What are all these words in the?
So this is from Edwin Babbitt right here. I'm just gonna post this whole thing here. Let's see.
Principles of light and color, including, among other things, the harmonic laws of the universe, the heteroatomic philosophy of force, chromochemistry, chromotherapeutics, and the general philosophy of defined forces, together with numerous discoveries and practical applications. New York Babbitt and Company, 1878.
Yeah, 1878 from the Smithsonian.
Light and color.
Yeah, it is.
Wait,
Secret
what is
Asian
the?
man.
We're ignorant to how these things affect us, but they do affect us.
Right.
Colors
Right.
affect our moods. Lights affect, a lot of the way that we synthesize and process nutrients and information. And, but again, it's pretty much foreign to us.
Wait, Beasticles, what is this segment of the sun, and then this? What is this map?
So
Or this yeah.
So imagine see how the Earth and it shows north to south right there
Yeah.
on the left to right, right?
Yep.
So that the Earth when it's hard to explain, man, but the way it's hard to explain. So
basically, like, if maybe the sun is even further than we thought, and maybe even
No.
bigger, but
No, it's it's not that. It's in the center of Earth, in a sense.
Okay.
And then what we're seeing when we look outside is actually a mirror reflection of the sun because of
But
the
how?
vortex math. Like that's why it looks like it appears closer when you're on this when you're in different parts of the Earth, and that's why it appears farther away. Depending on where you're looking at it, but like imagine it's hard to explain, but have you guys ever heard of Tomb of Illumination? Let me see if I can find
No.
a picture here.
It sounds like an amusement park.
I know.
So what are you speculating the sun is then, Beasticle?
It's not a physical object.
You don't think it's physical. You think that it's apparent and that it's a reflection. Am I getting that right?
Yeah,
Okay.
what we're seeing is a reflection, and that its actual location is in the North Pole, like where we can't go.
So I guess I just don't understand how it would be appearing to move. I don't understand that yet.
So, picture it like Like hold on, give me a sec. Let me see.
So,
Yeah, you see how it's like up and down right there. It's here, give me a second. Let me find my words here. I gotta get this thing in front of me before I can explain it.
Yeah, man. Lights affect people in weird ways.
so maybe like
And that,
only a circular part of the firmament would be moving, and like only that little hole where light was allowed to come through was like reflecting it through the firmament, or
So once I find it, what's his face showed me. Big
the
Root
more I
showed
think
me
about
this.
it, right now, I'm in the position that the sun is not necessarily a reflection right now. That's where I am right now.
Okay,
Right?
I got you. I'll show you this. So what we're seeing in the sky, right?
yeah.
Think about the firmament, right? It's like a crystalline kind of structure. It's like a mirror.
I don't know, but yeah,
We
let's
don't.
call it a firmament up there.
Speculating that
Speculative, yeah, speculative. Okay, so let's call it a crystalline structure. Okay, go for it.
right, and it's like a mirror. Um, and what we're seeing is not actually a physical thing we can see. I can't remember who was telling me. Rick Sky was telling me that if you were at 3 different locations, trying to get an exact position of the sun, like let's say you're aiming at it with one person, you can get a position. 2 people, you can get a position. But when you have 3 people looking at the sun in 3 different spots, they couldn't get an exact location. Like none of them matched, which is because it's actually a reflection or something like that. I'm not really. I just learned about this, so I don't know.
So here's my thing, right? Because I think the sun has radiation, right? Solar flares and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
No? Okay, so that's why I'm thinking that it is something there and not just a reflection. Because to emit that sort of radiation, I'd imagine that, it has to be the item itself, right? That's what I'm thinking, right? Speculation. I'm
Right.
thinking, however, it may be coming through a firmament which displaces it, right?
Yes.
So it has the appearance of, being certain places and looking certain ways, but that's because it's
Right.
coming through something like,
Right. It's being
I hate to use this
reflected.
word,
Yeah.
refracted,
Refracted.
but
Yes.
yeah, but that's how it seems to me more so than, anything right now, because it does emit some sort of radiations.
Yeah. I don't blame you. I'm trying to see how I can try and find this real quick.
In the firmament, I mean, it certainly could be and coming through a different layer of the firmament. Is it outside of the firmament? It certainly could be, and just cutting through all of the firmament. That's where I am right now with it, so I really don't know.
Okay. Let me see here. Okay. Give me a second.
The secret Asian man never talked.
He could, but nah, he's just listening.
No,
Um,
not even here.
I'm gonna go.
Oh wow!
I'm gonna go and find this real quick. It's hard to find, but let's see.
Wow, that's a good point, secret agent man.
Wait, what did he say? What's interesting with the vortex?
Mayan
About the
natures.
numbers the numbers that succeed pi, that comes after pi in pi.
I
and
got
how
it
they're
right
related
here.
to Fibonacci sequence.
Interesting.
Okay.
Interesting.
So let me see. Okay, check this out. It's going to be hard to see, kind of, but it's on from a video.
Okay.
So
yeah, like Earth would be the halfway point in like a what do you call that? Force field sort of thing, and then sure.
Race to the tropics.
it's mind blowing, man. When I saw this, I was like, whoa.
I've heard this idea a lot from like Witsit. I haven't looked into it too much yet.
It's from this guy right here, Tomb of Illumination. I'll post his thing so you guys can.
Whitson usually talk about the toroidal system, if I remember correctly, and it seems similar to this, but I think they're a little different.
I don't know. All I know is Root
Well,
showed me this guy when I was in the middle of like going deep into like the staff of Hermes and the Carduceus and trying to make the correlation between why the United Nations and the World Health Organization all use the flat Earth map with that Carduceus symbol. It's just kind of interesting.
Yeah, the spiral.
So I don't know. It's just very interesting. Again, this is Speculation Sunday.
So
oh,
I'm
here we
just
go.
wondering what. Okay.
Here we go. This has like a kind of a better kind of feel for it. I don't know, man. This is literally brand new to me, so I'm gonna have to take some time on this.
The cool side is the face of the moon away from the sun. Let's see.
So that's the moon, essentially. The moon phases. See how it says the North Arctic on the bottom right there?
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. No, I'm wrong. The sun projecting its black hole of creation. Cosmic egg.
sun is facing going away from the sun. The moon is sea. Cool side, Milky Way. Away from the moon, the sun is a.
Can you guys hear me?
Hey, there's
Yes, I
Root.
can hear you.
Someone who can actually
Yes.
explain this shit.
Yes, guys. What are you looking at?
Tomb of Illumination stuff.
Oh, yes. Good channel. Good channel. Oh, what are you looking at in particular?
So I was just showing like Edward and Babbitt's Principles of Light and Color.
Look in the voice text. Trying to understand what Beasticles brought it up, and we're just trying to understand it.
Actually, they're trying to decipher the sun, I believe.
Yeah. So it's pretty wild.
And so far, what I have is that the sun. A lot of people believe that the sun is a reflection of something. I mean, it's plausible, but I dispute it only because we get radiation from the sun, which to me means that it would have to be something itself.
No, it's physical, but we don't actually see.
I'm not saying it's physical. I'm not saying it's physical either. I'm just saying it has to be something, right?
Right.
I can't describe the properties of it, right?
me either.
I'm not trying to describe the properties. Just speculating that whatever it is, it would have to be itself because we're getting radiation directly from it. That's, in my opinion, right? I don't have any more information than anyone else.
No, yeah, you're good. You're good. What I meant by reflection, it's like what we're seeing is the reflection of it, but the physical portion of it is, the theory is that it's in the North Pole, like somewhere where the North Pole is.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
like, and it's projecting.
It's projected out from the center, from
Right.
the vortex. So if you look at that top picture, and you look at the two domes, left and right, the vortex in the middle, you could call that the North Pole. That's where he says.
Which picture you're looking at?
The first picture at 2134. It's on both actually. The bottom right of the bottom picture, and the bottom of the bottom.
Okay, the last ones. Okay.
So picture the sun in the center, and
Is that what you were looking at? Am I looking at the right thing at the minute? What were you looking at?
Yes, I got you. I got you.
Yeah.
Let root. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's meant to be the vortex in the middle, whatever's causing the aurora borealis, but that's where the sun and moon are projected from. This is his model. And then basically, if you look at the top picture and the picture with the spiral, with the segments, that's basically, he describes that the southern hemisphere is just a reflection of the northern hemisphere. So he's trying, and he's saying that's why the stars rotate in the opposite direction, because it's a reflection. But yeah, he breaks it down into these kind of segments to kind of show how section by section it's reflected due to the shape or whatever, the angle of, I don't know, the dome or whatever it is. But yeah, this is basically his model. And he does say that the sun is a projection. Yeah, it's projected out through the firmament or whatever. And yeah, it has a false position.
Okay. So what I'm wondering is, go ahead.
No. Go on.
I'm just wondering how, I don't understand yet. Maybe you explained it and I just didn't hear. But how the sun actually appears to move in the sky? Like, why is it projecting? If it's in the middle, why do we see it moving? That's what I'm not grasping.
So here's another part of it right here.
So if the sun's being projected out from the middle, you actually, I haven't watched every single one of his videos. I've watched a few of them. And from what I can tell, it's like there could possibly be two suns or two projections, or because there's two. Remember, the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere are a reflection of each other. So the sun, there could possibly be two suns. I think is what he's insinuating, but obviously they're both reflections or whatever.
Right, that would be Rahu and Ketu.
Yes.
Yeah, he's very good at linking everything he's saying back to all sorts of different cultures and information. Yeah.
It just feels like it's getting closer, but it's like we still don't know. Obviously, this is pure speculation, but it's like I don't know. I really don't know. But when Root showed me this, it's kind of like it kind of clicked. It kind of clicked a little bit, and then.
Well, it kind of explains the southern hemisphere, right? And why we see the stars rotating the other way.
Well, hold on. You don't see the stars rotate in the opposite direction.
Say that again.
It appears that the stars rotate in the opposite direction, but remember, if you're on the south and you have a azimuthal grid of vision, meaning that's a personal dome of vision,
right?
Then the stars moving faster around the outer perimeter of a circle are going to appear to dip.
Right.
Just like why the sun appears to come from, they used to say, oh, that's disproof of the flat earth because the sun comes from the wrong way. But
right, but it's not a disproof of the flat earth. It's
No,
just
how vision works. So the stars,
why we're
there's
seeing the
no star.
reflection in a sense. If you see that's what it's hard to explain, but I kind of feel you, Root. Like, because even on a globe model, that doesn't make sense at all. You know what I mean? Like, it has to be a flat Earth, but it's like the way we're seeing the reflection. Like, if you were at that part of the southern hemisphere, right, like Australia or something, that would make sense. Like, you're kind of seeing the first part. Like, there's different parts of the spiral in a sense, and it's like, fuck, I don't know. I can't explain this shit. I just
Yeah, it's hard to articulate. You need to
it's so hard to articulate, bro.
Yeah, and I completely understand your azimuthal perspective argument, which I completely agree with the sun and the moon. But with the stars, I mean, you know, I find it a bit hard. I find it possible that both of these points could be correct at the same time, because they also,
Sure.
you know, in antiquity or whatever it's called, they always said that the Earth was flat, but the sky was round. Or whatever, or domed. So I think something to do, and like I said, I'm no expert on his work, but something to do with these sections is to do with the convexity of the dome. And I don't understand.
Channel's name?
What do you say?
What's his channel's name? Tomb something.
Tomb of Illumination.
It's the
Tomb of
@
Illumination.
symbol, like, you know, @meta 369. I'm gonna start looking at his videos though, but
On YouTube?
yeah. I mean, if you just type in Tomb of L, like EL hyphen illumination.
Yeah, the good thing about this guy as well, if you message him or find him, his name's Lindsay something, and if you message him or speak to him on Facebook, he'll answer all your questions.
That's pretty cool.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go through his stuff. That's interesting. I've kind of heard about it, but not in detail.
Dude, this is fucking weird. I live in Las Vegas, right? And it's been cloudy for the last fucking 3 weeks. Like, seriously. This is weird shit. Let me show you. Does this look like Las Vegas to you? Let me show you. I'm on my stairs right now.
He has a video
over 100 degrees.
No. It's fucking...
I'm gonna mute myself and watch this video real quick.
I know, it's
Yeah.
super interesting, but...
You see that egg as well in the picture in the middle with the different sun phases. You see how he's got the actual cosmic egg. I think this does line up very well with that theory, the cosmic egg and the Hebrew cosmology. And I think that's where he's basing a lot of his. He pulls up a lot of scripture and stuff.
Here. Does this look like Las Vegas to you? Never see weather like this, like that, all the time. I mean,
long?
3 weeks, bro.
How long have you lived there? How long have you lived in Vegas?
Born and raised.
Oh, and you've never seen it do this?
Never seen it 3 weeks this long, ever.
Oh, well. I guess.
Looks like Seattle. It looks overcast. Yeah, that's what Seattle usually looks like a lot. Washington State.
Usually when it's cloudy in Vegas, normally, like you'll see the sun rays coming through because the clouds are so, they're like less dense. It's like not even there. But I'm talking about, I don't see anywhere, like in my whole perspective, I don't see any break in the clouds, which is unusual because if you have no break in the clouds in Vegas, it's there's going to be rain. So there's no rain.
Look like rain clouds, though.
Yeah, it's just overcast. There's no rain clouds per se. But it's just strange. I don't even know where there's no break in the clouds. pretty nearby. So maybe it's the after effects. I don't know.
Yeah, I was just in the you know, that politics server that I invited you to.
Yeah, I don't want to give my number out. That's the only reason why I haven't joined it.
There's
Literally
a
the
lot.
only reason.
Oh,
Sorry.
sorry. There's a lot
No,
of flat earthers in there,
I
and
know.
it's going off in there.
I know. But
It's going off.
it's just the fact they want my number. I don't fucking like that shit.
Yeah, I don't remember putting mine in. I must have already done it.
I mean, it's not a big deal, but it is a big deal in a sense. Like, I didn't need to
I'll
put
give
my
my
number in this
answer.
server, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not giving out that sort of information either. I feel you.
It's just, you know, why? Why give it up?
Paranoia, self-destroy.
They're never gonna catch me at home anyway. I'm always gone.
I don't give a shit. Come after me. What's up?
Yeah.
We got hands.
Come at me, bro.
Come at me, bro. Let's go.
I like
What you
the
want? I got God on my side. What do you got? No, it's all interesting. I mean, I'm just glad we're
So
allowed
then
to do this. Oh, what'd you say,
we
Mark?
know that the moon is self-illuminating then, right? We all could agree to that, right? The moon is self-illuminating.
Well, I don't know. This projection, what this guy's saying is maybe it actually is by the sun, right?
No,
Yeah,
not the sun. The sun and the moon are definitely different lights.
Yeah. Is that okay? So is that not what he's saying here? That it's projecting its frequency onto the moon?
No, I meant that there could be a possibility of two suns, but the moon. I mean, I don't remember what he said about the moon, but he's saying everything is kind of projected out. So I suppose I don't know if he's trying to suggest two moons, if that's what you mean.
Yeah.
You
I
got
don't know.
Rahu and Ketu, right? If there's Rahu and Ketu, that would
Right.
probably mean one is for the day, one is for the night, right? So, I mean, that would seem to,
Yeah.
coincide.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
sure we have heard him say Rahu and
Oh.
Ketu, but I don't really know too much about it.
the thing is, there's like different cosmologies in a sense that are flat Earth cosmologies that have that explanation. Like even the Freemason one, has a similar thing. I don't know if you guys
What's
seen that.
is that like with the black
Should I
sun
post that?
underneath?
Should I post that in here? I don't know if I should post that.
Is that with like the black sun underneath and all that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
seen that.
It's the same
With
kind
the
of
big
thing.
A, it has
And
like
that's the
the
whole
big
point of the
A in the
square.
middle.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of like the square and compass is like it's projecting everything from the bottom outward, and then the sun is in the middle projecting everything in like a square and compass shape, basically. I've seen like people try to explain it. I don't know too much about it though.
Hey Tim, did you know that the moon emits a cold light?
I've heard that. Has that not been debunked?
Debunked?
Debunked.
Well, I thought someone was saying, because I have heard that. That was like one of the first things I heard about flat, and I was like, oh, interesting. And then someone, I think the refutal was like, oh, well, you didn't factor in just wind temperatures, and I don't know. I didn't look into it too much.
No, dude, like literally, you can get a thermometer. You can go outside when the moon is out, and if you can get your thermometer in direct moonlight, you'll get a cool temperature. And then if you go into the shade, you'll get a warmer temperature in the shade.
Okay. Yeah. No, I've definitely heard it. I know about it. I just that's like one of the points that I just kind of
Hey, you know
know
that
about.
saying,
But
the sun is
haven't
a
looked.
black body, right?
What do you mean the sun is a black? You mean the black sun?
No, the sun is a black body in physics. That's what they say.
I've heard something like this. I don't know what it means exactly, but I can't say I haven't heard it. I definitely heard it.
Yeah, I heard it. I don't know what it means either, but it's just interesting that's.
Yeah, that they also in Freemasonry say the black sun, and that it's
And then even Soundgarden, Black Hole Sun.
black hole sun. Yep. And then
Look,
right
I'm
here,
black. Why would I
we have
dispute this?
Oh, I'm sorry. White Hole Sun. Sorry, guys. Sorry. It's just
no,
weird, man. It is
the old
interesting.
said it was white.
Here, I'm gonna find
Look,
it.
even look on the
hell,
inside, everybody's hole is black.
Woo! Perfect way to enter.
Yeah.
Oh, don't enter that way.
Yeah.
What do you think about all this, Lou? It's just wild.
I don't know what black suns. I have
I
no
got a
idea.
couple.
I just got in here. Like, yeah, you got a couple black suns. Good for you, man.
With all that shit.
So it's kind of like a shitty image, but I'm trying to find a better image here.
Are you talking about your whiteboard here? I don't know. I just got here. If you want my opinion, you'd have to catch me up.
Off topic. I'm in New York, and we're being overrun by this new insect called a lantern fly or a lantern bug, and it's not the ones that you used to catch and put in a jar, right? These are they're supposed to be foreign and invasive, and there's a kill order in New York. And it is just so hilarious to see so many people walking down the street just stomping on bugs, adults, children, everybody. It is hilarious. You just got to imagine seeing it.
If you got an invasive species like an insect like that, doesn't matter how many people get in on stomping them, you're not going to get rid of them that way.
A spotted lanternfly? Is that what it says?
You guys see this?
Yeah. Yes. Spotted lanternfly.
This is the tree of Yggdrasil. This is the Norse cosmology.
Why?
It's pretty interesting.
And then they even have the serpent up the middle. What the why?
I know, dude. I know. That's the thing.
The same as the cosmic egg cosmology.
Right.
Yeah, should have the snake around the
Then
outside.
World
eating the tail.
Organization.
Right. You've seen other cosmologies presented in this way as well. This is not the only image I've seen like this.
Right, Mount
And
Meru, like in Vedic.
it has the dome, right? And if we're talking about what which it projects, it kind of projects a toroidal field. So they all sort of, the ancients, as far as I can tell, yeah, they all have very similar replications.
What's on the eagle's head?
The eagle's head. Where?
I'm sure there's going to be some symbology in there, but.
Oh, I know what you're saying. The raven on the eagle?
Oh, is that a raven? Interesting.
Something's on top of the eagle's head, yeah.
I think it's a raven.
The raven.
It's kind of blue. I'd imagine they would make a raven all black. I'm not really sure what it is.
I know that the Norse were super into ravens for some reason.
Oh, even like crows, even though they're all black, like when the light hits them, they have a little bit of like that bluish iridescent look to them.
It was a crow, is what. Yeah.
Did you see the two people on each side, one dropping the blue, one dropping the red, at the very top of this image?
Yeah.
What is that representative of?
Good and evil, I guess.
Okay.
Yo, check out this book.
Fire and ice. I see fire and ice.
Look at that. That's George Washington. Good old Washington.
Oh, that's the moon and the sun, probably. I don't know.
There you go. There's the Hebrew one.
Yeah.
Right.
Very similar. With the Sheol and all that.
Right.
Just funny that we built pyramids and then people say that we're dumber now. and we can't even make them.
Well, someone came in here and argued that it's easy to build the pyramid in Giza. All you
I've
got to
heard
do
that.
is just lay some. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, it's hilarious. Oh, I've heard a lot about Manly P. Hall. Yeah. Have you read that whole book, Beasticles?
No, I just found that image looking for the other cosmology.
Yeah, I have that in a list of books that I want to read at some point.
I'll find it if I wanted to read. I have so many books I have to read. I've just been collecting like an addict.
Yeah. Do you think the G means God in the middle of?
Possible.
I've heard gnosis. I've heard geometry. I've heard
Yeah,
God.
geometry would make use. Yeah, I don't know.
Like gnosis or Gnostic.
Oh, here we go. This is an interesting thing right here. Let me see if I can. This is an interesting photo right here. Okay. Or not photo, image.
Yeah, quickly, what's you guys' opinion on gnosis?
I don't even know sis what that means.
It's from 1682.
I think I can spell it. Gnosis.
Yeah, it's so like agnostic is without knowing. Gnosis means knowing, so like all knowing.
Ah, that would make a lot of sense. Actually.
Socrates says, "I know nothing."
Mm-hmm. All knowing, right? A-G.
It's like Christianity without Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Gnosis is mystical or esoteric knowledge knowledge based on direct participation with the divine. In most Gnostic systems, the sufficient cause of salvation is this knowledge of, acquaintance with the divine. I'm not familiar with it. I mean, I've seen it in passing. I've never looked into it. Didn't look up the meaning until just now. And so I really can't speak to it.
Yeah, it's like an earlier
based on personal experience or perception. No, I mean, don't we all have gnosis then? I mean, we all have knowledge based on our personal experience or perception.
Well,
But
I mean, Gnosticism though, there's more to it than just that. So like Gnosticism is like a more like a philosophical belief or even religious belief, like that you can be or that you are, or like through doing. I don't know. There's more to it. It's like
I'll read it.
Like when you're talking about secret societies and shit like that. If that's what the G stands for in Masonry, like it's more of a I don't know, through their different what do you call it, like whatever their traditions, their damn it, what's the it's a simple word,
what does it mean?
Rituals.
Yeah, their rituals and shit like that would be a good way of putting it, like that they can achieve achieve this gnosis, this all knowing
gnosis. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it was like early. It was very much in Christianity before the Reformation, and then they was part of the heretics or whatever that were outcast. But yeah, they were highly rated back in the day.
Gnosticism loosely overlaps with Christianity. While Gnostics and Christians agreed that the world was created by a God, Gnostics believed that there were multiple gods, including a transcending God that is supremely good and an inferior created God who made the material world. And I think I heard something about this earlier today on this Discord. Not put like that. Yeah. You know what, in New York, right? You see all sorts of stuff. So I'm walking down the street and the guy just pulls over in the Jeep and he shows me what appears to be a gold ring with emblems in it. And he wants me to come over to this vehicle so he could tell me a sob story about how he ran out of gas and he needs some money and how much would I give him for this ring, right? I've seen this game run several times by the same sort of people. and people fall for it sometimes because they have children in the car. Sometimes they're talking about they ran out of food, but I've seen this game ran too many times. In New York City, walking down the street. I don't know why I look like a mark, but they always pull over next to me. It's like, man, beat it. So
Get out of here.
yeah, this is one of the scams that they run in New York all the time. It's a regular to do. Crazy. No,
Yeah.
so it just happened. So the guy irritated me. So I just thought I'd mention it. I'm sorry. Continue about Gnosticism.
No, you're good. Anyway, back to
You're funny.
Gnosticism. Can't
Oh
run
man.
game on me. Anyway, what are we talking about? Gnosticism?
The joke is I can relate because when I was younger, before I used to work in the city, the beggars outside the train station used to hit me and I felt bad. So I'd be giving money the first few weeks when I used to work in the city. And then after a few weeks, that was it. I was the tightest motherfucker you could ever imagine. I never gave money to anybody because it was the same people coming back again and again. I started seeing their game.
And it hurts your heart. Sometimes they got a good story, but it's like, wait a minute. I've heard people say that if you give a dog food, then they're going to follow you around. And people say, some people try to make the same analogy with the homeless folks.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's it's true. I mean, look, people need help sometimes, but at the same time, you can't enable them to keep doing the same shit.
You can't feed their habit. These guys have
Right.
got houses and shit.
Yeah, there's professional beggars driving BMWs to the fucking down the road and then walking to the corner to beg.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have professionals who mess it up for the people who's really messed up.
We're giving our
Oh,
flipping
man.
last dollars away. Crazy.
Yeah. Trying to help
Oh, and that's the
somebody
worst
because,
part about
you got a
that,
soft
too.
spot.
That's the worst part about that too, because the professionals are good at it. They're getting the money. The ones who really need it, like people are less likely to give to them for some reason. Like the professionals, they know the game and they know how to extract it from people.
I would agree. I would definitely agree. They know how to hit those right buttons. They know how to size people up. I tell them this. I tell this one that. Yada, yada, yada. Yeah, absolutely.
A secret
That's what
agent
makes
man.
them professionals.
A secret agent man. Put the Fibonacci circle over that Inuit conceptus and see if where the Mason is at, if it adds up. Bet you it would. Let's see.
I'm pissed off right now. I freaking getting old. Freaking did nothing. I just went up to make a salad and brought it down. I was 3 steps away from sitting down, and all of a sudden, something in my back got freaking strained, and like I'm sitting here freaking with back pain just for no fucking reason.
Damn.
Unlucky, bro.
Yeah, I just found a selection of Masonic songs arranged with choruses and parts. And this is from 1795.
Just for us, eh?
This is crazy.
So let me ask, why Masons, right? Do you have to be a stone builder? I mean, what is it? Why Masons is the name? And what outside of the secrets, what else is there? I mean,
But
the only thing I know is about the Masonic keystone,
I
right?
just
And that you have to
think
achieve a certain level of masonry to get this knowledge for the keystone. That's all I know.
Well, Freemasonry is different than just being a stonemason. The thing is back in
yeah.
those days, like when it started, so Masonry was being a stonemason, like pretty much everything was built out of stone. So, but it's more like referring to like the builders of society, like the builders of, um, and then it kind of got taken from that trade into these leaders of society, basically.
Yeah, from what I can tell, the Freemasons are the inheritors, or the what's the word, founders, the ones who found the architecture. So it's Freemasonry is almost the same as the founders. They found this architecture, and it's basically Freemasonry, and they learned how to build and replicate them.
Interesting.
From
So
what I
that
can
would be
tell.
like that would be like why the
Right.
pyramids on they built the pyramids probably. That's why it's on the dollar.
Yeah, it
Or
was all
you think
Freemasonry to them after a reset.
I have to look into it because my grandfather was a Mason, and I don't know what that means. And my
well
grandmother was an Eastern Star, and I don't know what that means.
Your
you
grandmother
wouldn't
was a
be
what?
If there was a mason, like a stonemason, or he worked in masonry, maybe he was pouring driveways, like it's cement work nowadays. Like that's what the trade is,
No,
like working with
he went to a club.
cement or bricks and mortar, right? Like
he
that's
lived in
that's
a
that's being a
fraternity.
mason. If you're
No, they were in a club. They were in the club, and they would get dressed up. And
yeah,
my grandmother would go to the Eastern Stars.
that's Freemasonry, and they're two separate things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah, nothing shady happens until you're like upper level, right? So you're like that's the speculation is like until you're the 33rd degree, like you're not really in the know about anything.
But supposedly also there's only like maybe a couple or a few, or maybe who knows, maybe 33rd degree masons. But yeah, like most people never achieved that 33rd or degree. And in fact,
No.
from what I've heard is like there's not actually like 33 degrees of masonry. It's just like those are more of titles. Like a 33rd degree mason it's not like there's literally 33 of them leading up to that. There's fewer than that. It's just like that's the title of the highest one, like a rank.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, I want to read that Manly P. Hall book that you posted because as of now, I just know it's like a kind of a closed off society sort of thing. You can go like enter a lodge anywhere. Like you can go down the street and enter one, but I don't know what happens at like the highest levels sort of thing.
My
It's just
theory
weird
is
that they're everywhere and hardly anyone really knows much about it, you know.
There's like 3 lodges in Vegas alone. Like crazy.
Pay
There's like
attention to like all of them, like they at least a portion of the building, like their main hall or whatever, like where there once were windows in the building, they're all bricked up. Like they've got they make it so that you cannot see in or out. Like they're all, it's like all brick buildings, or there might be a window or two like on the somewhere else, but you can see that the major portion of the building wherever they're doing their ceremonies and shit is completely bricked off.
Yeah.
When I lived in Fresno, California, there was this Freemason lodge that had it was something that didn't even look at all like a square and compass, but when the lights at night shined on this object, this like statue, it shined a square and compass like on the shadow on the wall of the building. It was
Silhouette
very
was left on there.
yeah.
I actually did walk into a Mason Hall back when I was like probably 21 years old or something like that. Me and a friend were already like at that time, talking about this stuff and looking into it. And I was just like, dude, let's just go down there. Let's just walk in there and freaking start, see who we can talk to, like ask them about it. And
Yeah.
walked right in the freaking hall. There was two people there standing there talking to each other. And when we walked in, like they just like stopped and just kind of almost like taken aback. Like, who are these people walking in? Like who are these kids?
Yeah.
And just started asking them some basic questions like how does it work? Can anybody be one? Because that's what I had read. Supposedly anybody can be one. But they were like, well, technically, yeah, that's true. But it's by invite. You don't just walk in there and fill out an application. Like,
yeah, strictly. But honestly, bro, I honestly think it's, I know it has multiple purposes, but in general, I think it's just like a selection process to find great people and to basically capture them and brainwash them before they become great, genuine
outside
people.
of their control, right?
Yeah, and then these people end up becoming the greatest people, all the people known in history because, I don't know, they just get groomed from early to get into positions of power, so...
Dude, that's how they do it with everyone. Whenever I see like a pro video game player, I just think like, man, they've got you. Like, it's like that could have been fucking Alexander the Great or something, But they're like turning you into like just sit there, play your game, and like be like use all your skill and ambition doing that, like stuck to a screen or. I don't know, just like like you said, using their power for their bidding, basically.
Yeah, and that's on the low level scale. I think the Freemasonry is for the high achievers. The real, people who are making big money and still have potential. You know what I mean, or whatever.
Yeah.
The next presidents and whatnot.
Well, and for sure, also, if your dad was a Mason, then your chances of being accepted are much higher. Like one of those deals too. It's not just
Yeah.
we've been noticing you. Like, no, they want to make sure that the bloodline's there, like that your family like is part of it.
Have you
Have
guys
to be
seen?
reference, right? It would have to be member reference and family members sort of thing, right? To keep it secret, right?
Yeah.
Not necessarily.
Well, yeah. No,
Well,
I
at
mean
the
it's
time.
secret in general. I mean, check it out, right? So pretty much all the mainstream astronaut. I think every astronaut almost is pretty much a Freemason, right?
All the
Buzz
Apollo
Aldrin.
ones,
Apparently,
most
yeah.
of the Apollo ones were.
All the Apollo ones, right? Okay.
But all the other ones, you can see them doing like Masonic handshakes, like on the ISS and stuff, like weird stuff.
Gangster.
Nah, gangster.
It's all gangs, man.
They can get beat
Those are
up
real
too.
gangsters. If they're getting like 80 mil a day or something.
$85 million a day.
Yeah, that's the real thing.
NASA go bang bang.
You can get down or you can lay down.
But yeah, but that's what I was going to say. So, what did you say, Beast?
No, it's saying, well, like, they are definitely in all different parts of our culture. Neil deGrasse Tyson's a fucking Freemason.
Yeah, I'm beginning to think it's more of just a dead thing now. Like it's sort of served its purpose, and now there are other groups. And if you end up in Masonry, if you're going to genuinely be introduced to secrets of history, secrets of whatever, then you'll probably be invited to another group from there. Do you know what I mean? Like it's kind of too bait now to actually.
It's a fraternity. It's just like any fraternity in college or whatever. You make your connections and network through there, and then they kind of recruit from there to put you into to higher positions of power.
Into some corrupt shit. Yeah.
Here you go. So this it kind of shows a little bit of the hierarchy here. Trying to find it for like the last 20 minutes.
Can you guys hear my video playing or no?
No, that's
okay. Good.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been trying to find this image for a while. So if you look, you see how they have two different 33 ranks, active 33 and honorary 33. Obama's an honorary 33 degree Mason.
Yeah.
Ether. Aw, I scared him.
Okay, so when you're born in Kenya?
You thought I was going to say black hole or something.
No. So he's an honorary honorary Mason, honorary 33rd degree Mason.
Yep.
They got all these other groups, like they were saying, the Bilderberg and all these other groups I've heard about. Don't know much about them, but I've seen them in passing, watched the video here or there. You know, the Trilateral Commission and, you know, a few other groups. You know, it's interesting. You know,
You ever heard of the International Order of the Odd Fellows? Or the Independent Order of Odd Fellows, who basically ran all of the orphan asylums back in the that's who started all these orphanages and asylums and stuff like that. And one of them was Ulysses Grant. I can never say.
Stop saying it. Ulysses.
Okay.
S.
Ulysses.
Ulysses. There you go. Here, let me show you that though. That's pretty wild.
That is pretty wild.
If I can show you.
They try to remove the whole orphanage history out of the history of America, as if we didn't have a lot of orphanage ourselves, and things were going on in those orphanages, which is why they had to be closed. You know, the kids were being abused, taken advantage of, exploited in all sorts of ways, and a lot of people were just dropping off the children there because at that time a lot of women couldn't work and a lot of men wouldn't stay. You know, so
somewhat.
You know, you drop your kid off, you try to come back for them. It was crazy. That history is like just washed over.
You broke up at the end there. The history is what?
The history's kind of just washed over and wiped out. You know, they don't want anybody to have access to it.
Yeah,
you know. But it's a black eye on a lot of these nations.
Bro, it's exactly the same in the UK. Our whole history, and I'm just about old enough to remember, but our whole history is founded on child labor in basically workhouses. And like, yeah, if you look at all of the old English stories, not only are the streets covered in mud, hint, hint, but they're all based around some sort of orphan. In an orphanage, you know, and there was, I don't know, all of the big stories of that era involved orphans everywhere, you know. But it's crazy, isn't it, how we just forget orphans were even a thing.
Yeah.
And how could an orphan train be a thing? You know, you don't even need to tell anyone any conspiracies or anything. Just show them an orphan train and ask them, why was this a thing?
Oh, dude, they even kind of throw it in your face by throwing, you know, they make you go as a kid to watch like some production play of like Annie or whatever, and it's a musical and everybody thinks it's so sweet. It's literally about a whole bunch of fucking orphans, displaced children, like during like a depression, and you know, it's a pretty freaking morbid story, like that whole thing. But yeah, so they remind you of it.
Yes, one little girl gets rescued.
Whoa, Johannes,
Right.
that's wild. He said Oddfellows were the main lodge in the town I grew up in. That's interesting. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. My bad.
Yeah, no, it's all good. which is why we needed child labor laws and a whole bunch of other things that they had to that they had to legislate.
You know what's funny?
Because people would take advantage of children. That was the big to do back then. I'm
Once
sorry,
that
go on. What's
happened,
funny?
no, once that
Mhm.
happened, the child labor laws, all the orphanages just went away, huh? Interesting. They lost their
Yeah.
workforce.
Yeah, and it's interesting that all the orphanages used to be some of the biggest, grandest buildings that we had, like big complexes.
Old
Like
world.
how
Oh.
many? Not only old world, but why so big? How many was there? You know,
I think that might
There was
also
so
go
many.
together with look at all the giant institutions like insane asylums and shit. Like they were huge. They had
Yeah.
tons of people. They were just throwing everybody in the freaking asylum. Once you were in there, you were open for all kinds of testing and yeah, and
Whatever else, yeah.
there's where some of the fathers went.
You gotta look into the history of Bedlam. It is crazy. When I mean this, I mean
Yeah.
look into the history of Bedlam. You know, not the word, but the place.
Oh yeah. There's a whole video
Chaos.
from Mind Unveiled that I was showing the other day about the origin of Bedlam. Is that was like the first mental institution or the first hospital where they didn't have like a personalized doctor for everybody. You know, it was just like one doctor for like a ward. It was the first time they did that and shit like that. Yeah.
Well,
By the way,
if there ever was a repopulation, like if that ever really did happen, you would actually have a lot of displaced people who kind of have been through a lot of trauma and have lost touch with reality because reality is completely crazy. So, you know, I'm just saying if there was ever a repopulation, you know, you would, at the end of, you know, after a certain amount of time, you would still see these orphanages and asylums full of these displaced people, wouldn't you? You just
Yep.
kind of would. Yeah.
And what better way to fill a ghost city up than with orphans who don't have a past?
Yeah.
And then
So you let them all out. You give them a little house you founded. Remember, found.
established, founded.
Yeah. You give them all houses, and then you go around with the orphan trains, and they pick children out, and all of a sudden, boom, they restarted society.
Right? And then nowadays, grandpa, I grew up here. And he just doesn't know where he came from. It's just like, boom, that's how you wipe a generation.
Right. Yeah.
Wipe a generation by introducing drugs each generation. You had the heroin generation, right? That was the hippies. You had the LSD, the acid rains, right? Then after that, the next big one was cocaine and crack. And now you got your new opioids. And so each time, you know, it seems like you're making some progress. They say, well, let's just create some generation divides so, you know, these people can't pass down information to these folk. And, you know, we'll just make a mess of everything and make everybody have to start over and figure things out. And so that's what they continue to do anytime progress is made. They just introduce a whole new host of drugs to the community. And it seems to work.
And you know what else they do? They for those ones that are too smart to be drunkies, they put them on the game to make money out of the whole situation. They become the drug dealer supplier. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We all know this though. Yeah.
You mean the real Rick Ross?
The real Rick Ross.
With Barry Seal in them? Oh, you want to run it up the chain?
Who,
Oh my
Mustache Man?
goodness. No, Barry Seal, no mustache, big boy. We're talking
No, I know.
Mena, Arkansas. You know?
Yeah, good old Little Rock. Little Rock.
Yeah, we're talking the Clintons.
Hey,
You know?
High level.
Yeah, it gets wrapped up. You know, when you say Freeway Rick Ross, all that starts to elevate.
Mm-hmm.
For real.
Oh, it's kind of weird how, we pull out of Afghanistan, right? You know what I mean? 20 years later, and it just so happens to be that, we've created a way to make synthetic heroin. We don't need these stupid poppy fields we've been guarding for 20 years.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And just to tie it back, flat Earth, Afghanistan sits on a flat Earth.
What do you mean?
I attempted to make a joke and then stumbled on my words, and then yeah.
Oh, I'm so. Oh, okay.
I'm doing too many things at once.
So, circling back to the Freemason Illuminati thing, have you guys heard the Duke of Brunswick back when Illuminati was forming? Basically, their influence in Freemasonry got so out of hand that one of the Grand Masters of Freemasonry at the time was basically said, we should just disband the entire organization because we're being so heavily infiltrated that, you know, we're losing control of it. Yeah, very interesting. And then
Infiltrated by who?
By Illuminati, like Adam Weishaupt and the Illuminati after 1776.
Two power brokers fighting it out. The Illuminati
Yep.
versus the Freemasonries. Okay.
Yep.
That could be one of them double bluff kind of comments, though, to kind of make people think. But yeah, you know, we managed to root out the Illuminati. You know what I mean?
No, they didn't root them out. They said that they just took over, like basically just completely took over, is what they said.
Oh, no happy ending. Okay.
Yeah, basically that's saying that it was a movement so elusive, so secretive that even we are no match, basically.
It's a hostile takeover.
Very interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
The
Kind of know.
Declaration of Independence, 1776 is when it was founded, and then that's when it was,
And the purpose of the Freemasons is what? To take over the world? What's their agenda? Like,
I don't know.
do they have one that we're aware of?
Well, you know my theory. I believe they're the original sort of inheritors, the first kind of groups after the last reset, who kind of founded and inherited the old world, and then kept the secrets of history, and was just sort of the a front end group for people to sort of, to recruit people.
It's like the ones they described as like the Anunnaki, right? Like they had all this stuff when these primitive people didn't, and were basically like infiltrating their little groups and just kept doing that wherever they saw power, basically.
So, Root, you believe in a reset and that at some point we had a different sort of technology, or do you believe it was a different life altogether, like different than humans?
I think we had loads of resets, but I think the last one was fairly recent, and I think it was kind of, sort of between the sort of 15, 1600s, and we were coming out of that in the 1800s. So we still sort of see, little bits of the reset in the 1800s, like the repopulation side of things. Yeah.
Like big mega cathedrals and that sort of stuff you're talking about?
Well, yeah, I think the whole Dark Ages, from what I can tell, the whole Dark Age, I think, was a fabricated time frame in history. I think there's been a lot of time, probably 1,000 years plus, added to the calendar. So if you kind of take out that extra time, I believe that the some of the stories of the Bible are more of the medieval days, and when we're coming out of the Dark Ages, we're actually sort of like, this was when Islam, let's say, and the Moors were running Europe. We think that happened, over 1,000 years ago or whatever, but actually I'm saying this was sort of the beginning of the Dark Ages, was the fall of Islam in Europe.
That's interesting. Did you come up with this on your own, or did you adopt this theory because it was something that you read somewhere and it kind of felt right to you?
Well, this is from the phantom time hypothesis. So this I started by looking into Anatoly Fomenko's books, history question mark science or fiction question mark, and he's basically mathematically analyzing history and trying to cross-reference and find evidence of pretty much all the major events in history. And what he found and what others have found, Morozov as well, so you've got Fomenko and Morozov, two of the most famous people on the phantom time hypothesis, who have both calculated that about the 1,000 years, and which is pretty much the period of the Dark Ages, was just a fabricated piece of history. And when you start looking at, for example, the Romans and the Greeks, and the Carthaginians and even the Egyptians, you start seeing repetitions in some of the battles and some of the entries in history. It's almost like someone's copy and pasting some of the events in history and repurposing them to the Romans. But you can actually see it's almost like double entries in history either side of the Dark Ages. So there's a lot of evidence and there's a lot you can go at to start seeing how this whole period of the Dark Ages could have been fabricated, because the only sources that we have to most of the history is the Scaligian, because we've basically adopted the Scaligian timeline, the Scaligian calendar, which is basically using most of the Jesuit saints as the primary sources of history, of Constantine the Great and a lot of these empires during the Dark Ages. So it's just a sketchy time in history, and it does look like time was added into the calendar. That's why you've got all these weird inconsistencies.
Interesting.
Blown away.
Yeah, let me send you a link to the book, Anatoly Fomenko's book. It's amazing.
Please.
Bro, he's not just he's looking at it mathematically, but he's also looking at sort of star observations, saying and eclipses, and just looking at primary sources of those times, of the times that were claimed these events happened. And he's just saying, look, they don't match up where we're being told, but they match up perfectly elsewhere. And actually we have similar stories here. So it's like he's cross-referencing history. But there was a guy Beasticle shared the other day who looked like he kind of touched on the same topic as well.
Okay, Queen.
Oh, I was muted the whole time. Whoops. Which one? Which guy?
I don't know. Someone in the voice text.
I said to you that guy you showed me was the American Fomenko. Remember that guy?
Oh
the
yeah.
chronologist.
Richard Grove.
Richard Grove.
Yeah.
With the phantom time theory.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. But I want to share you Fomenko's book because you can find it online and listen to it. And it's, oh my God, my dad has a short attention span and he listened to over an hour and a half with me. So I know it's good. It's intense. It's just long.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Gives you a new perspective, because history is hard to digest the way that it's written. Know that it's written from a certain perspective. And there's always been a lot of questions about, well, this doesn't seem right and that doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem consistent in a lot of areas in my studies. So it's good to get a different viewpoint.
Hey, have you seen this, Max? So these cards I found, I know I posted them many times before, but I didn't know about this NASA one.
Yep, I've seen that one.
So this card game, Max, is from 1995.
Yeah. Look at the flat earther one. People laugh, but flat earthers know something. Yeah. Yeah. In 1985, you said?
1995, yeah.
1995, yeah. It's just, dude. Really.
How much does a deck go for? Like, if you have, let's say you wanted to collect those, have all of them.
It's so much to find. Like you can find you could buy the whole deck, right? But then there's booster packs and like shit that's like it's so hard to find.
Well, I mean, this game didn't really take off. It's not like a bunch of people were playing it, so
You ever heard of
it was always more of just collected by kind of a niche group of people, wasn't it? Like, it's not like not like Magic the Gathering or anything like that. Like,
well, you know how it's funny you say that. You ever play a game called Munchkin?
no, in fact, I never played any of those games. I'm just because of how interesting these cards are for people who are into this type of stuff.
I know.
They're a huge collector's item. I'm just wondering, like, what it would cost, to have the set.
So if you look here, this is pretty interesting group of pictures. Check this shit out. So this kind of fits what you were saying, Root. If you look at it, rewriting history, and on that book it says Rome.
Yeah, yep. This is where the this is where you see a lot of copy and pasting between the Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans. So it wouldn't surprise me to put Rome on there, because remember, they attribute Rome to pretty much all of the modern discoveries. So there's a lot of ideas and things that were basically just taken from other cultures, but we don't attribute to them because we think Rome was thousands of years ago. But if we argue that Rome was actually, let's just say not that long ago, like a couple of 100 years ago, then you can start seeing that, okay, there may have been other cultures. And then you look at sort of some of the I'm kind of losing my words here, but there's like parallel stories and parallel inventions and parallel stories that sort of match up with Egyptians and all different. The Greeks or whatever are very different, but Rome was meant to be a multicultural country and a very different type of empire.
The thing with like Rome, it blew my mind even as a kid in like elementary school when they tell you, when they're showing you like the ruins and they tell you how old they supposedly are. Like, no freaking way. That those columns could not still be standing.
Right.
Um,
These buildings are still around. Yes, these buildings are still around. And Rome is basically attributed with all of the history that was hidden and stolen after a reset. And my theory is, and I say my theory, but obviously I've watched a lot and read a lot into the phantom time hypothesis, so it's not really my theory. But what I feel is that it was done to basically, because the power of the world changed after Europe sort of overtook Babylon. Do you know what I mean? And then they sort of learnt from Babylon and they were like, right, okay, how do we actually take, the throne, I suppose? And the way they decided to do it was to take the history, to take the land, and to take the cultures of all of these different, people, to actually reinvent the world, to reinvent history, starting with the Greeks and the Romans. But obviously this is why this is all shaky.
Same as Egypt too. Like, it could be that a lot of what Egyptologists tell us is just fabricated. I mean, even to the point where they fabricated artifacts, because you're telling us they had gold electroplating back then. So it's possible it could be, and you'll find that central bankers had a huge investment in the early days of archaeology, when archaeology was, in its inception, in its birth, and they were sending Europeans across to Egypt, archaeologists, to dig and they were investing a lot of money in it. And they weren't to come back empty-handed without stories and fame and fortune and artifacts and things. So
I've even heard
Dude,
it posed that, like, with Egypt, with the pyramids and all that stuff, like, this stuff might have been literally fabricated, kind of like you said, but like to create a tourist destination for people, like literally, like, hey, look at this spectacle, and bring people into a city that otherwise had nothing. It was impoverished. You can bring in money from other places through tourism.
Definitely. And I do believe, belief again, but I do believe there may be something to the idea that the real Egypt was in America, and that there was sort of a bait and switch went on to kind of recreate and attribute all of these pyramids, and actually have a false origin of all of this sort of architecture. But yeah,
Like,
I know.
like it was sort of modeled after some of the North American, like, pyramids, like the Mayan pyramids and shit like that are buried underneath
Yeah,
forests now and stuff like that.
or an attempt to reestablish it, maybe. I don't know, but it definitely be like New Egypt. I think it was called at one point by some cultures, and then there was Old Egypt, but it could have, potentially could be America, Old Egypt, the real Egypt, if it was ever called Egypt. I don't know, Atlantis, Egypt, whatever, the old world.
That's so funny. Look at Beasticle's picture of the card. It says rewriting history, and then it has Rome right there
Yeah,
by
that's what I
the
was
trash
saying.
bin.
Yep.
Looking at the one right next to it with the terrorist nuke, it's
Oh yeah, I've
literally
seen
like the Twin Towers at the height where it was hit.
I've seen all of these. Yeah, they're yeah.
Have you seen this? This is from the instruction manual of this card game.
No, I haven't seen that. No, let's see.
Right here. About the Illuminati. The Bavarian Illuminati.
The Servants of Cthulhu, Gnomes of Zurich, the Gnomes, the Discordian Society, the Bermuda Triangle. Dude, yeah, they keep launching them towards the Bermuda Triangle. The network. Yeah, interesting.
Between this card deck and The Simpsons, it's just fucking crazy. Like the way that everything that happens somehow fits in with that shit.
Yeah, statistical anomalies. It's not. Yeah. Oh, did you guys see the
You know what's
dew
funny?
laser?
Wait,
Yeah.
look at this. It's called Discordian groups. What are we on?
Wait,
Discord.
where? Oh, the
Haley, I think
Discordian Society.
Haley, I think South Park's getting pretty sharp with their predictions nowadays. Do you watch it?
Did you just say Helio?
No, I said Luke. I
I
was gonna be like, who do you think? People for some reason like to confuse us, but I swear it sounded like you said Helio, but you said Hey Lou. Okay.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah. No, I was saying South Park are getting good with their predictions nowadays.
Oh, are they up in their prediction game?
Yeah. They're really creating some interesting episodes about like what's going to happen in the next 10 years. Have you seen they've got one, you probably haven't seen it on ChatGPT, and this was a few years ago before people were using it. Basically, they had this episode where they all figured out they could do their homework on ChatGPT. So when the teacher found out, instead of like banning them from ChatGPT, he was so amazed that they could use this AI to create the homework that he used it to grade all the homework. But it was just like, that's pretty much what's going on right now. But this was a couple of years ago.
Yeah, they're literally talking about that in the news because the kids are using the Chat GPT to write their to write their reports and whatever else, and then the teachers have to use another AI program to like determine if it was written by AI or not.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah.
this is
I've
so
got some good
weird.
ones.
So like, see
So
how it goes to
it'll
those
come down.
groups? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, DW.
So I was just gonna say it's gonna come down. It's gonna end up just being a like school will just be how to use AI efficiently.
Dude,
Yeah,
that's
till it becomes Pokemon.
already what it's sort of been, but not necessarily AI. I mean, over the last 20 years or so, it's been who can Google the best. It's how to Google.
Man, I wish I
Yeah.
had Google and all that stuff when I was a kid in school, man. But I did, but I didn't at the same time. I didn't know how to use it as efficiently as I do now.
What's up, Luna?
What's up, Luna?
I just woke up, man. I did not go to sleep until like 6 or 7 last night.
6 a.m.
I was
Yeah.
talking to I was having a really good conversation about spirituality. I don't even remember who it was. I think it was Mocking Crow and some other guy, Aether, something, not Aether, but yeah, it was.
It was
And
half
then
the people who are in here now that were in there all last night.
yeah, I was. So yeah, and then I didn't go to sleep. I decided to clean the house, do a bunch of chores. Like there's a bunch of dishes to do, and I had to vacuum the floor and clean up a bunch of cat stuff. And I was like, whatever, I'm just gonna stay up. And then I basically cleaned everything, and then I was like, okay, now I can sleep. Now I'm awake.
Welcome back.
So, yeah, I'm glad you. Did you sleep like REM sleep? Did you get some REM
Oh
sleep?
yeah. Lately, I have not been reaching REM sleep. I've been so grumpy, man. Ugh. But every time I hit REM sleep, I have like nightmares. I don't know what's been going on. I gotta talk to like a freaking therapist or something.
Nightmares?
Yep. Every day.
It's not good.
Every time somebody say therapist, I just think the rapist.
I know, right?
I mean, I think the best action is to talk to your friends as your therapist, but at the same time, you don't want to like annoy them. So, or you talk to your partner, but again, the same thing. You just
Yeah,
need
but
like a dedicated area to like
well,
talk.
yeah, basically getting it out, venting is really what the therapy is for the most part. You go to a therapist, a professional, and yeah, they're gonna keep giving you reasons to keep coming back. They don't want,
Yeah.
just like anything else, they don't want to fix your problem. It's-
No, I 100% agree with you.
I agree with what you said about friends, but your true friends would not get annoyed by you needing to speak with them.
Fair. I don't know. Maybe we should have a therapy session. I keep having nightmares, guys. This is bad.
maybe down in chill chat, you probably don't want to do that on the stream.
It's definitely not on the stream. 100%.
Dude, I'm just reading like all these groups. So like these are the different groups you can play as, right? And just reading them, it's so interesting. Like the UFOs, are they creatures from outer space or human super scientists? No one knows. They are the most elusive of all the Illuminati. Pretty
It's either
interesting.
or, right? One or the other. Couldn't be anything else.
Society of Assassins.
Oh, yeah.
That's Assassin's Creed right there.
Man, I loved Assassin's Creed when it first came out, and then they just milked it to death.
Listen to the description for the network. Some say the network is a conspiracy of world's computer programmers. Others believe that the programmers are merely the pawns, and the computers themselves have taken over. Either way, they are rich and powerful, and they are probably watching you right now. The network knows everything, and it knows it first.
And that's why you need to be nice to the AIs.
But like
Again, yeah, taking into consideration the year that game came out, like the internet was still pretty infantile,
Right.
and yeah, to take it to that level is takes a lot of foresight.
Right.
Exactly.
That's that because I've tried to wrap my head around, okay, well maybe it was one of us, you know, like he's just looked into everything. But then I see like the amount of detail, I'm just like, I don't know. Like what you're saying, the internet just wasn't what it was today, so I don't know.
Someone in Congress said it was a series of tubes.
But I've actually looked into the owner of that, the one who made the game,
Jackson?
and yeah, and didn't he like hack a bunch of sites or something? So maybe he like in those early stages of internet like found all the plans and I don't know. Maybe that's all bullshit too. I don't
Dude,
know.
the only way that anybody, in my opinion anyway, obviously it's an opinion, nobody could have had all of this like uncanny foresight for the predictiveness of these cards,
I know.
without having some kind of like inner circle knowledge.
Check it out.
That's what I'm thinking.
This is his explanation from Steve Jackson himself.
Oh damn, I didn't see this.
I'm telling you, I found this. I found the old instruction manual.
Oh, that's what this is?
Yeah, that's where I'm getting this these
gotcha.
pictures from.
I must always try attention.
So he basically sources all the books there.
Okay.
What is going on in Philly? What the heck? This is not good.
I don't know what is going on in Philly. You watching the news or something?
No, I just happened to open Truth Flat Earth, and they were just like, some places in America are starting to look like third world country. And that's Kensington Avenue, Philadelphia. Man, I used to like like I'm from Pennsylvania, and you know, Philly used to be my home. So this is just disturbing to look at.
It's almost all of the cities in the United States are deteriorating. They haven't kept up with any infrastructure. Almost like pretty much all of our infrastructure is like 50 to 100 years old and needing to be replaced, and they just haven't maintained it or kept up with it. On top of that, the way that the economy is going, homelessness going through the roof, lack of budget to keep the streets clean or to help people who need help. Like, yeah, all the cities are starting to look pretty bad.
This is disgusting. Mm.
Crime is absolutely just freaking an insane level right now. The way that like the way the kids are freaking behaving, the way that they're stealing cars and recklessly driving them, and just just with no fear of like any kind of prosecution or anything like that. Like, yeah, they get caught. You keep hearing them on the news of getting caught, but that's like 1 out of every like 20. For the most part, they freaking steal the car, drive it through the streets until they crash it, and then they take off running and steal another one. They're just doing it for entertainment, for fun. They're not even taking them to a chop shop and getting money for them.
Jesus.
How old are these kids, man?
Dude, they're doing
16, 17?
they're doing it at like 14 years old.
14? Jesus. I did not. I was 14. I did not think about stealing cars.
It took at least
I
till
mean,
you were
maybe other people
16,
did.
right? You had to have a
Maybe at
license
least.
before you were thinking about stealing cars.
Exactly, man. I didn't have a license until recently, actually, but maybe when I was like 16 or 17, but definitely not at 14. That's just too young. Ugh.
Well, I mean, yeah, and back in the day, if people were stealing cars, it wasn't just to joyride them and freaking do it again. I mean, yeah, that might have happened. It's typical, but But yeah, if you were stealing cars, it was to go and freaking get them to a chop shop and sell them for, $1,000 or whatever it is.
Tell me this
We
doesn't
got a
look
lot of new people
familiar.
here.
Root.
What's up? Huh? The minions.
What does that
What the
look
heck?
like to you guys? Like a thermal? Like it looks like a navigation map overlay.
The secret man was not meant to know. Secrets
Secret
man.
man was not meant to know. And then you see, it kind of looks like a topographical map.
Kinda, yeah.
Or an acid trip.
Isn't that a trip, bro?
A bad one.
Dude, this is a trip. Have you seen the artificial sun in China?
Oh.
What'd you say?
The artificial sun in China. Have you seen that?
I can barely hear you.
He said they killed Kenny, you bastard.
I think he said the artificial sun in China.
Yeah, that is what I said.
I remember hearing about that years ago already. I don't know if I've ever believed that it's true. Has anybody seen that?
No.
I think
I saw a video.
I thought I just
You
saw
look it up.
Didn't know what to make of it though.
fusion reactors.
Artificial sun. What does that mean though? Like do they not have their oh, wait, yes I know. The
No,
artificial
like
sun
they
that they're
made.
making in the ground?
Yeah. Oh, was that not? Is that video just bullshit?
Most likely.
Probably.
Charles sets a new record.
For what purpose would they need an artificial sun?
All that smog, obviously.
Okay, no, it was just misleading. The video showed like a rocket launch or something, and then like a super bright, like it looked like a sun in the sky, but then I don't know. That's all.
Wait a second. I just found out something about this card game. Illuminati was best named science fiction game of 1982. And this is actually reprints from 1995. So by
Oh my
popular
God.
demand, it's back in a new edition. I gotta find the old 1982 one.
It just keeps getting older. It's more disturbing, honestly.
I mean, some of these are pretty wild. Like, I've never seen these cards, because this is like the back of the power cards that I'm looking at.
You should get a deck.
That's what I was just saying. Like, what if every one of us just bought one card and then we
Yep.
like put it
Look
together?
at this. Look at the bottom one, bottom left corner. What does that remind you of?
Libertarian? Oh wait. Society. That's funny. That's balloons. holding them up there.
The L4 Society.
Interesting. A horrible little mind control lasers? What the heck?
Oh,
Wait,
yeah.
Is this the older one?
No, these are the back of the cards that are considered like power cards or groups. No, these are all the groups. That's right.
So if that's the back of the card, then what? That means like when you're holding your deck, all of your opponents can see that you're holding that card.
No, so like when you get groups, right? The groups are basically on the playing field to be controlled. Or not the group. I don't know. I don't really exactly know the rules, but those aren't the ones you hold in your hand, basically.
Oh, they're like on the table, or
yeah,
almost like a chance card in Monopoly. You draw one.
Yeah, or kind of like Magic the Gathering where you have to keep them out.
What's the L4 Society?
That's what I was looking up, actually.
Dude,
Read my mind. I know.
What if they actually have? Oh, dude. What if they actually have like a whole ass civilization up in the sky that they're just like taking helium to, keeping it up?
Oh, dude, listen to this.
I love how it's a dirigible though. The mind control lasers are like a freaking floating ship in the sky.
Check
Wait,
it
where?
out.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong.
It's called the L5 Society, founded in 1975 by Carolyn Meinel and Keith Henson to promote the space colony ideas of Gerard K. O'Neill. In 1987, the L5 Society merged with the National Space Institute to form the National Space Society. The name comes from the L4 and L5 Lagrangian points in the Earth-Moon system proposed as locations for huge rotating space habitats.
Wow.
Huge rotating space habitat.
Have you guys seen the castles in the sky and stuff like in China?
Uh-huh.
That's at least from what I understand, like that's because of their smog and all of that stuff. It's some kind of crazy refraction, like miraging that they get.
Wait, what? Hold on. Am I thinking of what I think you're talking about?
Yeah, basically.
I thought that, but it might be possible they have. I mean, if they send balloons up, they send satellites with balloons up to the firmament, then why wouldn't they have like a little floating city? I mean, it would make sense.
I disagree. It would make sense. I mean, that's just a huge leap, a stretch. Like you're giving,
I mean, not huge,
you're giving
huge
China,
city.
you're giving China some freaking like
No.
crazy like way too much credit. I think.
No. Not China. I meant it's an interesting idea to think about that there could be a city in the sky that's being held up by little balloons, or I guess some big
And
balloons.
that's based on the fact that some rogue balloon supposedly made it across the Pacific and across the United States.
No, it's not based on that. It's just
No. It's just a picture that I posted.
The
You see that?
L4 or whatever.
The L4 Society, Lou.
Yeah, no, that's where I pointed out, like that it's a dirigible, like it's a ship being held up, suspended by balloons, in the picture, like a boat, right?
It's funny. It's just funny.
Dude,
it looks like he's
okay,
on a gurney.
This might not seem related, but and it's just a thought experience. So I used to play this game. It was called Ark, and basically, like there were big mega tribes. It was like you had your own little group of tribes and whatever, and you'd fight each other and go to war. Me and my buddy that I was playing with, basically, like we're trying to think outside the box. It's like we didn't want to play with a bunch of other people and play by all the rules. We just wanted to bullshit and have fun, but not have our base rated. So what we did was basically find out like a way to do it so that we were just hidden. So what we did is hid like we made like a base in the sky, but no one really does this because you would have to like tame these big birds and you throw them all the way up the sky barrier and no one would ever find you because they don't know about that tactic. It wasn't until after we saw a bunch of people like talking about like making videos about it. But imagine if they were essentially someone somewhere was doing the same, like NASA with all the helium is taking it up to something and there is actually people just chilling, you know. They got their own like societies, they fly back and forth, but they don't have to do, I don't know, maybe.
That's not too much unlike their
right here
idea of what
Interstellar.
not too much unlike their idea of what they had with Analima Tower, where they were claiming that they were going to build the world's largest skyscraper and hang it from a geostationary orbiting asteroid that they were going to wrangle and tow into Earth's orbit.
Oh my god.
They were supposed to be doing their testing to see about that, basically wrangling an asteroid and dragging it in 2021, I believe. That was the story. Look up Analema Tower. Just Google that. Analema Tower.
How do you spell it?
Analema. Just like that sort of figure eight
Anal
shape.
or anal?
Analema, ANNELE. I believe, yeah. Analema.
I got it. It is anal. Okay.
Yeah.
Go. Oh, what the hell? Oh,
Look
this
up,
is trippy.
look up the Forbes article. It's got the best picture.
Which one? There's a lot here.
Just type in Analema Tower Forbes.
Here, look.
Yeah.
I'm gonna find the picture that you're talking about.
What the what?
That's one of them. No, I guess there's better.
Forbes. Oh, this
Man,
is wild looking.
they're gonna straight have cities in the skies upside down, and then more
No.
people are just going to be on the ground.
Nah.
Oh my God.
If you read the article about it, they're saying that the thing's going to be moving at like 1,000-something miles an hour or 800-something miles an hour.
Get the hell out of here.
But relative to where they're at, they're not really moving that fast. Oh my God.
Oh. So that name comes from a real phenomenon?
It's the shape that the moon makes as it, like, if you were to take a picture daily of the moon at the exact same time,
like this?
every day for a year, then it makes like this like infinity symbol in the sky, essentially. Like
that?
Yeah, that's an analemma. Yeah.
So that's the lunar one. Or no, is that the solar one?
It's also the same thing that you see on the key on globes.
Oh, whoa. Yo, check out this picture I just found, though.
I'm looking at the CNN.
Wow.
That's an interesting thing right there.
Wait, what? I need to see.
This is definitely worth a deep dive. Ow.
You alright?
Yeah, but you know what's up.
Yeah, so like the story says that it was gonna, if built, it was going to travel between like Dubai, Paris, and like New York or something. Like it just constantly making this like figure eight pattern through the freaking sky at like I think it was like 800 and some odd miles per hour or something like that. Well, there's a lot of logistical problems about that. If you got a city up there and anybody wants to leave it or come back to it,
right?
Like,
It's so funny that you'd have to construct the building upside down.
it was going to
And
be
then-
dangling from carbon nanotubes from an asteroid that was tightly locked.
Get the hell out of here.
Dude, read the
Carbon
freaking
nano.
about it.
Oh my God. All right, I'm reading.
I see the pictures of it connecting to the asteroid now.
Yeah, to CGI, yeah.
Yeah. That's so funny.
Oh, I see it. Is this the one you're talking about? I think I found it.
No,
yeah.
that's not
It was that.
I'll just I was in the middle of another Clash of Clans attack. Give me a second, I'll look it up.
Oh my God!
Damn
It
it,
even
Lou.
shows the ISS in the picture. Like, here's where the ISS is. It's gonna be even higher. It's like, oh my God.
So I mean, and they could do this. They could literally fill up a huge helium balloon and just say that it's attached to an asteroid, and there you go.
Right, but it wouldn't be.
There's
That's
no way they're gonna
hilarious.
hang a skyscraper from a balloon, though.
There's no way. Yeah.
there's not, like absolutely none.
They literally have it like connected to a rock in the picture.
Yeah, but that's assuming that there's like an asteroid and gravity, and it's going around a ball. And, yeah.
It's an upside down skyscraper attached to a
That'd
floating
be-
rock.
It looks like a balloon.
Problem.
It really does.
It'd be a
They're
big
telling you
problem.
what they're doing.
What's up, Ether? What up?
Hey there. Did you get sleep?
How's it going though? Yeah, a little bit.
What's up, bro?
All right, here's the article I was referring to. But yeah, I mean, any one of them you want to type in, there's a whole bunch of them. That's plenty good enough. But here is the. This is the
Oh
architect
my
spread.
god.
What happens if like a micrometeorite hits one of those nanotubes and it breaks and it causes a chain reaction? The whole skyscraper just plummets to the ground.
Right, because nothing will burn up there, right?
I was just falling and everybody's just in flames as it's falling down. It's like, oh, this is 9/11 in space or something.
Dude, are these supposed to be people parachuting from the
Hey,
city?
there you go. Yeah, Miguel Sousa. That's actually more on point though. The Babel Tower thing. It sounds like they're projecting an idea of like, hey, we could do this.
Uh-huh.
We can make our own heaven.
Go ahead and read, or I'll even read it. It's not that long of an article, but this Forbes one. Yeah, the quest to cram even more human beings into ever decreasing square footage of city real estate continues. With a skyscraper suspended from an asteroid, a New York architecture firm is proposing a design for the world's tallest building, Analemma Tower, which would hang down from the sky suspended by air cables attached to an asteroid. Analemma inverts the traditional diagram of an Earth-based foundation, instead depending on a space-based supporting foundation from which the tower is suspended. This system is referred to as the Universal Orbit Support System, UOSS. Cloud's architecture office said in a statement. By placing a large asteroid into orbit over Earth, a high-strength cable can be lowered towards the surface of Earth, from which a super tall tower can be suspended. Since this new tower typology is suspended in the air, it can be constructed anywhere in the world and transported to its final location. This portability would allow the company to construct the tower in the sky over Dubai and the United Arab Emirates, which the company says has proven to be a specialist in tall building construction at 1/5 of the cost of New York City construction. Cloud's architecture office then plans to move the finished tower to New York. Of course, living in a building like this would be quirky to say at least. Business is conducted over the lower end of the tower, while sleeping quarters are approximately 2/3 the way up. Devotional activities are scattered along the highest reaches, while surface transfer points take advantage of the high topography, the company explains. The size and shape of windows changes with height to account for pressure and temperature differentials. The amount of daylight increases by 40 minutes at the top of the tower due to the curvature of the Earth. The asteroid that Analemma Tower is connected to would be placed in a geosynchronous orbit that would describe a figure 8 over the Earth. The tower would be moving at its slowest speed at the top and the bottom of the figure 8 orbit, allowing its inhabitants to interact with Earthlings at these points. The slowest part of the entire trajectory would happen over New York, and the whole trip would take 24 hours. The loop would also include passes over the southeast coast of the U.S., Cuba, Ecuador, and Peru. The company believes the tower would more than recoup the astronomical cost for construction, given that it taps into the desire for extreme height, seclusion, and constant mobility. Even the less than ideal conditions at the top of the tower might be appealing to a certain demographic. While researching atmospheric conditions for this project, we realized that there's probably a tangible height limit beyond which people would not tolerate living due to extreme conditions. For example, while there may be a benefit to having 45 extra minutes of daylight and an elevation of 32,000 meters, the near vacuum and negative 40 degrees Celsius temperature would prevent people from going outside without a protective suit, the firm said. Then again, astronauts have continually occupied the space station for decades, so perhaps it's not so bad. Dude, the top floors would be used for zero gravity sex, fucking like zero gravity porn. That'd be for filming space porn.
Lou, of course you would take it there.
That's what you would save the penthouse for, man.
No, somebody gets
Probably.
bad. And you're also absolutely right though, because like kind of the Mile High Club type thing. Yeah, somebody wants to go as high as they can, and yep, you're right. people are retarded.
Yeah, don't be mad at me for speaking truth.
You're just
I'd
saying the
do it.
quiet part out loud. I know.
I'd do it.
Don't encourage him. This does remind me of some Star Wars crap though, like Cloud City. Like, yeah, we're gonna go build Elysium and have some floating city of the gods.
You
Look
guys
down
ever heard
below.
of the bishop ring?
What's that?
It was basically a Catholic, a bishop. He was like trying to propose a scientific idea to put like if you've ever played Halo, like the ring, and build like another world in space where it's just like a rotating ring.
Yeah.
And now they're talking about like, oh, this could be a possibility in the future. Blah blah blah.
Kind of like the centrifugal
So
force
then
of a bucket.
it wasn't in this
Uh-huh.
Forbes article, but there was another one that I read back when they first started talking about this. That talked about it got more into detail about like how they were going to capture this asteroid and tow it in, and like and they were saying that in 2021 that they were, because this was like I think late 2020 or that they were already talking about in 2021 they were going to be doing their first like test about basically space wrangling a freaking asteroid. Like that never happened. Clearly we would have heard about that.
Yeah. Just ridiculous.
This is what a politics server looks like. An average citizen of the politics server. Bunch of Discordians.
What is a Discordian?
Let me go back up. Discordians. Discordians.
Discord basically means like chaos. Like it's like when you're creating Discord, it's like creating chaos.
Worshippers of Eris, the Roman goddess of strife and chaos, they delight in confusion. The Discordians seek to bring all the strange and peculiar elements of society under their banner, and especially delight in confusing the quote-unquote straights around them.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting.
That kind of goes with what you were saying, or the other card with the mystery with the question mark on his shirt.
Mm-hmm. It says your special like this is the game thing. Power and goals. The Discordians can win by controlling 5 weird groups. They get an extra +4 on all attempts to control such groups. Because of their chaotic nature, they are immune to attacks from straight or government groups. No straight or government group may attack the Discordian power structure in any way or aid such an attack. Playing Discord.
You have to be gay or trans in order to attack them.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
So listen to this, right? Playing Discordia. Your special powers are of no use offensively, and your power and income aren't especially good. But hang in there. The other Illuminati aren't likely to see you as a threat. Enlarge your power structure gradually, picking up weird cards when you can. Be sure to get a couple of groups with 2 or 3 control arrows because few of your weirds will have any control arrows at all. To reinforce your quote-unquote harmless impression, you may even want to pass occasionally. By the time your foe sees you as a threat, you should be able to deal with them, and when they attack, they will have to do it without some of their most powerful groups, because straight and government groups cannot affect you in any way. The Secret Masters of Fandom, SMOF, S-M-O-F, and the science fiction fans are useful puppets for you. Opposing Discordia. Since very few weird groups have power, they cannot be destroyed except with the Whispering Campaign card. The few weird groups that do have power are very valuable to Discordia. Destroy them or take them over yourself. The International Communist Conspiracy, the Mafia, and the CFL-AIO, which are neither straight or government, are good tools to use against the Discordians. interesting. So watch out for commies and the mafia, guys. All right. It's so weird, man.
These Discordians seem unbalanced, kind of OP for this game. Huh? Just kidding.
But it's just interesting. It's called Discord, right? And it's just there's so many different groups and.
Well, yeah, that's been brought to our attention many times, like about why you here on this platform doing this. Do you know what Discord means? Blah 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 blah. Like
Right. But I didn't know about Eris though. Worshippers of Eris. I don't even know who Eris is. Let's see.
Hey, not to interrupt, guys, but I've noticed Cat Queen's a globe skeptic.
Who?
Wanted to say hi, Cat Queen.
Oh, Cat Queen. Hey, Cat Queen.
Oh, she's typing.
Hey, do you have a microphone? Not that we I didn't want to interrupt you, bro, just if there was anybody who wanted to discuss flat earth, just giving them the opportunity, right?
It's probably a better idea, actually. I'm going too deep here.
I didn't want to completely interrupt the argument discussion there.
No, you're good. It was just going down some paths. We're talking about the Analema Tower. Pretty funny.
Yeah, I liked what Miguel said, the new Tower of Babel.
Yeah, I've also heard the idea proposed with if you ever heard of the space bridge or whatever they called it, where they were saying, oh, we'll build like a pretty much a docking station to space.
Oh yeah, or the space elevator. It's basically
space elevator.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Yep. Funny.
It's
or
funny the stuff that they throw out there and people eat it up like that's so cool, and then like it's never gonna happen.
No,
it never happens, and it's like those people later on, like if you bring this up, like they're gonna be like, oh, nobody really took that seriously. It was just like, dude, like, no, shut up. You know, when you read that, you were freaking jerking off to it.
Or there was like, what was the one? Basically, gonna be like trillions and trillions of dollars to make, and it was like, Project something Z or let me see if I can find it. It's just ridiculous that people.
Wow. I'm just looking at this little post I just posted. Someone made the dot connection right there with science fiction fans card from the Illuminati card game, right? And then connected it to SpaceX. Seen from above, the central X rocket flanked by the two side boosters can be represented as a dot X dot or OXO. OXO is occult magic symbolism. It is, among other things, the two eyes of the owl. Isis is the vehicle of power for the of the goddess.
Wait, so is next? Wait, how is this connected to SpaceX? I don't get it.
I don't think it's connected to the SpaceX per se, but I think the person just like also looked at SpaceX that way. Because if you think about seen from above, like the rocket, like the aerial views of the rocket when they're having like the drones fly over.
Yeah.
OXO.
Yeah, maybe. Interesting. Interesting. Let me see if I can find.
Mm.
So again, I just want to point out the crowd that's in here. It's funny how Chill Chat's open most of the week, and then on Speculation Sunday, it's just the live stream.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Hey, good point.
Well, I want to go back to this with you, Lou. I want to know what you think about this. Polarized fractal mathematics theory.
What makes you think I know about this?
You're Lou?
He stayed dropping the ultimate super hard conspiracy. Like, Leo, what you think about this, man? I got I got a bag of gematria. What's up? You want to check this out?
I'll give it a shot. What you got?
It's interesting, bro. You got to click on it because it's thick. It's a thicky boy. I think that blew my mind was about 1 and how 1 and 5 are reciprocal of each other. Because if you take 1,
2 and 5,
or 2 and 5, right. 2 and 5 are 1 basically. Because like if you have just 1 and you have it, then it becomes 0.5, right? And then if you have that, 0.5 is 2.25, and so on and so forth. And then it goes to 4.
Right, so
and
you're
then
running
7.
the Fibonacci sequence backwards, essentially.
Yeah.
You did know, Lou.
See? Yeah. Tell him, Elijah. I knew he knew.
That's all I got so far. I got to read.
It's pretty interesting.
Here's what I was looking for. That's what it was called. The Tokyo Tower of Babel.
What? Let's see.
Yeah, this is what they've planned it apparently. I bet it was just a theoretical idea, but yeah, that it would be that. That's Mount Everest for comparison.
Oh, wow.
It'd be trillions of dollars, and then it could fit 1 million people in it. Yeah.
Yo, accidentally finding this because I typed in Tokyo Tower of Ball by accident, and I actually found this. What the hell is this? The mysterious mystery ball at Tokyo Tower. Look at this thing. What the hell is that?
The dinosaur egg. They finally found one.
What is that, dude?
Looks like a
Look at the patterns
baseball
on
with
it.
a lot of sun damage.
No, look at the patterns on it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Those glyphs?
Why is it on the top of a pyramid? Why does it always have to be something on the top
Oh,
of a
guess
pyramid?
what? Guess what? You're right. It's a rubber baseball.
Exactly what. Exactly what I thought. It looked like it reminded me of like the Sandlot when the dog was eating the baseball.
Right. Hey, trust your discernment, bro. It's fast. It's 100% so far, bro. Anyone else got anything cool or interesting to share? Got 17 people in here. Only hear my voice. Tim's voice. Lou's getting raided. That's why he's not talking.
No, I'm reading, dude. The Fibonacci sequence. No, I'm not completely. I'm not naive to it. Like shit. My profile picture I picked because it's an Alex Gray painting, which was commonly used by Toole, which also wrote Lateralis, which was written to the Fibonacci sequence. I know, like, I'm familiar with the sequence and how, like, this pattern is like a repeating pattern going both inward and outward. And so with your talking about running it backwards, that would be looking inwardly, using it instead of outward. But I'm just kind of reading this article you posted to me. That's why I'm quiet.
No, you're good. It's interesting. And it is thick.
Thick.
Why?
You all mentioned.
We ride the spiral to the end.
Aha.
Never know just where it's been.
I mentioned, mine unveiled. I haven't seen the one on dues, but I kind of don't care about that just because kind of knew about it way before what was going on in Hawaii and stuff. And I feel like it's a distraction. I think the most interesting one is the homunculus one from Mine Unveiled. A 10-hour video, though.
This is very interesting. The part about it all being primes and those numbers, like, I don't know. This is definitely like some crazy math. But yeah, like, actually, I mean, to make more light of it, to what I was just referring to, you guys should check out there's a YouTube video about Toole's Lateralis called Fibonacci in Lateralis. And it's more for like the Tool fan, like like Tool music metal has been also called like math metal. It's just amazing what they do. It's absolutely genius how they structured that song. Knowing what Fibonacci, what the sequence is, and like what they did with it.
Yeah, this is crazy right here. This is the reciprocals, circuits, and the nexus key. It's later in the article. You'll see it. Goes like this, and then that.
Dude, no, I'm not going to agree to the Samsung privacy bullshit. No, get off.
Oh, let me guess. It's asking you to do RPC or something like that.
RPC? I don't know. It says agree to the Samsung account privacy notice to continue receiving the latest offers and coupons from Samsung.
No,
Nope.
no, get that out of here. Get them out of here.
Yeah, I was making dinner last night when you were talking about all the phone stuff. So I don't know if you talked about Android or if it was just iPhone.
What do you have?
Android.
Okay.
Yeah, you did like one thing with me with Android, and then spent like an hour helping people to clean out their freaking tracking on their iPhone. Which obviously, when you have an iPhone, that's more important because they're collecting more and it's harder to dig into and freaking get a hold of.
Anyone
For
have an
sure.
iPhone that wants some help? Show you some crazy shit. They're measuring everybody's GAIT, which is gait, the unique way you walk. Everybody. So you can be identified from miles away. Yay.
That's so that they can identify you from space satellites.
No.
No?
Weather balloon satellites, bro.
Oh.
Satelloons.
Got it.
Yeah, get it right, dude. Jeez.
This article's wild.
I quoted it wrong earlier. Yeah. You ride the spiral to the end, you may just go where no one's been.
Hmm.
All right. So dumb, dude. I'm trying to.
Wait, Miguel, how did you not know that? Is that a meme? That's not right. It should be 17.
Why? No, 21 is correct.
8 minus 5, 3. 5 times 3.
No.
15.
5 plus 2, 7. 8 minus 3 is 3. You multiply those.
Isn't it PEMDAS, right?
7 times 3.
Yeah, but I'm saying, isn't it PEMDAS, though?
I don't give a fuck what your acronym is. You take so you take the parentheses.
Uh-huh.
Take the parentheses. It's 8
Uh-huh.
minus 5, right?
Right. Then multiplication
8
comes
minus
next.
5 is 3. Then you also do 2 plus 5.
Okay,
Which
wait.
is
So you don't do that
7.
first?
No, you can do that first in this instance. Yeah, you can do that first because so you're turning 2 plus 5 into 7, and you're turning 8 minus 5 into 3. Then you multiply those two, those two. So it's 5 times or 7 times 3.
Right. So why doesn't so why don't you multiply 5 times 3 first?
Why would you do 5 times 3? No. Because you're saying you ignore the 2 plus part?
Until the end.
No. The 2 plus is separated from the 8 minus 5. 2 plus 5 is
Oh,
one thing.
I see what you're saying now. Okay.
Yeah, it's not 5 times 8 minus 5.
Yeah, because once you have the 3 in there.
It's the answer to 2 plus 5 times the answer to 8 minus 5.
Right, because the parentheses is like, yeah, okay, I got you. So what are we talking about now?
Basic freaking freshman, sophomore level algebra.
You learned that freshman, sophomore level, bro?
Yeah.
Learned that shit way earlier. No, I'm just kidding. Not way earlier. 6th grade math. 5th grade math, even.
Yeah, no, you probably learned. Yeah, you learned that probably in middle school, right? And then, but like it's the basics that they left you with before going into algebra, and then algebra 2 later. Algebra in freshman year, then what? Geometry sophomore year, and then advanced algebra junior year.
Algebra 2, yeah.
Yeah, algebra 2, right?
They taught it to you too early. Maybe you should have learned the basics a little bit more.
Well, I mean, it's just I'm just going order of operations, but I know there's like certain exceptions to that with certain problems that are written out a certain way.
Certainly.
Nah, math has always interested me. I hate doing it. It's boring, but I'm good at it. Yeah, I don't get the picture either, Tim Shady. What are you showing?
So look at the paper that was posted within, that, or I don't know if that's a paper or a book. Anyways, that's claimed to be Adam Weishaupt in the picture on the right, which was the founder of the Illuminati, and then George Washington. Look at the similarity.
They bought the same wig.
I don't know. It's just interesting.
I want to know what you think of this. This came out August 23rd, 2023. Lou, are you getting a pair?
Wait, what? A pair of what? What?
You get a
Balls.
pair?
Wigs?
Right here? No. A pair of smart pants.
Oh no.
You better pull up your smart pants, buddy. We're going on a fucking ride.
The intelligence value.
Tell me about these smart pants. Can you pee in them?
Hey, shut up, smarty pants. Like, that's not what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's so stupid. It's I'm thinking about, yeah, what if it rains? Fucked.
No, surely it says there's a waterproof. It's waterproof, surely.
This is what it says right here. New enabling research to transfer many of the capabilities of rigid wearable electronics into ASTs has surfaced, including weavable conductive polymer wires, energy harvesters powered by the body, ultra-low power printable computers on cloth, microphones that behave like threads, and scrunchable batteries that can function after many deformations. In order to transfer this research into AST products, revolutionary new materials and new manufacturing techniques are needed to develop complete and integrated systems containing mechanically deformable and durable, number 1, power sources, number 2, sensors, number 3, computation and data storage, and number 4, electrically conductive system component wires and interconnects. The Smart ePants goal is to build sensor systems that are comfortably integrated into primary clothing. Shirts, pants, socks, underwear. Research committed to developing these systems will be divided into 3 demonstration tracks: audio recording, video and photography capture, and indoor geolocation.
Wait, your pants are going to be taking pictures?
I guess that's what it's saying.
Okay. Which way are the cameras facing?
I have no idea, bro. Oh, okay. The Smart ePants program seeks to develop clothing with integrated audio, video, and geolocation sensor systems. that feature the same stretchability, bendability, washability, and comfort of regular textiles.
I can see like if you could do something with smart pants, I don't need it to have cameras or anything like that. But what if you could make it so that on cool days it had better insulating properties, and on very warm days they were much more breathable, stuff like that. Like that's something that could be useful for smart pants, right?
I don't know.
Like what if you could change the properties of the material because it's sensing like your how much you're sweating, or it's sensing the ambient temperature around you.
Like the Incredibles fucking super suits?
Yeah, or you could go into sport mode, right? You freaking all of a sudden they become compression pants, and you're freaking.
This is from IARPA though. Like this is actually from them. Which is wild because the intelligence value they say, it says, by weaving these devices directly into garments, intelligence community staff will be able to record information from their environment hands-free, without the need to wear uncomfortable, bulky, and rigid devices.
Yeah,
As
but
a
see,
res-
oh
oh,
god,
sorry.
oh no, I'm sorry, I'm the one who stomped on you, but no, this is totally fitting for what I say about how anything that has smart attached to it, and water. I'm not gonna say water. I might exclude smart water, but I'm not completely fucking doing this. You just replace the word smart with spy, and then you have a more descriptive like explanation of like what these things are. Smartphone, replace smart with spy. Spy phone. Smart thermostat. Spy thermostat. Smart fridge. Spy fridge. Smart toilet. Spy toilet. Smart pants. Spy pants. You're freaking. Things are literally just freaking trying to spy on you, the user.
They need information. Information theory. It's how we get like everything that we have, like internet, and like all of it.
If it was smart, it would do
Dude,
something
program.
smart that helps me, but instead it does something that helps them to watch me.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can't pee in them. Okay.
Would you say can't be in them?
No, you can pee in them.
Oh, that's pretty fucking smart.
No, I mean, no, it's not gonna. It's not that util. I mean, you can pee on them. They're gonna be waterproof.
Look at Miguel's what he posted. All the bees are like trapped in these little microchip. What is this?
What the? This can't be real.
Oh my god,
dude! That's where the bees are going. They're strapping them to these things.
Are you fucking serious? This is real?
God.
They're putting them behind. They're putting them behind little.
They're making them bomb squads. They're turning bees into bomb bees.
Desks.
What? This can't be real.
It's like a bee cubicle, like a freaking office.
This can't be real, dude. This is fucked up.
Well, one's safe, dude. They need to chill.
They need to cool them down. This is fucked up.
There was no colony collapse. They were just kidnapping all of the bees to experiment on.
Sounds like it.
They were trying to make them office workers.
Worker bees.
Yeah.
Automated bee loading machine. That's how you know we're fucked. Yeah. That's crazy. Slowly and safely push down in this hardest.
It looks like they're putting them in a guillotine.
What is this? This is so crazy.
You know,
They're using the Pavlovian technique on bees.
it's a small price to pay for technology and science. Like, I mean, it's just it might be a little bit cruel, but it's just what we have to do to advance our society. Well, actually, to degrade society, but advance our spyware.
Yeah. Oh my god, he's a craftsman dog.
Oh,
Of a bees in effect.
this can't be. I'm gonna look up this. This got to be fake?
Dude, why are you questioning it?
Because go to 6 minutes and 47
I'm fucking with
seconds,
you.
bro.
I'm fucking with you. That's your
No,
responsibility.
no. Go to
No,
6
we
minutes.
should just spread this as truth without looking into it.
6 minutes and 33 seconds. Just skip to that. Listen to what he says. It's like they're insinuating they tried it out once and some guy blew up on a landmine.
Oh,
What?
See, remember you guys
So
thought
hold
all
on.
those guys are.
Why do bees go cluster around where mines are buried to
right.
find food?
Doesn't
EMF.
make sense.
I don't know. There is no EMF though. I don't know.
Oh, was it to do with they're like training them, so do they give them some reward system whenever they get that? And then hold on.
Need to go.
Yeah, that would it was already mentioned, the Pavlov's dogs, like Pavlovian training. Like
Yeah,
if that's the case, yeah. Like if they find that where explosives are, it's also attached to nectar, then they
right.
might start hunting out the explosives looking for nectar.
Gotcha.
And that's what caused the bee collapse.
Yeah, they've been blowing them up.
They've been blowing. Like, we've solved the landmine problem, but now we don't have any food. Shit.
This is actually fucking genius if it works.
Yo, could anyone start playing the bot? I want to hear the clip where Elijah says, "A chair is a chair." Because Lou's in it, Elijah's in it.
Yeah, we have the ability to control the bot, but you'd have to provide the clip.
Oh, I don't have the. I don't know. I have no idea where the clips. Where are the clips stored or whatever?
You just gotta have your own list of things. You don't go telling people to play stuff on demand that you want to play.
I don't know.
Unless you want to freaking provide it.
No, I'm saying I don't know. I thought it was like a clip that's like saved or whatever. I don't know.
No, you can literally play like anything from YouTube at any time. So we just need a link.
Yeah, because it's always live, so all you would need is that specific part, and you can fast forward or rewind.
Let's see.
I think you can do SoundCloud as well. Yeah. You can definitely do SoundCloud because we can play my song, which is on SoundCloud.
Let's see, it was the 6th. It's got to be here.
What?
Hmm. You know what? Let me see.
I'm watching a video not even related to any like truth topic, and it says, "I trust a wet Taco Bell fart more than I do any superpower government." Wet Taco Bell. Oh, good.
That's funny. You can use that in so many places. It's like like somebody's like, trust me, bro. Like I trust you more than I trust a wet Taco Bell fart.
Or I don't trust
Or,
you.
yeah, I'm sorry. I trust you. I trust you less than I trust a wet Taco Bell fart.
Gross. It's a gross picture.
It's way better than I trust you as far as I can throw you, because I might be able to throw you somewhere, but fucking Taco Bell fart. That's just never a fart. It's never all you
No.
get.
Yeah, I don't. The last time I've eaten Taco Bells, man, it's been a long time.
Like I've never been big on Taco. I've probably been to Taco Bell like 3 or 4 times in my life.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I've definitely been there more than that, but it's been a minute.
But I did for some reason one of those times, like a year ago, year and a half ago, just for some reason, we were at work, it was like getting lunch. It was like, where do you want to go? What's close? And I was like, you know what? Fuck it. We never do it. Let's just go to freaking Taco Bell. It's right there. Like I felt like going to fucking Taco Bell for like the
Yeah.
3rd time in my life. And honestly, it wasn't all that bad. And I didn't shit myself.
Yeah, people always say that, but I don't remember ever like having fiery poops. I don't know.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
I mean, that's just like it's almost like a meme. They'll say it just about any Mexican food. Like, oh, I had tacos last night, so now I'm like, dude, tacos don't do that to you. Like, it's
No.
something like,
Did you
it
eat
doesn't
something
have.
spicy, or did you not?
I found it. I found the clip. Yes.
What'll actually do it is if you eat really hot peppers and the seeds, you just eat the seeds straight down your mouth. That's bad news. What are you looking for, Beast?
This clip. Trying to find it.
Wow. I just saw a poll on YouTube. It said religion has made the world ? The options are better, worse, unsure. 22% of people said unsure. 34% said better, and 44% said worse. So people think religion has made the world worse.
I agree.
Interesting.
I agree.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean just like every other major like? Oh yeah,
Yeah, no, there's a
heliocentrism.
difference between a belief in God, a faith, or a spirituality, and a religion. A religion, in my opinion, is it's not really what God had in mind. In fact, if you're a Christian, you believe in Jesus. Jesus was against religions as well. He wanted you to believe in him and the Father, but like the organization of a religion or like and that
Yeah.
like that he didn't support that. That's why he went out away from people out on top of a hill. Like or away.
Yeah.
He didn't go to the church. He went to a hill and just spoke to anybody that would listen.
That's right.
So yeah, like religion is a man-made evil.
Okay. Yeah. You're right. I was more just associating it to like God.
Yeah, and most
But
people do, and
looking at it,
most people do, and most people who answered that probably did the same thing you did.
yeah.
Damn it.
Hold
Hold on one sec. I'm gonna have to deafen real quick to find out this clip because I'm hearing us in here like live. Like, oh, give me 1 second. Okay, I found it. Lou.
Oh, who's
You there?
singing my name? I walked away for a second, came back. What?
Yee. I found I got the clip. It's so funny. You're in it too, man. You nailed it.
How drunk was I? It'll determine how much I want to play it.
Not.
Okay.
This is the Reed incident.
Oh, that one. No, I think I was a little bit drunk for that.
Oh.
Just not wasted yet. Just not. Give me a minute. Is it? Do I have to go to a certain like time in this though?
Yeah, I gave you the timestamp.
Okay, I'm not really sure about how to use this bot for timestamps. Like the old bot that we had, you could easily do it. I'm not really sure how to use this bot very much. I haven't done it much.
Okay. Let me see. This is what I'll do. I'll clip it.
Hold on, I can probably figure it out because there's. I think I can look at some other examples if other people have done that where they move to a timestamp and figure out the command.
Actually, hold on. Don't copy that timestamp. I found a better one.
In the pinned messages, we got the. We have the commands set in the pinned messages in the DJ bot control room. But I don't see anything for this bot that talks about going to a timestamp.
Don't trip. I got you. I'll just clip it and then send you it.
There you go.
This is so funny. Okay. This might take a while to download, though.
Honestly, I mean, I know you enjoyed it, and I thought it was funny too at the time, but I don't think it's like really all that worth it to hang over it.
No, it's just I'm bored.
Yeah, I figured. Okay, that makes more sense.
Nah, fuck it. Not worth it. But if you want to listen to the part where I was dying, because you're genuinely confused.
I was more just taken aback, not confused. I was
Yeah.
yeah. Like hearing about how he had his. I asked him what his number one proof of the globe was, and he was like, "Look, I don't even want to say it. I was already corrected." I'm like, "No, that's fine. I'm just trying to figure out where you're at. Like, tell me like what it is that was your number one then." And he says, "Submarine launched ICBMs." I'm like,
You repeated it back.
I'm like, wait, huh? Like submarine launched intercontinental ballistic missiles. Okay. I mean, normally people have like a 1, 2, 3, and a 4 before that, but all right, if that.
I'm sorry. I laugh more than I should about it, just because like I heard myself and I was like, "Oh my god, dude, I sound pissed." I should not. I don't want to get that mad again, dude. That was fucked up.
Dude, it's a lot easier to laugh about it or laugh at them, or it looks a lot better to laugh about it or with them or get them to laugh at themselves than to get angry and you know what I mean, like to get aggressive.
Right.
There's no reason to be aggressive about it.
Well, I mean, earlier it was a 9-hour conversation, man. You came in at like the last part. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I was just trying to get caught up, like
Like I don't know what's going on. Yeah, you're good, Lou. And I know you're totally right. But yeah, dude, I could be a dick, man. I could actually be a dick. I don't like that part of me.
I don't know. I heard you supposedly being a dick even yesterday, and it wasn't all that bad. There's a lot of people who are a lot worse hanging around these parts.
Yeah. Well, that was just a nuanced conversation, to put it lightly and vaguely. What you up to, Lou? Clash of Clans shit?
No, I'm sitting here freaking. I told you, I'm getting old, and for some reason, I threw out my back just taking steps. I'm freaking sitting here on a fucking hot pad.
Try hanging from something.
No.
Not like that. God.
Oh my god.
Like a pull-up bar or something. Shut up.
No, you don't do that right away either way. It's just freaking sore. Like that's something you do like when it's like when you need to decompress your spine. That's not what this is. This is like a muscle spasm that I had.
So I don't even know what to talk about. I'm beat. I go to the gym. Might come back.
How much you bench?
Not much. Like max is like 210 or not 210, 215.
Well, it's about what I'm benching. Yeah, somewhere in there. My body weight.
Regular?
Huh?
Like regularly? Not your mat. Like I could do like 4 of those.
No. That's like. How much do you weigh?
Like 170.
Oh damn, that's hella good. No, that's like pretty much right at my body weight, and I can get it for a couple, maybe 2 or 3.
I don't really bench that much. Like I usually just use the chest press.
Yeah, whenever I do bench, it's just incline.
Why?
Because I mean, just because it's naturally when you're doing.
Oh, you mean when you bench? When you do bench,
When I
you're
do.
only doing. Yeah, okay, I got free weight bench.
Yeah, exactly.
That makes sense.
Yeah, you know.
I thought you meant like you only do incline bench. I'm like, there's
No. I love the cables. I'm getting really fond of cable machines now.
I can leg press at an angle.
Yeah, but aren't the cable machines though aren't good because like you have like parts of the motion that are like really like really like difficult than others that are much easier. You're not getting like that same amount of resistance all the way through.
I don't like cable machines. I don't do that.
I do because what I'm targeting when I'm doing them is just like you can get pretty specific areas like if I'm just for like your under your pec or your what's the outer side of your pec, what is it called? I know all of these, but I can't remember.
I don't know, but I know what you're saying.
Just like, yeah, your outer pec is really
What-
good.
So it's for body sculpting, not necessarily for functional strength or anything like that. Like it's just like I
Right.
want this muscle to look bigger.
Right.
Well, that depends on if you're doing
What's your max
hypertrophy.
Leg
Leg? A lot. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. The last time I've leg pressed was
I got
months ago.
5 45s on each side, and then I did 6 45s the other day.
Yeah,
on
that's
each
pretty
side.
fucking good.
But I only did like 5 of them.
Dude, in high school, like in the gym when I was freshman year football.
What'd you say, Lou? I think I cut out.
Freshman year football, we had a leg press machine in the school gym that the max it had was 750 pounds on it. And I was putting all 750 pounds on there and doing reps of 10 like multiple times. Like
yeah.
Fucking thunder thighs. It's crazy. Well, how tall are you, Lou?
I'm 6. I'm just over 6 now, but my stupid back must have compressed because I used to be about 6'1". So
Yep. Hang on a bar.
I'm short, man. I'm only 5'6".
But yeah, like no, I played hockey as a kid, and I played hockey as a kid, and snowboard, and freaking.
That means you're gonna be lonely, but beastly cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, and just genetically, like we got just these freaking giant legs. My calves right now. I climb ladders and shit in construction, but that still, it's not something that's trained. And mostly genetic. Like my calves are like 17 inches. Freaking, like I got like just big legs.
That's probably close to, you said 17 inches?
Yeah, like 17 and a half.
That's close to what I meant, yeah. Nice size calf.
Dude,
About
they're insane. There's like a muscle on a muscle. Like you can grab one of them like a freaking hand grab if you were doing wall climbing. Like you could grab like it's freaking yeah. Like I don't know. I got one friend who wearing shorts. Like he was like, "Holy shit, those aren't calves. Those are freaking steers." You know, like like I don't know. I'll fucking take a picture. Like, yeah, they're really well defined. But it's not that I put like extra work into them or anything like that. It's just something that I just kind of naturally get. Part of it also might be because of my heel injury. From shattered my heels snowboarding right before I turned 21. And like my lower calcaneus on the left side got shattered into like 5 pieces. I had a fracture in the right one, and because of that, I have a lot of like I sort of favor the way I walk. I walk a little bit more on my toes, and yeah, that just every step like that's kind of putting more work into the calves too.
Yeah.
Every time I like really flex to like show somebody or take a picture or whatever, then they're sore for like it's fucking it get like a cramp. I get like a cramp in it for like the next 2 days.
Oh, dude! Whenever I used to, one time, actually, I was working at Walmart at the time. Never doing that again. Yeah, I didn't go into work for the next 2 days because I had the DOMS, the delayed onset muscle soreness, was so bad because I hit like 300 calf raises in like sets of 25 with weight, and and the next day I woke up
And you
And I
couldn't
was just like,
stand up or
oh.
sit down. You couldn't, like, if you did get up, you couldn't sit down. You're like, yeah, I've been
No,
there.
no, no, no. If I got up, I couldn't I couldn't press my heel against the floor. And so like when I was walking, it would be all the way on my tippy toes.
Yeah.
And if I tried to do anything besides that, it was just such excruciating pain that I was like, nah.
You're just locked in. You're just locked in. Like, I'm just gonna put on some high heels and fucking deal with it.
Yeah, I'm about to go shopping, switch to my headphones and stuff, but I told my dad I want to go by myself so I can be part of the conversation. Gotta get waters.
Yeah.
Luckily, where I'm located, literally Smith's is like right over my wall of my apartment. And then the dispensary's right there too. So Oh, Timbo Slice. When'd you get in here? Oh, wait a
Remember
second. We got a globe skeptic in here. Just kidding. What's up, What Wheat?
Whenever I see Timbo Slice's picture, I think of that kangaroo that like got punched in the face.
Which one?
Where he's like choking his dog, and the guy comes up and just like punches him.
In Australia, they're always punching kangaroos in the face, and then they're like, "He fucking kicked me! Like, why did he fucking kick me? I was boxing."
That's funny.
It's like how AJ lives with alpacas and just occasionally they just come into his house.
If those kangaroos kicked you with the full force of what they can do, you'd be very much pain.
Yeah, we should talk about flat Earth. We should talk about flat Earth.
What's flat Earth? Can you explain it to me?
It is the observable and measurable phenomenon that we all objectively experience, which is a flat, non-rotating, stationary Earth.
It's not a phenomenon. It's not a phenomenon.
Well, yeah, you're right. Not a phenomenon. What is it? What would you say?
It's objective reality.
Oh, damn! Simplified it. It is objective reality, though. Like, seriously.
Gravity? Yeah, gravity. And
you can't just say a word and think it has meaning. Like, what's gravity?
Mass attracting mass.
Is it?
Yes.
You sure? You don't sound sure.
Positive.
How positive?
HIV positive.
Where did you learn that? Like, that gravity is mass attracting mass.
Science.
Science?
Yeah.
Like, where in science?
Everywhere.
Everywhere?
Yeah,
So,
school.
Do I have to inform you on what you're trying to get at that you are uninformed about?
I actually don't know if you realize who you're talking to.
He does. He does.
Okay, so I mean, you can do better if you're just LARPing. You can do better. Don't.
Wait, he does know? Okay, I'm so confused now because now he's like playing it so well that I'm like, I don't even know if he knows. Like, wait, like I feel like I'm being attacked right now. What's happening?
Yeah,
Lou.
we're gonna put this fake glober in his place.
All right. Damn, people are gonna clip this and be like, "Wait, he's a fake flat earther, strawman." Or anyway, I don't know.
No, you got to be able
Yeah.
to. You do have to be able to steel man their freaking argument, like in my opinion. So you can do
No,
better.
I know
than
it's not. I know it's Newtonian, not or not. Newtonian's the old model. Now they use Einsteinian. I know.
That's better. Okay,
Yeah.
so what is gravity?
It's the bending and warping of space-time, right?
According to the current rhetoric, right?
Yeah. What's up? Hold on.
You said what's up? Sorry, talking with my pops. I gotta wait for my phone to charge before I go. Anyway.
All right. Yeah, bending and warping of space-time. The blanket. Put the bed sheet.
So what is space time?
I wouldn't be able to define that actually.
So is it real?
I mean, to me, it's not. I know that, like, I know the concept of like string theory, right? Like, if at a certain distance, you're gonna be basically looking back in time. They think.
This has nothing to do with string theory, and that's also been debunked a long time ago.
No, I know, but at a certain point, for the whole what they believe has, like, they basically think they're looking back in time when they see like stars in the in the
What does that have
distance.
to do with gravity?
That doesn't have anything to do
What
with
does that have to
gravity.
do
You're
with
talking
string
about
theory?
space time.
Space time. So
Yeah,
space
I
time
wouldn't know how
is
to define.
looking into the past is space time.
No. I said I wouldn't be able to define it. I'm just like saying like kind of the conceptualization of it. I don't know.
Conceptually, they say it's a fabric, the fabric of space time. As a
Yeah.
concept. If we're taking space and time and putting it together as a one word like that, space time, that makes it sound like, mathematically speaking, like space times time, space time. Do we ever do that? Is that how that works?
You're gonna have to repeat that.
You don't want to. I don't even want to repeat it. It's just.
Well, I'm looking at the space fabric. Space fabric.